And welcome to the Asia Pacific Champions Tournament. I'm Fishy Legs 2, and I'm joined by my co-casters Vroom Vroom Pal and BJ Parrot. How are we going, lads?
I'm
It's
very
going.
excited to I'm very excited to see how Asian battlers perform. This is like a very rare moment because we usually watch EU and A regional. We never have this, so it will be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing some really top tier battling today. We're keen to see some of Asia Pacific region's best put on an absolute showcase. Now, Vroom, talk a little bit, mate, about what we've got going on here today.
Well, first of all, hello guys. Like really excited to cast this. Um, like it's really interesting. Like how how far along this tournament has come. Like I remember I think like Anicor is organizing this, and I remember like I was also participating for a while, and we have a lot of countries from APAC being represented in this. So like I can see Japan, Indonesia, Oceania, which has like Australia and New Zealand, I think, and India, and a bunch of APAC countries like Thailand, Singapore, and uh, and and Hong Kong, I think. So definitely like not a lot of APAC players who haven't really been seen a lot, like because most of the international streams we have are like oriented towards play Pokemon. But yeah, it will be exciting. And I mean, who are your who are like? Do you already have any players to look forward to, BJ?
I think we will talk about that once we go through the list of players. But in my mind, I think I'm very interested in some of the Japanese players.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the Japanese players that we don't really get to see a lot of, except for usually those big tournaments like Worlds and so on. And as we've seen in the past couple of years, they really put on a classy show at the highest level. So getting a chance to view some of those guys from a similar format style would be really exciting. Now, BJ, can you tell me a little bit about how the players themselves qualified for this Champions Tournament?
So this has been a very long tournament. We started our preseason right after World Championship in Yokohama last year, and we played a preseason which was to kind of qualify and tier people into each tier, kind of similar to what you have in Silk factions back then, or I guess Battle Frontier right now. But yeah, we put them in tier, and those in the highest tier, we call them Division 1, played it off. I believe there are 20 players from each region separated into like different conference, which we will go through. But each region have their own qualifiers who plays top cut amongst those 20 players, in which they all play each other, which is like, yeah, which makes the whole tournament very long. But the result is clear, and I believe those who earn the invitation really work for it and deserve it. So they are really good. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. These battlers have put in months, if not, you know, hours on the side as well, just battling, studying the meta, you know, and preparing for this tournament where they get a chance to play against some of the other big names in the APAC region. You know, not very often do us Australians get to play against the Japanese or the guys in India and everything like that. So it's a really cool opportunity. And only the top 4 from each Division 1 of that 20 players, aside from a couple of exceptions, do get to participate today. And I do believe there is a little bit of a world stage that will happen further on down the season as well. So the players from today who perform at the top will get an opportunity to play at the world level as well.
Okay, so I so just to be very clear, like this is open Great League format. So like the meta we see, the meta changes we have seen over the past 3 months, like I feel like the play Pokemon meta like really fluctuated. So I think it's an interesting thing to see like what the APAC players are like using, like what Pokemon do they prefer. And I do believe that we have some usage stats to help out with that. Uh,
Yeah,
do
let's
you
take a look at the usage and see what everyone's bringing to this tournament today. So we can see a lot of those common picks there, the Lickitung and Whiscash. But interestingly enough, BJ, it looks like there's a lot of Shadow Whiscash coming through.
It's very interesting. As you can see, only 4 Pokemon have their Shadow variant being brought in, being Whiscash, Gligar, Dragonair, and A9. So, I mean, for Dragonair, it's quite obvious as many people have been using it, and I think most of us agree that Shadow is just better. Similar with Gligar, although there are some like niche for using non-Shadow one for the more bulk, but most people prefer the Shadow Gligar. It's very interesting to me though. For Whiscash, almost half is Shadow. That's actually very rare. I don't think I should say it's as rare, but I feel like we have been shifting more towards higher percentage of Shadow Whiscash, which is very interesting because even in like two last like regional in NA and EU, I don't think there is that much Shadow Whiscash.
From memory, Jakobovic won Melbourne with a Shadow Whiscash, and I think that was it Arceus Aurelius. Did he have a Shadow Whiscash in his team as well, or there was someone on a similar weekend that also had success with the Shadow Whiscash at that regional level? So it is something that's
Doonbug as well?
it was sorry.
Doonbug as well, I think.
Oh, of course, yes, Doombug.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously it is something that is relevant in the meta at the moment. People are starting to see that it does have a bit of value with those Scalds hitting just that little bit harder. Maybe there's a bonus little attack debuff for the Shadow variant. Who's to say?
Yeah, I think one of the key matchups for Shadow Whiscash is how close it makes Azumarill, because like normally Azumarill can comfortably tank 3 mud bombs and easily flip Whiscash, and in fact against a regular Whiscash, Azu actually wins the 0 to 1. So like even if Whiscash shields once and Azu doesn't shield at all, Azu still wins. But this changes when you use Shadow Whiscash. So like I think it expands the viability like in general, like to cover like everything. And we can see like how high usage not only Wishcash but like Leaky Tongue, Charjabug, Azumarill has. Like as you said, like the Scald hitting harder, the mud bombs actually hitting Azu. I think all of it like really makes Shadow Wishcash a bit interesting and a bit different as well, like as to how it operates. I think you will be shielding this Shadow Wishcash a bit more compared to a regular Wishcash.
Since
So that's pretty
since you
interesting.
touched on like the top meta, right? I would say this user stash is very interesting. I usually see top 3 being Lickitung, Whiscash, and Gligar, which of course we still have Licky and Whiscash dominating as they are very strong. But Gligar dropping down a lot, even behind Charjabug, Azu, and Annihilate, is very interesting to me. I mean, even though all these are top meta, there are actually a few Pokemon that is very popular, but we don't see any usage being Dilgo, which usually covers Annihilate really well, but for some reason people or these competitors doesn't bring it. And that's
Yeah,
very interesting. Yeah.
the lack of Dugong here, which we've seen in the past, has been a really strong core breaker for that Whiscash, Gligar sort of core, as well as having good play into Skarmory and things like Altaria. And even the matchup with the Bomber Snow isn't too bad because you're taking resisted damage from those Powder Snows. So the fact that we're not seeing much in the way of Dugong is interesting, but when we look at the top meta, it does struggle against the Lickitung, the Charjabug, the Azu, and the Annihilate. So it can be a bit harder to bring. I wonder if the rise in the Zuma rule has something to do with the drop in Gligar, just as that matchup is really one-sided for that Azuma rule.
Yeah, Shadow Glider in fact can flip the two shields, but yeah, like it's still not a great matchup because Azu can just like no shield all day and just not care about it.
So
mean,
we've
talking
had a look
about
at through the usage for this tournament. Why don't we go through and have a look and see who's going to be participating today? So from the Oceania region, my hometown, we've got Rick Flareon, who's a 2 times world championship player. Jai loves Latinas from the Western Australia region, along with Averick, also from the Western Australia region, and is a previous winner of the Perth Regional Championship, and Gaunt 1001, who is a consistently top tier battler who's made multiple top cuts in the Australian regional scene. I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys put on a bit of a show today.
I mean, these players are, oh wow, that's a lot of them, but that's what you expected. That's what you would expect from Japan, the land where there are so many players and so many of them are talented. To go over them one by one, DNK 719 is a very well-known battlers in terms of GBL. I think he hit top 10 in leaderboards several of times and have been hitting it quite frequently in last few seasons. The next one, Pokemon E-Maker, not really well-known name, I shall say, in like in Sylph, but he have been, from what I remember, hitting leaderboard since early seasons, like season 3, season 4. I believe he peaked at rank 1 in leaderboard before too. So as we can see, the Japanese, many top Go Battle League players. Next is 315.
Just on Pokemon E-Maker, sorry BJ to interrupt. He was actually the winner of the Japan Division 1 pre-season as well. So he's obviously coming in with a lot of good form, with a record of 13 wins to 5 losses. So clearly someone to watch throughout today's tournament.
Right. Yeah. Next up, Katunari. I also another very like upcoming battlers. In last season, I'm quite sure he peaked at rank 1 in GBL leaderboard. Although he might not be very well known for like earlier season, but recently he have been like definitely killing it. Tetsuo again. I don't know why, but here we are. We got another rank 1 GBL leaderboard players. So yep, been playing for a while as we remember. Next up also definitely well known on leaderboards. I think they are like a upcoming group of players. I guess it's similar to like what we have in LATAM, LNDS. We have VICS in Japan, and obviously they are very talented players. Next up, Shanti. These players is very interesting to me because I have played them several times in GBL, and it's very interesting because I always either play them in Ultra League or Master League, but now they are doing Open Great League and Show 6 too, which they still do very well to qualify amongst like all the tough Japanese players. So definitely very strong players. Lastly, another rank 1 GBL players, Niankake, quite a well-known name among Japanese community. And I think anyone here would have like a very good potential of winning it today.
Moving on to the next country, I think we have Indonesia. Mini Coke, who will be seeing on stream pretty pretty soon. I have battled him multiple times in GPL. Like I think he's always on the leaderboard, like always around, always like if you're queuing into GPL, like he's always there. I haven't heard a lot about the other three players, I think, but I think like BJ might know a bit more.
Yeah. So the other three players. First, we got Jodianga. I'm not sure if I I pronounced that correctly. He played in Indonesia playoff, and he was someone I was like looking forward to qualify to Worlds, but he fall short, placing third in the during the regional, and thus did not qualify to Worlds and only top two qualified. So very close to qualifying for Worlds, and we'll see what he will bring among us to today. Yep. Next one is Arnab Sawangan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing correctly again. Sorry. I'm not really sure about his performance so far. I definitely seen him on like leaderboards in like recent season, like last few like 3 or 4 season for sure. Been playing quite well in GBL, but yeah, we don't have any info about him participating in any show 6 before, so he will be a very interesting one to watch out for. And lastly, Yuki X CYC. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but yeah. Also another one with not that much information. He made GBL leaderboard once last season, and that's about it. But being able to qualify to like Indonesia, which is also stacked, having like well-known players. Believe there were 3 previous bowl qualifiers thing, and none of the 3 previous bowl qualifiers qualified. So this 4 really have something for sure. Yep. Moving on to the next one. India. I think Room know this player, so go ahead, Room, talk about them.
Yeah, so I think Nava Empire like is probably one of the most well-known Indian players around. He interestingly, like many Indian players have been hitting number one on the GBL leaderboards over the past couple of seasons, and Nava Empire holds the record of being the first Indian player to be number one on the GBL leaderboard. And he's excellent. He's an excellent player. Like like he's always at the top. Like he's always performing uh, amazingly. And especially when it comes to OGL, I feel like there probably isn't a better player than Nava Empire in India. Like Harish 118. He won the regionals from India. Does have an online regional, so he did win the online qualifiers or online regionals last year. I think unfortunately he couldn't make it to Worlds. I think like visa issues, like there's so many issues to finally make it. And Indian regionals also take place like the APAC playoffs, like as BJ knows, like they take place a bit later compared to a lot of play Pokemon stuff. But like Harish has shown himself to be excellent in OGL. Like these two players are basically, I feel like, equal, if not better, to everyone in this bracket, and especially their mastery and their expertise in OGL. Something I would look forward to seeing them battle today.
There you heard it from one of the best India player himself. So now
I feel
moving
I
on.
yeah I feel like I am more restricted meta oriented. Like I love more like self metas. I don't think I'm like that great at OGL, honestly.
Yep.
So, but these players, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now moving on to I believe our last continent, which is open Asia Pacific. So this is a weird region because basically many countries combine and play together. So also one of a very stacked tournament, consisting of like, as you can see, the top four here are all from different countries. We also have like other countries competing. I believe it was Thailand and Taiwan too that compete, but yep, none of them qualified, including myself. So very tough bracket for sure. First off, we have Yakai, very well known batters. I don't know what to say about him. Very talented young batters from Hong Kong. Qualified to Worlds in the previous year in Yokohama. Although did not have the best one at Worlds, but definitely still very strong. We all know him in GBL. Bro hit rank 1 in leaderboard like every 2 days. So that's Yakai. Next is Chilena. One of the most well-known Malaysian players. Did not qualify to World Championship, but think have quite a well-known name in Silv, especially amongst APAC players playing in APAC factions in the highest tier that was available. Very good in show 6 victory, I should say. And next up, we have representative from Singapore, Amakento. Although I believe he is a Japanese but work in Singapore, he is still insane. GBL wise, yes, he is always on leaderboard. Show 6, I think he played in both 2022 and 2023 regionals for APAC, and both of them he is like 1 or 2 spot off from qualifying to Worlds. So another very good APAC battler for sure. And lastly, we have Charming Shinda, battler from Korea. Used to be known as Kindness Dark 7, I believe, if anyone heard that name before. Qualified to Worlds and had a very good run actually, making day 2 at Worlds before. So, yep, very talented Korean players for sure.
Yeah, we're actually facing Korea in Gym Breakers right now, and I think like Charming Shinda is one of the players like I've already seen some of their gameplay when one of my teammates was streaming yesterday. That was quite good.
Yep.
All right, so we've met our players for the Asia Pacific Champion Tournament. So let's go and have a quick look at the bracket for today's games. So we can see that we've got some battles already underway. Nyankake taking Avrip 2-0. Katsunari beating Yuki size, and also DNK719 taking a 2-0 over Rosie Snapper. And then Jodianga has also kicked an Sawanagan into the losers bracket. So we can see here that we're still waiting on a couple of matches from round 1 to proceed, but already a couple of strong performances have started to get this bracket really shaping up.
Yes, and I am already intrigued by this one particular matchup, Yakai versus 315 Katanari 315. Like that's going to be intense. Like both of them perennially number 1 on the GBA leader. Like I see them at the top all the time. So like it's this already in round 2 itself we're getting a crazy matchup, and above that a similar matchup with Nava Empire 0-0 and Nyan Kake. I think I am definitely already excited to see them on stream, hopefully, today.
I mean, we already see one regional winners, Arab, got taken down by a Japanese player, Yakai. That's definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, and with Avrip as well, he made a really deep run into day 2 at Worlds. He was Australia's best placed battler, and only barely was knocked out by Wadaj, I believe, just outside the top 10. So super talented battler, Avrip, but that's nothing to say that I don't think it matters who you play against today. Everyone is just that top tier, coming from the cream of the crop of their respective regions, and it's going to be an absolute show today. Like you mentioned, Vroom, Nava Empire versus Nankake, that's a top tier matchup. Also, like Yakai and Katanari, unbelievable. But you could look at any of those matchups and just see some top tier gameplay, and I'm really excited to hopefully get this underway with some streamed battles soon. But I think we're just waiting on the result from Born 1001 and Charming Chinder to see who will be playing against Minicoke in the round 2 matchup. Now, Varun, did you have your eye on any particular Pokemon that you think are going to be strong meta for this tournament today?
I think we have already talked about it. I am interested to see like how the Shadow Wish Cache plays out for sure, but at the same time, Annihilate. Like what I've noticed is that like basically like people run both Night Slash and Shadow Ball and Ice Punch and Shadow Ball, and I like in my experience like it leads to different matchups. Like both movesets lead to like slightly different matchups here and there. And I think just recently, just a couple of weeks ago, we witnessed like Doonbug like sweep with like a Night Slash Annihilate. So yeah, like I think we're in for a Annihilate Wish Cache show today, and I think we are going to have our first stream in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, while we're waiting for the stream to crop up, I was just having a look through the players' team sheets, because we do have an open team sheet today in a double elimination format. So there is a lot of Night Slash Annihilate, and there's a lot of Ice Punch Annihilate running around. So it's interesting to see that people obviously preferring to pick one or the other to complement their teams, and making like that's what I really love about these flexible Pokemon, right? Because you can sort of design your team or the Pokemon in your team around what you want to achieve in the meta. So, for example, with having Night Slash and Annihilate, you got a bit better of a matchup into things like Lickitung or the Ghost types. Whereas if you have the Ice Punch, you're much better into the Flyers, the Glygars, and all that sort of thing. So I'm really excited to see some Annihilate gameplay today. I'm also keen to see some Talonflame. I feel like Talonflame's really sort of hit the cusp of the meta at the moment, is really charging forward with a recent win in the EU region, and just with energy, it's so hard to play into that it just makes some really exciting gameplay.
Do you think BJ, like with Talonflame around, I see a little bit of Aboma Snow as well. So like, do you think Aboma Snow is an interesting pick, or like is it just going to fall flat today?
Okay, Abo have been a very good picks in recent tournaments, being like one of the only very reliable with cash and Gliga counter walling or with cash energy, and having a lot of fast move pressure on Gliga. But yeah, as we can see, for whatever reason, Gliga usage have dropped a lot, even below 50%. That's something very crazy to me. So I'm not sure if Abo will still do well, but it's just looking at top metas, it still do well against Azu. So definitely could be a sleeper pick for sure. Like I don't think I could see some teams not having a good Abo answer and really struggle on that. Especially those teams with no counters user. So definitely something to watch out for in my opinion.
Yeah, Aboma Snow is in a dangerous spot though. I see 7. I just counted like quickly. I think 7 Talonflames, a few Skarmory. Yeah, like Aboma Snow and multiple Annihilate. But at the same time, the ability to wall Wishcash, the ability to beat Azu, ability to beat Gligar. Yeah, that's and also beats Leaky, right? Like I think that's another matchup it picks up, especially when they run win. I think that's going to be very interesting to like Talonflame, like sure, like Talonflame beats a Bomusno, Nile beats a Bomusno, but I'm sure like there's a lot of psychological play involved here, and people are going to carry like answers to annihilate in their team anyway. So yeah, let's that will be exciting to see. And also, Fishy, what's your opinion on Altaria? I think like I see just it's like just above 20% in usage, but I feel like with Wishcash, it like if you look at the top six rather, like it only really hard loses to Azu. It can beat everything else. So I feel like Altaria
I
is going to have some strong play here.
I I honestly don't like using Altaria in this current meta. It's a personal preference, I suppose, but I just find that it can get quite stuck against things like your Azumarill and Skarmory, and even Cresselia's got a quite strong matchup against it at the moment. And we're seeing a rise in Abomasnow as well. And I mean, it's it's definitely a very good wall to that Whiscash, and that's very neutral into things like Lickitung, Charge Bug, and has a lot of play into Annihilate, especially if there's no Ice Punch on the field. But I think there's a lot more dynamic flyers that we have in the meta at the moment that can be played a lot safer than Altaria. Like, for example, Gligar is probably the best flyer in the meta at the moment, just given how neutral and consistent it is to a lot of different things in the meta. Whereas Altaria can just find itself getting stuck every now and then, and that's for me that's a bit of a sticking point that I don't like to play with. But yeah, I can certainly see it having good success today for those players who love using that oppressive Dragon Breath coverage.
Yeah, and like steel usage seems to have really died down. Like that's also a positive for Altaria. Like I see maybe like 10% Registeel and no A slash in the no A slash at all. That's incredibly surprising. I feel.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I think there
talking
is
about
one
another
or
thing,
two A slash. It might just be one A slash in the tournament being run by Katanari.
yeah, talking
Okay.
about no A slash, another thing that doesn't appear, which kind of surprised me, is Hot Sire. I guess it makes sense that there
Yeah.
are so many ground type, but with Azu and Charger Bug usage this high, Hot Sire would, and Lickitung too, Hot Sire would be very interesting pick, like definitely. So I don't know what we're gonna see today, but it's definitely going to be interesting.
If we run back to the bracket, I do believe we have our round two first streamed matchup pairing is live. So we are going to be seeing Mini Coke versus Charming Chanda. So if we want to bring up and have a look at those guys, their teams, so we can see where we're what we're looking at, what we're dealing with here between these two battlers. Potentially. But you
Adding
can
on,
see here the bracket is everyone's up to speed with round two. What was that? Sorry.
yeah, adding on, we already see another two match being completed. Another Japanese player got taken down by Chilena, one of the best Malaysian player, who will be facing another Japanese player. Actually, the guy that won the whole Japanese tournament, Pokemon E-Maker. Also, Charming Shinda taking down Gone 1-0-0-0-1 in a very close 2-1 match. We'll be playing Indonesian champion Mini Coke, who had an insane record. So, yep, I think we got a match ready.
Yeah,
We'll just pass it on to Man Fishy Lake for the cast.
alrighty, Vroom. What are we seeing here on these teams?
I feel like both of us are seeing the same thing. We see a Bastiodon, we see we see potentially a Charmed Shadow A9. Yeah, like we putting the charm in charming Chinda. So
It
and
only makes
and
sense, doesn't it?
yes, and the thing is that Charmaine can run through practically everything on this team except Talonflame, and Talonflame, I mean, it's I expect a bit of RPS going into this, but at the same time, I feel Wishcash looks pretty interesting. Like even if Dragonite was Wishcash, like which it does, but like the scores still add up. Like Shadow Dragonite is not bulky at all. So, but
No,
at the
you're
same
right.
time, this Bastardon, the moment it aligns versus Lickitung, Talonflame, Azu, Abomasnow, Charming Kinda has to be a bit happy here, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I I just confirmed it is a charm. Hello, the Ninetales as well. Looking at the team sheets, and look, that's going to be a lot of pain on Mini Coke's side because once again, only having that Talonflame to hard roll it is it's going to mean that if Charming Chinda can draw out the Talonflame and dispose of it, that A9 is going to go to absolute town. So we could see some very fun A9 Basti calls going on. A little bit of GBL style, but I think looking at both players' teams, Lickitung obviously very strong, very neutral option. It'd be good to know if we compare the Annihilate's movesets. I know that Charming Chanda's running Night/Shadow Bomb, and Mini Coke is running also the Night/Variant. So no Ice Punch on either side. That makes things a bit easier for the Shadow Dragonite, but we might see some game-changing boosts going on between these two battlers.
yeah, I feel like Lickitung on either side might be a game changer here. Like it, even though like Licky can lose to an Annihilate, can lose to Bastardon, like it has a lot of neutral play versus both the team. And in such an RPS matchup, like I feel like I would not be surprised like if Minico if he sees like a Lickitung masterclass here from at least Minico. Um, I think he has to be thinking like how to overcome this charmers like Bastardon. Um, so pretty excited to see this play out.
Yeah, I think Mini Coke is going to be relying on that Lickitung, and I think even the Whiscash for some neutral play. I do like the Abomasnow, but it's just going to have such a hard matchup into the Annihilate Bastiodon. And if it's Charm A9, that's a pretty negative matchup as well. So for everything else, it's good, but just for those three, it's going to have a rough bit of time. I think the Azumarill, if it can dodge the Lantern, has a good amount of play as well. We are seeing that Mini Coke is running Ice Beam Play Rough on his Azumarill, so no Hydro Pump for the Bastiodon, which makes that matchup a lot closer. But
Yes,
definitely has capacity to hit all of those Pokemon for some solid damage.
yes. But something I've been able to do in the past is like do this thing where I chip the Bastardon down with like Licky Tongue with like power waves, and then I just go into Azu, and Azu can just like double down and like, do something in that matchup. So yeah, like it's but still like Licky Tongue versus Azu, I wouldn't say it's like the best or the most comfortable matchup for Azu either. So and Charming Chinda, like Licky Tongue looks pretty free. Not free as such, but yeah, like it's definitely going to be like will the Bastardon show up? Like will Minicoke be able to if it does show up, like will Minicoke predict it, like land either the Annihilate or the Wishcash on it? Is anything else?
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
Charming Tindall happy. So
yeah, absolutely, you're right. One thing that we see a lot of in the Play Pokemon series, at least, is when players safe swap their Lickitung. Often, what they'll do as a response is the opposing player will chip that Lickitung and then switch in their own as the counter. How do you play out that matchup if you're the person who's just had their Lickitung chipped and then now you're facing down the mirror?
Yeah, I feel like this is why I am one of those people who tends to not save swap their Licky tongue. Like I love to eat my Licky a lot.
Write that down, folks.
Yeah, like my legend team from GBL was basically like Licky tongue lead with like some Pokemon in the back. Um, so that's something I really enjoy, like playing Lickitung that way. And I wouldn't be surprised, like since both of them are running Lickitung, we see Lickitung having a lot of play here. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them play it out similarly. But yeah, like you are right. When Lickitung save swaps and in Chip it, like I think it's a bit tough. Like Lickitung save swapping into Wishcash and Wishcash to the Scald and then mirrors into their own Licky. I do believe that that makes things a bit tough for the Lickitung. Yeah, I do not like that situation at all.
Yeah, that can be really hard to play out of, and it really helps to secure alignment if you're the player who's running through the counter swap scenario there. Um, so I tend to agree that I think safe swapping the Lickitung when that is the case, it can be really quite frustrating, and I think that Lickitung could be best used here probably as an opening pick. If Charming Chinda runs it to try and catch the Wizcash on the lead, for example, expecting it to be coming, then that's a great spot for that Lickitung to be in. Mind you, those Scalds do make a bit of a difference these days.
Yeah.
More so with the Shadow variant, I find, than the regular, but it is quite frustrating when you're just chipping away and Scald debuff after Scald debuff is coming through.
Yeah, a bit of a psychological play here because like I feel like the moment Bastardon, like you cannot save swap the Bastardon, you cannot really have it in that back because once the Bastardon gets stuck, like it's game over. But if you lead the Bastardon and Minico predicts that, like I feel like leading up Annihilate or Wishcatch into Bastardon, like there's no coming back from that bad matchup. Like you just cannot win. So yeah, like that would be interesting to see today. If
Yeah,
both of them are able to work it out. I feel like we're still having some difficulties setting the screen share up. So
I
we are
don't think
just
we're too far away, but I think the players are still just getting themselves organized up on
yeah.
stage that we have set up, and we will be getting the battles underway shortly, I am sure. But I guess one thing to consider is, do you run an attack-weighted Annihilate for the mirror so that you can always win CMP, or is it best to have a bulky Annihilate?
I feel that when you're on Ice Punch, then you might want to win the CMP. But like now with like Night Slash being around, and many Annihilates like don't even like to Shadow Ball. They just like to go straight Night Slash. I feel like that might be interesting. Although like Night Slash is not Night Slash is just neutral. Like it's not super effective. But it's it's something that I am not exactly sure. I feel like I go through the IVs and there's always going to be this one Annihilate that's like 5 attack, 15 defense, 15 stamina, and that has like rank 50 or 60 or something. So I would prefer Annihilates like those, which have like good stat product and high attack at the same time. I feel like that's a very good compromise. Like not going with the rank one, going but still going with a high rank with like high attack. So
And here we go. We have
we
the
yeah.
first battles locked in. Players have both selected their teams. Oh, Vroom, you're back. Cash into Lantern. This is a great lead for Mini Coke.
Yes, and they immediately saves up their Annihilate, and that's interesting because again, what you were talking about with Licky Tongue, like you can do the same here with Annihilate. Like you can chip it and then dip out to whatever Pokemon you think is necessary. Uh, Interestingly, like Minico gets ABA strong versus Bastardon, which is something I think we did predict to some extent, like that Minico is going to go hard after that Bastardon. But this Annihilate, this damage is adding up.
Absolutely. This Wizcash is getting low, but the debuff did come through on the first skull. We see a second one coming through, grabbing the second shield, I believe, off Charming Tinder, and
Yeah.
it gets another debuff switches into the Lickitung, but we see the Night Slash now coming through. Will this get a boost that will reset both of those debuffs?
Yes, and this is where the Scald debuffs like really add up, because even though like Annihilate can usually beat Lickitung, these Night Slashes aren't really going to do anything, and this is such a comfortable matchup for the Leaky. But at the same time, the Wish Cache is low, so like Lantern still has an outlet here, and we actually see the Lantern coming back and trying to farm up.
The Lantern coming into a loaded Lickitung, and Charming Tinder does not have any shields left. This might just be a play to try and get as much damage on his Lickitung as possible while he still can. And going for the Thunderbolt now, we see it comes through. This could KO the Lickitung if it goes unshielded, but no, Mini Coke deciding to protect his Lickitung, sensing that it's going to be useful in the back.
Look at the gameplay here. Like both trainers like realizing that the Surf doesn't KO, so going for the Thunderbolt, but like Mini Coke accurately shielding that as well, making sure even though he could have no shielded it, like because it could just be a Surf, but like making sure to like secure this. And I feel like Mini Coke is looking very good right now.
Yeah, we see now that the Lickitung from Charming Tinder's coming in, met by Mini Coke's Annihilate. This one is not debuffed, so it's going to do a fair bit more damage with those Night Slashes, and it does have shield advantage into the Lickitung, so this is a commanding matchup for the Annihilate.
Yeah, and Lickitung can actually reach like both Annihilate and Lickitung can reach breakpoints versus each other, but I don't think it's happening in this matchup right now. But we
see now.
I mean, Mini Coke has a shield here, and the Wish Cache is alive, so and the Lickitung is also alive. Like this is going down to the wire still. So
absolutely, we're seeing a trading of Night Slashes coming through. Just not enough to KO. Oh, and Charming Tinder's Night Slash is coming through from that Annihilate, living on just 1 HP. This is gonna come down to the absolute wire. We see now that Mini Coke is presented with a decision to make. He does bring in the Whiscash to farm down. And this
Whiscash loves this farm down for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. This Scald coming through now. Will this be enough to KO the Lickitung from about 40% health?
I don't think exactly KOs, but like almost.
Oh, and it gets another debuff and catches the body slam. Oh my gosh, Mini Coke is playing like he's been born to do it. Body slam doesn't even KO after the debuff, and then finishing it off with his own body slam. What an amazing game there by Mini Coke.
Yes, and this is where you see like a bit of a harm in running. What I feel like if you see what Charming Tinder did, they left out all their RPS Pokemons. They left out Bastrodon, A9, and Dragonite. So they ran the 3 safest mon they possibly could. And Minicoke was ready for that. Like Minicoke was maybe not ready for some RPS, but Minicoke came prepared to beat every neutral matchup possible. And that lead with Wishcash, like as we discussed, right? Like the moment Wishcash gets a favorable lead, anything that you save swap, you chip that and you dip. Like it's so simple for Wishcash. So
yeah, that's what makes that Whiscash so deadly, right? Because you can just throw a Scald, debuff something, switch in your own counter swap, and you're miles ahead. You know, with the attack drop if it comes through, and a bit of a damage buff. So really strong play to lead that Whiscash there from Mini Coke. How will Charming Tinder respond in this game number 2 to try and turn things back around in his favor?
Do we see the Dragonite? And I think Mini Coke will come prepared. Like if you saw the team, like Mini Coke just predicted that Dragonite is not going to show up. He led Wishcash with an Annihilate in the back. Like Dragonite can hit all 3 mons. But I feel like Mini Coke comes prepared this time. Like they ran ABS Strong versus Bastrodon to particularly scare Bastrodon away. So like there's going to be a bit of like psychological gameplay here. Does Charming Chinda still bring the Bastrodon? Does Mini Coke like bring something like does he bring like ABS strong to Bastrodon in game 1? But like now he could do like ABS weak to Bastrodon, just like predicting that the Bastrodon is not going to show up. So a bit of a psychological play, and we are going to head into the battle right now.
All right, we see Lickitung in the lead from Minicoke into the Lantern again. So that's a bold move from Charming Tinder to bring the Lantern back after a lead lost game number 1, but he has done it anyway. And this matchup, it's an interesting one because you think it's good for the Lickitung with that grass damage coming through, but if you shield correctly as a Lantern and you land those Thunderbolts, it's actually quite a close matchup.
Yes, and we're already seeing the Dragonite in the back. Like that's looking very scary right now. Like for Minico, obviously they can't see it, but I predict Charming Trainer to not shield anything, like save everything for the Dragonite. And I think that's what they're going to do already. Like they're predicting that there's nothing, there's no Azu, there's no Abomasnow in the back. Like Dragonite's gonna do something here.
Yeah, Dragonite has a lot of food to feast on here in this backline matchup. And we're seeing that the Lantern does just hang on for that body slam and KOs the Lickitung in the 0 matchup. So that's unreal.
Are we sure this Lantern has Thunderbolt? Because I think this is Thunder, maybe. Let me check. Oh, this is Thunderbolt.
Okay. We're seeing now that Minicoke has countered that down with his Annihilate and is going to have to wait and see what comes in here. And see the Shadow Dragonite hit the field and is absolutely shredding through this health of the Annihilate. Night Slash coming through, doesn't grab a shield.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly KO, but like, yeah, make like Charming Chinda clearly realizes there's potentially a Wishcash in the back. Like protecting this Dragonite is definitely a strong win con for them right now.
And we see that the first Dragon Claw is coming through. This Annihilate is already deep into the yellow, reaches for the second Night Slash, once again getting shielded by this Shadow Dragonite. But this is just so oppressive now, and we come into the Wishcash, but it's going to have to eat some serious damage here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised like after this Dragon Claw, they just swap out the Lickitung and just like tank everything on it. Oh, they don't.
Okay, we see the Skull coming through now. This might just be enough to KO, even though it's resisted. That Shadow Dragonite is so frail, and his Skulls do hit quite hard. So the Dragonite is going down. The Lickiting's coming in now. He's got a little bit of an uphill work to do, but I think he can go straight for body slams at this stage, not needing to go for that big power whip.
Yeah, but if you get the Skull debuff, Minico can take it back. So yeah, like we get one debuff already. Oh,
Okay,
Lickitung goes for the move. We have a shield here, and we probably want a shield to get this called off.
Wishcash does shield.
Can Annihilate reach a Night Slash before the power whip? Because I don't think the body slam KOs here now. So yeah,
that's
this is
2
just
debuffs,
coming
and the
in.
power whip's coming through. They reach it. Oh my gosh, this will be enough to definitely KO that Annihilate. This game has come down to the absolute wire here. The Wishcash has just a little bit too much HP.
Whoa!
One HP in a dream.
Yeah, I think we might have to see like if any of them decide to dispute, because that was a very close end game. Like I felt that the Lickitung is going to be able to lick down the Wishcash, but clearly that wasn't the case. Let's see what the players feel about this. But yeah, like such an intense game. Like and with the Dragonite around, like Minicoke played this very, very well.
Minicoke taking that set provisionally 2-0 in that second game was just an absolute uphill matchup with that Shadow Dragonite looking so oppressive in the back, but really having to shield everything when it comes to those cheap bait Night Slash from the Annihilate. So can get easily overwhelmed with fast charge move pressure.
Yes, definitely. And I don't think I believe that I don't know if we have an update on whether I think because Minicoke won both the games, like there's no dispute. Like we are moving on. And Minicoke wins this 2-0. And something interesting, like we never saw the Bastardon, we never saw the A9. The exact psychological play, and this is the power of Wish Cash in this meta. Like it's since it beats both A9 and Bastrodon like pretty easily, it really makes running those Pokemon so difficult. And like more than Lickitung, maybe like Wish Cash is the king of this meta right now.
I think you're right. At this in the present state of the meta, I think Whiscash is just the Pokemon to beat. Okay, so let's head back to the bracket and have a look and see where everyone is at from a bracket perspective. We might need a quick refresh on that one, please, Steve. There we go. Oh, wow. So taking a look there, Nyan Kake 2-0 against Nava Empire. That must have been an unreal set of battles.
Yes, but like even if you lose once, like this is not over. Like this is a double elimination bracket, and even if Katunari lost, Nava Empire lost, Shinlena lost, like they're all excellent players who're gonna have a great chance to come back here. But look at Rick Flareon, like your teammate, like winning 2-1, being in round 3. How do you feel about that?
Rick Flareon is a close friend of mine, someone who I a few scrims with, and traveled to Japan with Rick as well. And look, I love to see him do well. He is incredible. He is someone who's qualified twice already for the World Championships and is very close to qualifying third time for this year's Hawaii World Championships, and definitely one of the players to watch. I feel like he gets a little bit underrated when we talk about some of the top players in the Oceania region, but he's definitely well within the top 3 in my mind, and can hang with any of the best in the world.
Definitely, and I think we will like the next battle is going to be Rick Flareon versus I like correct my pronunciation if I'm wrong, like Jodianga. I'm not exactly sure how that is pronounced, but Jody. We're just gonna call him Jody. I think that's the next battle that we're looking forward to on stream, and I do believe that BJ Power will be taking my spot for this round.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Wow, that was crazy games. Oh my god.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only our first 2 games in the stream, and those happens. Wow.
Yeah, that sets the precedent for what we're going to be seeing here today. Absolutely, it's just the quality of battles that we're watching is unreal.
Not only the quality of battle, quality of our caster, Room even predicting the Shadow D-Knight coming.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
Great call, Room.
So I think the next match we're going to have on stream actually is Rick Flareon versus Jodianga. And so why don't we take a look at the teams? We'll say goodbye to Mr. Vroom Vroom Power for now, and
I'll be back.
we'll catch you soon, my friend.
Oh wow,
right.
Very similar team, huh?
Absolutely. What's sticking out to you, BJ, around what these 2 players are bringing?
So now we got an Abomas No Showcase. It landed on its target of Whiscash and Gaiga team. We will see what happens, because it's like I wouldn't say it's like the biggest of threat to Jody. But some interesting things to me, very interesting, I would say, is that none of the team have Lickitung. Our rank 1 usage, or like I guess ties with cash, but something that everyone certified to be one of the best Pokemon in the current meta are not available.
Yep. Rick Flareon hasn't brought either of the top 2 meta picks today, but instead opting for that little bit of that off meta, the Pelipper and the Abomasnow, both Pokemon showcased very well by Jakobovic. And so it'll be very interesting to see here how Rick decides to play around this team. I think the Pelipper has got a lot of strong matchups here if it can dodge that little bust-looking bug on the bottom right there of the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he has answers for that too in the Gligar, and perhaps this is a Water Gun Lantern to make that matchup even more neutral again. We will have to confirm that. It is
That
not.
I was just gonna talk about how this is like round 3 with Deep In, but one of the Pokemon that doesn't make top usage, Lantern, or like even Pelipper, both have proven to have a very good performance, or at least from Rick Flareon. I mean, we all know that both of these Pokemon, Lantern have been like something all of us have been hitting on for a while now because it's just insanely strong. And Pelipper here definitely looks very strong for Rick Flareon too.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we would probably see a little bit of a double flyer core coming here from Rick Flareon. So he's got the answer for the Charger Bug and the Pelipper, which can sort of tackle almost everything else on that team, hardballing the Whiscash with neutral play into the Cress and the Azu and the Skarmory as well.
Yeah, talking about neutral play, it's also very interesting. Crest from Jodianga's side
Yeah,
doesn't really, Rick Flareon doesn't have a really good answer for it. I mean, usually people have like Licky as like one of the best answers, but with no Licky, oh my god. The only real answer here is like Skarmory, man, or else Crest is like cooking.
Yeah, I think that the Abomasnow matchup could be close, given that you're outpacing to those icy winds and debuffing the Crest.
Yep.
And if you give the Annihilate a shield or energy head start, you can also Cresselia, but you're right. The hard check being Skarmory makes it really quite safe when you're looking at the way that Jody's built his team to sort of have a few checks for that Skarmory in it as well. And I just said a hot update from our man behind the scenes, Anacor, that Jody's been playing the same for the last few rounds of the season where he qualified for this tournament. So he's obviously very familiar with his team. He knows its ins and outs, and hopefully that's going to make for some really top quality battles here.
Yep. I mean, having been playing this team all along with no Licky Tongue, that's definitely something. And having like already proven successful amongst inside the Australia region, I mean Oceania region, sorry, and already made round 3 of the winner side. This is going to be interesting for sure to see how familiar these players are, how good they are managing that team energy and reading the team.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think from both sides, Gligar come every game. I think there's a lot of neutral play to be had there. I think the Skarmories both have good. Like Skarmories is such a polarizing Pokemon. Like you can run it into something like the Gligar and have a great time, come out with a bunch of energy, or you can end up stuck into an electric type and you're crying for help because you've got nowhere to go. But it's got targets, it's got answers. It's just one of those Mon where if you get it lined up well, you're good to cook. If you don't, then you're in a bad spot.
That's also another funny thing about this meta because we don't have like the hard walling RPS of like Noctowl, Trev Lantern, those type anymore. But people usually use Licky to have like neutral play into things. But like now with no Licky, I mean there are some safe swap, but definitely nothing is that safe for sure.
Yeah, what would you run as a safe swap if you were playing these teams? Like,
I mean, if I'm Rick Flareon, I think Pelipper is still a great safe swap. It has been for like, oh my god, long time since like what season? When did Winter Ball get buffed? Like season 3 or something?
yeah, something crazy like that.
Yeah. And on Jodianga's side, Cresselia is also, as we talked about, with the bulk, it would be a very good safe swap. And just into Rick Flareon team alone, I think Charger Bug is also safe enough as long as I mean you need to watch out for the Gligar being it's a very strong Pokemon, although you have a lot of answer for it, like hardwalling all the energy by Scarm or doing like pressure from Asumaru. But Gaiga is still a very strong Pokemon, even into like matchup where people don't consider favorable, like Whiscash.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even that bad.
No, those neutral X's are really quite something to be to be mindful of. They get up really quickly, and it's an interesting matchup with the Abomasnow, right? Because you resist the Volt Switch on the Abomasnow Snide, but those X's must do almost half the amount of Abomasnow's health in one go. So there's a bit of give and take there between those two. But aside from that, like Rick only has the Gligar to answer that Charger Bug, so I would expect to be seeing that coming every game. And as we see that both players have picked their teams, we are loading into the battle screen, and we see the Lantern from Rick Flareon into the Charger Bug.
Charger Bug.
Here it is.
This is a interestingly close matchup. So Charger Bug outplays Lantern to X-Scissors, but I think it's IV dependent. But most of the time, X-Scissor doesn't kill Lantern.
Yeah, and I think you're right, but that this matchup does take a little while. It's quite neutral to Pokemon.
Oh, the sack swap.
Rick Flareon with
Okay.
a great catch on the X's here. Just
The thing is,
neutral.
now with Gaiga coming out, it means that Charger Bug don't need to see this. And it can have like energy loaded bank and then have like it cooks in the back. Now with the hard wall of Skarmory, as we talk about, the energy from Gaiga is all being rolled here.
Yeah, absolutely right. But even still, this Shadow boosted dig does a little bit of a chunk. You can't just farm down all day. You do have to eventually throw a move to get rid of Gaiga because those digs add up a little bit. But still very dominating matchup here for the Skarmory, and this is looking really good for Jody in game one.
I could see Jody like trying to get his Skarm as low as possible so that he don't get farmed that much by the Lantern.
That's definitely a great
But this
play
dig will
here.
KO. He will need to. Oh, he let it go.
Oh, he's letting this go. Will this be enough to KO?
I think it does.
Oh, and all that energy is gone down the drain, and we see the Charger Bug come back in and it farms it down.
Farms down. But now Charger Bug got so much energy. Like, okay, you give up the alignment if you're Jody, and like you have this much energy. Where does this energy go to? Okay, one X-Scissors on the Lantern.
So see the X's are coming through, not shielded by Rick Flareon. He is reaching for his second Surf now, and this will be enough to put that Charger Bug into a range where it KOs. But the shield does come up from Jodianga's side, and he's going for his second third X-Scissor now. Rick Flareon hanging onto both his shields, and he's putting all of it onto the Abomasnow and back. What do we think of this play, BJ?
I mean, okay, Abo will definitely be able to farm down this Charger Bug with using a shield, but then is the energy and the debuff enough to take down a Crest?
That's the question we've got to answer here, and we see now the first Icy Wind is coming through from Rick Flareon. It is going to do a little bit of chip neutral damage, but Cresselia so bulky, he's just going to go, yeah, so what? Icy Wind,
but now the thing is, the debuff is huge.
Yeah.
Going for the future side, this will be a big damage. It went unshielded, okay.
Oh, wow. It doesn't... It puts that bomb so below half health. We see now Rick
is he went for the energy ball. Doesn't even go for the debuff.
If this debuffs the defense
of it went through.
Could be... Oh, he doesn't shield. Oh my gosh. This matchup is coming down to the wire. We see now that Cresselia is throwing another move. Rick Flareon has decided to shield it.
Okay, shielded.
But it is just
the blade. Does he get to future sight before 2 Icy Wind? This come down to... Oh, he does. That was like 2 turns away from Abo.
Oh, it's just a grass knot and he survives.
Oh, wait.
And he farms it down. He's got 2 Icy Winds bagged. Can he get this move off? Or does the Volt Switch KO? What is going to happen? The screen's delayed. Oh, the Abomasnow dies to the Volt Switch.
1 HP and a dream again. Oh my.
Oh my gosh. Maybe the play there from Rick was to go for the Powder Snow down and hope for a simultaneous KO, but that was unbelievably close.
1 HP and a dream again. These matches have been great. Okay, let's talk about some team comp analysis. So, yeah, we saw Lantern being leaded into Charger Bug, which was neutral. Interestingly, this Rick Flareon decided to save swap Glyca, even though Jody have like two very good answers, being Scam and Asu.
It was an interesting play though because he had the Abomasnow in back, so he's obviously trying to bait out the Skarmory. The Abomasnow doesn't have
Yeah,
because that matchup is pretty gruesome. The Abomasnow. Yeah, it's tough, because Rick doesn't really have a defined safe swap into this team because
yeah.
everything has a hard
As I
counter
said,
somewhere.
I feel like one of the best safe swap is Pelipper, but then as we already see, Charger Bug is very strong. Like
Yeah.
we discussed this before the match start, and it definitely shows how the energy on Charger Bugs just wow.
That energy
I
goes so far, right? Like the X's do so much neutral damage into anything that it lands on, and it's just something can be really annoying to deal with.
mean, Rick Flareon seems to value his Abomasnow a lot, so that could show that he really anticipates Jodianga bringing the ground types, being Whiscash and Gliga, but it turns out to be a Cresselia that in the back, which
Yeah.
So like I assume Rick Flareon really prioritize Abomasnow energy and shielding it, while he also finds things like Lantern very safe that he needed.
Yeah, it's an interesting line you see from Jody because he went sort of strong into the Skarmory on the lead and then had the crest in his own Skarmory.
Yeah.
But we see now we're into game number 2. Cresselia versus
Into
Gligar.
Gliga.
This is such a neutral matchup. This
Does
is
he have the Charger Bug in the bag?
And we
He
don't see
does not.
Bug back. Oh, but we do see
But
the
we-
Lantern in the back from Rick Flareon, and that's got plenty of targets to hit. So
Yeah. What Jodianga did was he anticipated Gliga coming in the back and he just put Gliga answer in the back. But Rick Flareon led Gliga, so like what are Skarmory and Asu gonna do against Lantern?
yeah, no, absolutely right. So we see now that the dig has landed on the Cresselia, future sight being shielded, Rick valuing this Gligar, but the Azu's coming through. Oh, and we see that he went for the counter swap. There we go. And it was the Lantern that came back in to meet that Gligar after putting up a bit of additional energy.
Wait, but this is not over. Even though we know that Lantern into Azu is very good and very favorable for Rick Flareon, but the thing is, Jodianga got a Skarmory in the back, and like, I mean, yeah, Gliga farm a lot of energy on Azu, but like, are you going to take the Skarm? I mean, it gets walls, but yeah, it does add up as it showed last match.
Yeah, and
during the swap,
I think Jody came out of that lead matchup with some energy as well to threaten this Lantern when it comes back in. So this Lantern, while it has so much value, is just going to go down to taking out this Azumarill and not go much further in my mind. So that's almost like a bit of a waste of the Lantern. And I think Rick might be kicking himself when he knows that there's a Skarmory back, but he does have his own to sort of counter that. But now we see the grass light coming through. It is
the
a CMP
CMP.
Psy. The Surf will not KO. Jody knows that. No shields. And this Cresselia is just going to pump out this super effective grass knot. And Rick letting it go.
As we say, Jodianga's Skarmory is very strong into whatever Rick Flareon have. But I
Rick
mean,
brings in his own Skarm. So now we're seeing the Skarm mirror match, which is just not fun for anyone. But we see
the awkward thing here is you kind of need to shield the Red Bird, even though it's like very resistant, and you kind of need to go for Red Bird. But Rick Flareon can switch, so he can switch out to Gliga and just throw all the energy on it, and get Skarm to even waste energy on Gliga.
Yeah, they're right. And Rick has 2 digs already loaded. He's going for the second one now. So he's putting this Skarmory really quite low before it even gets a chance to throw a move. And keeping in mind, he does have that low health Cresselia to clear the debuff if needed. But now comes in with the Sky Attack. Will this be enough to KO the Gligar? Oh, just not quite enough. Does Rick get to the area?
For sure. Yep.
Doesn't farm down. But
thing is,
Skarmory
Skarmory is so healthy.
Yeah. And I think now if you're Rick Flareon, you just go for move damage alone and just clear out this game. And we're going to a game number 3 in all likely.
Wow, this has been close, fighting back and forth. Like they definitely made like very good calls. Like break first game calling that Abo will be strong, but it turns out not to be. Wow, Jodianga called it correctly that Scar will be very strong, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Rick made an amazing play there of just storing so much energy in his Gligar before going to the Lantern because he's got such a dominant matchup into the Azumarill that you can afford to spend a little bit more time with the Gligar, building up energy, and then still coming in safely with the Lantern to win that second matchup. So I think here that we're going to see some really interesting adjustments in these two battlers for this game 3.
I feel like, okay, game 2, Jodianga really adjusted a lot towards Gligar, as we've seen from his backline. But it turns out to not be the best idea, as Lantern is kind of scary into Azul and Skarmory. So does Jodianga still call Gligar in the back and keep it, or just go for an ABA, like weak to Lantern? Or does he adjust back to like safer game 1 line with Cresselia instead?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, hey, because Rick has used the Lantern in both games. So if you're Jody, you're thinking there's probably a strong chance Lantern's coming 3. Do I just double up on ground types here and try and make the most of it, predicting that the Abomasnow isn't that game 1 where it didn't quite have enough gas to close out that game? Or do you sort of go a little bit more neutral?
This just come down to like a mind game. Cause like we already know Lantern is so strong. Does Jodianga over prepared for the Lantern, bringing like a ground type and a Cresselia, and then get like really and then Rick Flareon predicting it and brings Abomasnow, or what is going to happen? This will be a very interesting mind game in game 3.
Yeah, and game 3s are always full of mind games that we see now.
They locked
the
in.
Screen is loaded up. The battlers are locked
See a
in.
Whiscash
Whiscash
into Lantern. Oh wow!
This is great for Jodianga. Now we see Rick coming in with the Gligar. And the Skarmory is here. This is like a repeat of game number 1. We're seeing it all over again.
The difference here and in between this and game number 1 is we could see that Gligar doesn't have that much energy lead into Skarm. So this matchup will not be as close as game 1 for sure. The thing is, now, even though Jodianga won the lead, and the thing is, he got the alignment because he doesn't have his Shadow Bug into Gligar, and that's like huge.
Yeah, and that's big news here for...
He doesn't even go for the deck. He just wants to farm his Lantern.
He wants to farm his Lantern to try and get as much energy as possible. The Charger Bug in the back here is looking like a real pain for Rick. It's going to have a lot of good play into the Abomasnow with the energy advantage.
The thing is, even though Whiscash come in on Lantern, but with this much energy bank, Surf still add up.
But we're not sticking around to find out, as Rick is straight into the Abomasnow. He's going to throw the Icy Wind for the first move coming through, getting the debuff. Jody knows, nah, this is all fine, I can take one of them, and he's not going to shield the first. Does put it below half health though, which is surprising to me, and then see the first X's are coming in.
It will go shielded as Rick Flareon looks to debuff more and take less damage from it.
Yeah, I wonder here if
the CMP.
That slight energy advantage might be enough for Rick Flareon to flip the 2-shield matchup here, with just being able to spam out those Icy Winds to prevent that.
Yeah. Now Jodianga is forced to shield because he will never want Whiscash on this Abomasnow.
Absolutely.
This matchup is going to be close and it will determine a lot.
Oh, so this is going to come down to how much damage does this X's do to a triple debuffed and a Charger Bug.
But they will
switch out. Oh, the Surf coming through. This battlers are just on cue today. They know exactly what's up. We see now Rick reaching for that second surf. Jody building up a heap of it at 1.5 mud bombs already. He's just going to try
This
and
stuff
build it
does
through
add up,
moves
though.
and get rid of it. Yeah, you're kind of forced to throw here as Jody. Otherwise, the next surf will KO.
Yeah.
Um,
Thing is, what does this cash energy do into Aboma's No?
oh, it's not going to go far, but is it
The
going to be
Aboma's No
enough?
is energy dry, though.
I think for Jody, what he really needs to do here is just burn out the switch clock so he can bring in his charger bug and finish
Yeah,
off
and
the
Exeter it down.
Almost no. But we see a little bit of time left on the switch clock. Oh, this is going to come down to the absolute wire. Gold number 2 is coming through. The switch clock timer is up. Do we see the swap? We do. Does Rick predict
the
just
snipe.
not enough energy? And Jodianga taking the set
Take the
2-1. Moving
Wow.
forward into round number. That is these
That's
battles.
definitely great games from the Oceania players themselves. How do you feel
Yeah.
as part of the Oceania community?
I mean, it's a little bit sad. I think all 4 of our Aussie battlers in the losers bracket at the moment. But you know, they're all top quality battlers. They'll come back strong. There's plenty more to play for yet.
I mean, we saw how well those games are being played. These are like top tier gameplays. So yeah,
absolutely. These guys know what's up. All the battlers here today know exactly what's happening in this game, and the skill level is through the roof. Coming back to the bracket, you can see that Yakai is continuing his dominant run through the winner's side and has taken out Pokemon E-Maker, sorry for my poor English, with another 2-0. So he has not dropped a game, all currently sitting at 6-0.
holy.
And he's running through this game like it's nothing.
And like that, his opponents are not even easy either. Like Pokemon E-Maker is the Japan like conference winner, and Yakai, another fellow Japanese, took the champion down.
That's
I
right.
believe Nava Empire is also the champion of India conference. So Yakai already took down 2 of the champion. Wow.
Yeah, it's unreal. Like, yeah, you're right. Nava Empire did win the Indian division, and Avrit was 3rd in the Australian division. Obviously, a talented battler, as we've discussed back earlier in the stream. But let's take a look at the losers bracket now and see where our second bracket of players are sitting at. As we can see, Gorn 1001 has been eliminated, and as have Avrit, but we still see Nava Empire, Shinlina kicking about, Anak Sawanagan and DNK still playing it through. But yeah, 2 Aussie battlers out already. So that's sad to see.
I mean, although those 2 are out, but like the other 2 really show us how strong the Australian players are from those 3 games we saw just now. So I think that's something to be proud of for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's bring back Mr. Vroom Vroom Pow, shall we?
He is here in a second.
Oh,
well.
empty chair.
Hey, okay, he's back. Yo.
Hello guys. So sorry. Yeah. Just
grabbing a cup of
getting
tea,
something done. Yep.
Yeah. How did you feel about the 3 games? That's it.
That was pretty exciting. Definitely went down to the wire. Like if Jody gets even a second late on the swap, like Rick Flareon has it. It's like that accurate. Like I think Aboma's No was just 1 away, right? So like that accurate counter swap and like the prediction between each other, like instantly swapping to the wish cache to anticipate that the lantern is going to snipe. That's such a crazy play. And if Flareon predicts that, like, then Jody cannot win. I definitely had a lot of fun. and I think other games are also progressing. We already looked at the bracket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
mean,
yeah, this is going great so far. We already have Nyan Kake way ahead in the winners bracket. And we
Yeah.
have another interesting matchup, Yakai versus Harish.
oh my
Has
That's gonna be
has it already played out, or is it going to be streamed next?
Ooh, I'm not sure
God.
I
what
think that's not going to be streamed. I think the matchup that's going to be streamed next is Tetsuo versus Minikoke.
yeah.
Minikoke is back here, going to be back here again.
Yeah, our
And
our
yeah,
dominant Indonesia champion showing how strong he needs to
yeah,
be
Absolutely.
in order to dominate his own region.
yeah. Minikoke is pretty cracked.
I do agree with that.
All right.
And
I mean, like,
unsurprisingly, even the losers bracket is looking so competitive. Like every matchup in this tournament is going to be so competitive.
cause like what they all already certified themselves. They won like top cut their own conference, which was like already stacked, playing like all the 20 players in like that already is in Division 1. So to get here, a lot of work need to be put in, and they already prove how good they are. And as we see, the players were top tier. Like all came down to edges. The games were so good.
Definitely.
So we can take a look at the teams for Mini Coke and Tetsuo. And
Right.
I'm going to say goodbye to you guys for a little bit while you take the reins on this next matchup.
Okay. Now, wow. What do you think, Room? This is very interesting.
Yeah. So
uh,
we have seen Talonflame on the roster so far. Like, of course, Minikoke was on stream just a while back. We haven't seen Talonflame being played out at all, but I feel there's a lot of play for Talon here. And we have Shadowish Cash finally.
we have Talon on both sides. This is very interesting. I think it's one of our very sleeper pick. Definitely in player Pokemon in EU and NA. I think very few made the top cut, but now we see two of them facing off each other. Yeah.
Yes, and
Another
yeah,
oh, yeah, another interesting Pokemon that we see here is Registeel. Like, okay, it have not
yeah.
been seeing much
Registil
play.
usage dipped down quite a bit, so like it's good to see it here.
What do you feel like is a dominant Pokemon in this matchup from each team? Just
I feel
another
like
thing.
I feel like Minikoke's Azu is going to play a huge role because it can beat. It's like Fine versus Dragonair, Wishcash. It beats, of course, like Talonflame. What we have seen so far is Minikoke like uses basically his Wishcash to exert pressure on the opponent. So like Registeel is already feeling bad
Right.
about it, and
And
the
with
crest
that,
has to come. The crest has to come out. I do believe Azumarill on Minikoke's side and Cresselia on Tetsuo's side. Like I think they are going to be the key players in this matchup.
yeah, cause yeah, as you mentioned, I feel like Registeel are, even though there are like only two answers being Whiscash and Annihilate, but like those are really good Registeel counter, and you definitely don't want to lock Registeel into. And with Registeel being scared away, you have like either neutral or like winning play into like the other five of Tetsuo team. While
Yeah, and
Cresselia,
what could be worse is what could also be worse is like a Talonflame farming Registeel down, because we do have to remember that Talonflame does have that neutral coverage across Tetsuo's team. Same with Tetsuo's Talonflame. So like maybe we see some masterful use of Talonflame here, but I do believe that Cresselia and Azu are Cresselia especially is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Tetsuo just leading his Cress,
because
trying to do as much as he can with Cress, and then like Wishcash Cress, that sort of gameplay. I would not be surprised to see that.
I heard two of our caster here certified themselves as a Incinerate Master.
Yeah,
I mean,
I love using Incinerate Pokemon now, but like nowadays I'm all about Skeledors. But yeah, like
yeah,
Talonflame is pretty great.
I did had a love for Talonflame back in like 2022 when we tried to qualify for London World Championship. I think I brought Talonflame too, even before Incinerate got buff and it got Fly. I still in love with it, and seeing it being so powerful and me knowing the potential Talonflame have, we'll definitely see how Talonflame can
Yeah,
coax here. Yeah,
yeah. I love Ho-Oh in Master League. Skeledors more nowadays, like in Ultra and Great League. Talonflame
think
is
you
used to be one of my favorite mons, but like yeah, nowadays I'm not using it that much. It's actually there in my Discord icon as well. I think like I have a Talonflame on it. Um,
think you once shared
yeah.
with me personally that you were like all over in Skeledurs in Great League too. You were running something like Skeledurs with Stunfisk, like do you know what Stunfisk called in like a certain cup, and you were like enjoying yourself so much. Yeah,
That was probably Holiday Cup. I was running this
yeah.
UFist. Yeah, that was a very good team. Yeah,
And you made a
I
very
really
good run on leaderboard, and I was trying to snipe you or copy your team or something, but yes.
yeah, like UFist lead with the Skeletors in the back. But we are. I hope we're going to see some really good talent in play today, uh, between these two opponents.
The
I
thing is,
believe that we are still
does
waiting for them though.
does Tetsuo get scared from Azumarill? Will he bring Talonflame? Or I
I
mean,
mean, Talonflame with shield advantage or like some sort of energy lead is pretty good, right? Like, so
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. Like, I don't think we see Talonflame in game one, maybe, but like, I wouldn't be surprised to see it like once both of the players need to establish where like the Wishcash is showing up. Minicoke puts some pressure with their Aboma Snow, which is grass coverage on the Azu and Wishcash. Tetsuo puts pressure on the opposite Wishcash and Azu with the Cress. And
yeah.
Talonflame can beat Cress and Aboma Snow. So I think like that's the main thing here. Like once they realize like how this Wishcash and Azu are going to show up, then Talonflame could make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, we also
These are, remember by the way, like these are also like top tier GBL players. And one
yeah
of the most common things to do, what is the most common thing to do in GBL? Like OGL,
win the lead. Obvious the back line.
Shadow Dragonair lead. It's like
Yeah,
basically every 3 games. Like so I wouldn't be surprised to see Shadow Dragonair like in the lead. Shadow Dragonair like seems very good versus like Leaky Tongue, Talonflame, Wishcash, and Islay. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to see like some Shadow Dragonair gameplay as well. Like,
I mean, yeah, this is
so
like Japan. This is like what we could expect from Japanese players. Like as we mentioned, Tetsuo reached rank 1 in GBL before, played GBL really well, very good, familiar with GBL and very good at it.
yeah,
Not really well known in like Show 6 format, but you can see how he adapt his GBL skills, bringing like GBL mons such as Shadow Dragonair, which people doesn't really prefer in Show 6 victory here. And that could definitely see some play in the
yeah,
hands of like such a good players. Yeah.
yeah. And as you said, like Registeel aligned on Aboma Snow, Leaky Tongue, Azu seems very strong. So yeah, like but yeah, like again, this is all about like this so far. I feel like the last 2 games have all been about Wishcash to some
Mm-hmm.
extent,
Yeah.
Skarmory, but we don't have that here. Wishcash, like the interaction between Wishcash and the Flyers mostly. And interestingly, Tetsuo doesn't have a licky tongue. So, like, you know, like how we talked about, like how every time
Yeah.
the previous opponents have like a licky tongue sponge to sack, to soak moves, to play out neutral matchups, like no more that happens. So,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Mini Coke, we're gonna see maybe some Minicoke from Minicoke side, maybe like we will see some Likitank gameplay. From Tetsuo side, like heavy team prediction. What do you think? Like, do you think Tetsuo like has to like really predict what Minicoke is going to do, or like he can run a neutral lineup and win this? Like, what's your opinion on that?
I'm very excited to see. Is this our first Japanese player being showcased here today? I believe so, right?
I think so.
Because we have Mini Coke and Charming Shinda, which they were Indonesian and Korean. Then we have both Oceania players facing off each other. But now we see the Japanese player that we were waiting for in actions.
Yeah.
What will they bring for us? I'm just so excited seeing the player from the region that usually, like, we all know they are good. We see them all over leaderboards.
Yeah, and
thing is,
Tetsuo
we
even
never see
qualified
them
for.
play.
Yeah, Tetsuo also like. Unfortunately, Tetsuo also qualified for Worlds in like the previous
Yokohama.
season, I think, but he couldn't attend. So yeah, like another opportunity missed. And like I think we're still waiting. So
Yeah, I mean, what should we like? I don't know.
like I feel like what they could do is both of them could like like what you would do, like you would first run some anti water, so like both of them run like Tetsuo runs Tetsuo runs Cresselia lead, and then decides to run his own talent flame to like make sure that the Wishcash doesn't really show up. The only problem here is what we had discussed in like before, that the moment you lead something bad, like if you lead a talent flame into Wishcash, it's already a bit sad because Wishcash can scold everything and dip. So yeah, like that's going to be a bit interesting to see.
I feel like one strategy that I could see coming is I feel like Tetsuo might be scared to bring his Azumarill and Tetsuo might be scared to bring his Shadow Dragonair, being scared of the Azumarill and Aboma Snow looking really good into like other Pokemons of the team. So he might not bring it in like early games as it doesn't seem that safe compared to like things like Cresselia, as we mentioned, or I guess Whiscash, one of the best Pokemon in the meta right now. But in game 3, or like as a sleeper pick, Tetsuo could just pull it out as a lead and like surprise Minico with it, not expecting the Shadow Dragonair and just get the GBL playstyle.
Yeah, like it's definitely going to be about some predictions, some mind games. Minicoke's first matchup that was streamed like did not go to game 3. I have a strong feeling like this is going to be very close, especially with especially with Registeel. I feel something we didn't really see in the usage, right? And we did mention that like Registeel A slash are not really around, but we do see it here. And Registeel is like a certified regional winner. So yeah, like do we see some interesting Registeel gameplay? That's definitely on my mind right now.
Yep. We do have some comments from like from viewers that saying that Crest, Dina, Reggie incoming. What do you think of that?
I do think so to some extent, like Dragonair hiding behind shields, hiding behind energy. Not even terrible versus Azu. So
That's
wouldn't
true.
even be
Yeah,
surprised to see that.
it's not even
Yeah.
that bad to assume because Bobo doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, like you can just like throw body slam, shield up, then catch back on something else, then hit back later. Like what I always like to do is I always like to like when I'm looking at the show 663 matchups, I always like to identify the CMP winning ones. So like Dragonair, Talonflame, Annihilate, like these are the Pokemons that do win CMP over everything. And like it would be interesting if Tetsuo thinks the same way. and like he basically tries to, like, if you store moves on Dragonair, and then you can use it to KO something that like Dragonair wins CMP over and denying copy energy. So like
Yeah.
this is how, like, that could be very interesting to like know how these CMPs play out. Um, I just need a second. I
Okay.
just need a 1 second.
Well, okay. Seems to have a phone call, but yeah, I'm with you guys here. We are getting our matches soon. As our competitors are setting up their like battles requests and friend requests. But as we get the actions ready soon, I mean, okay, now we got locked in. Yep. A Bo must know lead into Shadow Dragonair. Wow. As we mentioned from GBL experience, Shadow Dragonair lead is definitely very strong.
And we see Registeel, like definitely Mini Coke is smiling here for sure.
This go through, it will does quite a bit to Whiscash. But this matchup is still very favorable for Whiscash. Okay. Going straight for the Mud Bomb for the damage. I believe 2 Mud Bombs does KO Registeel. Or it get close. Oh, it will be.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a CMP.
Yeah, Registeel can flip this. I don't think this KOs, right? Like Registeel
Okay.
can normally flip this
Oh,
in the zeros. It's a really close matchup, but Registeel can do it.
does he go for?
I'm
He go
guessing
for
the
the
IVs on the Registeel pretty good. But like the thing is, Wishcash with energy, not so bad. I mean,
even into like Dragonair. Yeah.
even versus Dragonair, like it's gonna take a while. But Dragonair with energy can also chip a more. So we're already looking at a very energy oriented matchup.
The thing is,
Although
on Mini Coke side looks very strong, but Mini Coke is down a shield.
Yeah.
As we said, Mud Bomb really ship into Dragonair, pulling out a shield now. Will the Dragonair get to 2 body slam before Abo must know farm it down? I believe so, no? Coming in Abo as expected. Body
and
slamming going.
and we have Azu in the back. Like this is looking pretty terrible for Tetsuo.
Okay, he goes straight for the energy bomb. No debuff at all. Does he let it go? He decided to shield, calling it correctly. Oh, it got a debuff from the defense
Yeah,
form.
but
I believe.
like with the Licky Tongue in the back, there's not a lot of play anyway, I feel. So this matchup looks like Mini Coke has this.
Yeah. Abo must know again, showing us how strong it can be with the rising usage in like previous field regional and this tournament. Wow, that does a lot. Still going out for the Asu. I believe you just go for the
And we
farm
have
down
Hydro
here, right?
Pump. We do have Hydro Pump here.
Mm-hmm. This would do a lot, but would not be close to enough.
Yeah, like this is very bleak with like Licky Tongue at full health practically.
With no shield on
Yeah,
this
this was
side. I think Mini Coke
just like leading a Bomber Snow into like an APA lineup with like Wishcash aligned on Registeel was already like very tough to come back from.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. As we mentioned, Tetsuo going with the classic GBL strat of leading Shadow Dragonair, which could be very strong, but Mini Coke foreseeing it leading Abo, and Tetsuo being ABA weak to Abo must know had a very hard time in game 1. Will he adjust in game 2 and bring out the talent frame we are anticipating for?
Yes, and we did see like Talonflame did have play, and Mini Coke especially with like a Bomber Snow, Licky, Wishcash, and Talonflame does beat Leaky Tongue as well. So like if interesting mind games, and we need to see like what's going on, what's going to happen with this Talonflame. I feel like Tetsuo leads Shadow Dragonair again, hoping that he doesn't land it on the Abobo Snow this time, because like I feel like my prediction here would be to just like, yeah, like you lost game one, it's okay. You go with Shadow Dragon and lead again. Don't overthink, and then you hope that you catch something else on the lead, which is not a Bomasno or Azu. And I think this time, like, prepare a bit better in the back for this Abomasno, like not run AB week to it. Probably like Crest. I think like maybe we see Crest now, and so
From
let's see.
in my perspective, I definitely see Miniko bringing Azu this game. Just because of how Registeel on Tetsuo side did not perform too well in game one, getting hard locked into Whiscash.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that safe for as Tetsuo utilized it for safe switch. And I could see Miniko taking advantage of that and running Azu when, even though one of his strongest mon that he did not run in game one, and making Tetsuo not expecting it.
Yeah, so I think they're about to be logged in. We're just waiting for them to like decide. These are very intense games, so like sometimes players do think a bit before setting their lineups, and we are
Seems
in
like
the game
get
now.
them locked in. Okay, do we see the Azu from Miniko? With cash into Queselia? Okay, good lead for Tetsuo. Oh, we don't see the Azu again. We do see the Talonflame now though. As he adjusted for the Abomas Snow.
Yeah, but like this Crest is looking so good here, with able to basically beat or at least hit everything on Tatsuo's team. But we get a call debuff right away.
But
That
Quest
and
not still does a lot.
and I believe you would also know like Vishkesh can actually win this matchup when it
The
gets debuffed.
patient not throwing right away. Oh, he went in for the Talonflame. This means that Abomas Snow is kind of free, no?
Yeah. It's definitely. I mean, Crest also has coverage on a bonus now, but
Yeah. Chris also have a lot of energy with Tetsuo patient of not throwing the grass not right away and saving all the
yeah,
energy, not wasting it.
and Talonflame cannot really come out with this matchup with like energy stored, so Talonflame has to probably shield here, farm up a bit, try to throw energy on the Wishcash, like, and he decides to no shield. Oh, look at this calculation, like look at this accuracy, like knowing your matchup perfectly.
And he
That
went
is
for
insane.
wow. He went for it knowing that he will either get a shield or get the switch, which he wouldn't mind taking like one or the other. Coming in a bowl, get one further snow lead. How does he answer it? Chris is up shield and up energy though, so it's not like the best matchup for Aboma Snow now.
Yeah, and we did predict that the Crest is going to be
We
like
see
really,
the
really
correct
strong.
shield.
Yeah, but like this two shielded Crest can just go on a rampage.
Well,
And
he went for energy more and no shield.
calling this, like look at these mind games. Like these are insane.
Oh,
But I think it may not matter like anyway. Thankfully, we get a call that does not change the outcome of the game. Thankfully, unless we were this Azu with energy, like I think takes on.
I mean, although this is a bet, but there's no reason for Tetsuo not to shield, right? Okay.
Yeah, like it would be insane to call this.
Oh, the sax off.
Yeah, but
saving
like, yeah,
go for the Crest.
Wishcash is still alive, and now it's going to take a while to knock this Wishcash down. Do you think we might be looking at a timeout here? Like, I think like this is
I'm not
we're
sure.
already seeing a few moves spammed. Azu is pretty bulky. Wishcash will reach at least 3 mud bombs. Abomasnow needs to throw a move. Both Pokemon. I think we might see the timer wind down. Like I think that's what
Went
we're
for the
going for
scout
right now.
or the debuff. Want to preserve this Whiscash as much as he can from Minicook. No debuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Does he
Because
just
he
go for
knows
the Hydro
Azu
Pump?
has Hydro, yeah.
Oh,
But at the same
I think
time,
this get very close to KO.
yeah, I think this takes it out. Or not.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Wow.
But this bubble will do, and
Yeah.
Whiscash will be gone,
I think
leaving
I
Minicook with only a bow.
yeah, I think Azu has this.
Yeah, still have a shield. Yep, Asu definitely. Does he go for the Hydro Pump?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this goes to Tetsuo side. So now we're tied up 1-1.
Yeah. We didn't see the timer winding down, but I think we got very close to
Mm-hmm.
to have it.
Yeah. Wow,
Yeah.
that's
So like really amazing like Azu gameplay here. And as we predicted, like Cresselia was really strong. Knowing that the Talonflame is not likely going to show up, given that he like led Dragonair in game one, and yeah, it definitely worked out in
yeah.
Tetsuo's
I,
favor. Yeah,
I
and
think Tetsuo
we
adjusted
are ahead to round 3. Yeah,
Oh, already? Oh my god. Yeah. I was just saying Tetsuo adjusted very well. Like as we talk about, would he bring Talon? And but wow, yeah, he actually did, and it actually went very well. So that's very interesting seeing Talonflame have those type of play here. Mini Colts, although did not win the game, but Abomasnow still looking quite strong. Plus the fact that he was able to not lock it into Talonflame, Tetsuo overseeing that really gave Abomasnow a lot more play just now. So I could see Minicorp wanting to bring Abomasnow again, given how strong it has been in the previous 2 games.
do you
The
think
question is,
do you think there is a chance that Minicoke drops Aboma altogether? Or Tetsuo probably runs like a triple Aboma answer, like knowing that Aboma is showing up every game. Registeel can flip. I mean, but the Wish Cache is so dangerous. And
yeah,
Tetsuo not having a very strong, direct, hard answer to it. Like, okay, like we have Dragonair, we have Azu, we have Cress, but like Wish Cache can do something there always. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. Again, the battlers taking their due time. It's these are very intense games, and we are logged in again.
do we see the Asumaru from Minicorp now? Likitang lead into Queselia. Okay, favorable lead for Minicorp. We do see the Asu, and he dropped Abomasnow. This
Yeah,
is that line of trees are very, I should say, neutral into each other. Quest having good players to their back line.
if you
And
see the backline, it's kind of like RPS backline. But and what's interesting here is that this matchup, Likitang versus Crest with Future Sight, can go either way depending on shields. So like if Likitang
Right.
doesn't decide to shield, Likitang loses this. But if Likitang decides to shield, Likitang can win this. So like I would be interested to see like which way it goes, because if
I
we
could
get
even see one of them switching out just to preserve it. Or
I think Minicoke is confident that there's no Boma Snow because Cresselia can also lose to Talonflame even with Future Sight.
right.
Like so they're probably just predicting that there's no Boma Snow in the back. Look at this counting.
Perfect timing. Wow. Knows every count.
Yeah, and Crest does win the one shield as well.
As it
So
comes
he
down
goes
to
for a very clear shield here. But we see and Tatsuo seems to be in a great position right now because
having the ability to rock Registeel into Azu and avoiding the Whiscash.
yeah.
Okay.
I think Tetsuo has this, but anything can
the
happen.
alignment.
Anything can happen. Remember, this Azumarill has Hydro Pump.
from
The other
Tetsuo
one.
side.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
Okay.
That's so definitely with the Hydro. So the thing is that Hydro and like throwing play roughs and Hydro can make Azumarill slow enough that Wishcash can make its way out of this matchup. And potentially, do you think Minicook should scold here? I think he might,
I
like
think he
a
might need.
desperate play.
Yeah. I feel like what he's trying to do here is just throwing as much as he can just to stall the time to potentially switch out and make some play. Went straight for the hydro pump. Does this land? Okay, it gets shielded. Correct call by Minico.
Yeah, but Azu does reach another Hydro. Like, do we see a catch here? Like, I think Minicook
Yeah.
has to be thinking like has to catch back the Hydro Pump.
The thing is, yeah, he got too
Or
much bomb now.
do we see Tetsuo just like letting go the Azu and just going
I could see
for
that
like
happens
a
too.
steal?
Oh,
Wow.
the
Look at
patience. Oh, wow.
patience. Look at them waiting. Wow. I think
Now Tetsuo.
this almost seals this, like because Tetsuo
Yeah,
stored a
because
Hydro and Azu has no
Tetsuo.
play.
Yeah, Tetsuo locking this in, having walling the Asumari energy.
Interestingly enough, if Minicook shields the Leaky Tongue, then I think we have the opposite outcome. Uh,
Yeah,
so like it was definitely whoever wins the lead whoever keeps switch wins the game. This Registeel is unstoppable. Actually, Hydro Pump Azu can still flip Registeel, but unfortunately, we see Hydro on the other side today.
yeah. Oh, he went for
Registeel is not even
kill.
gonna wrap. Yeah.
Oh, wow, maximizing the energy. They played. Oh my god, that's very safe play, and just cycling it with hydro pump.
Yeah, I think we gotta be happy. Like I think like the first one of the few things we said at the beginning of this matchup is like this Registeel shining. And it didn't happen in game 1 or 2, but like in game 3, I think Registeel was really important
Yeah,
to clutch this matchup.
feels like Tetsuo adjusted very well. He went for like GBL playstyle for like game 1, but then he adjusted to like reading lines and calling things, and he I find what he did very effective call, knowing like
Yes.
what's safest for him.
Yes, like game
And
1, you run Dragonair lead with RPS backline, you realize, oh, this isn't GBL, this doesn't work, it can't work. And then he does figure it out, and he does like and the last in the game 3 especially, that was such an interesting team comp with like Cresilia lead and Registeel Azu. It was meant to sort of like beat his lineup. Like the moment Cre- I mean, Crest can beat everything on his team. Registeel can beat a lot of stuff on his team. Azu can beat a lot of things on his team. So like truly like win lead RPS backline, but with Crest instead of Shadow Dragonair. I like that. I like that touch a lot
yeah,
here.
definitely. That's just how he adapt his own play. Oh, now we have the bracket coming up. So as we see, Tetsuo won against Minico, concluding all the round 3 matchup, and Tetsuo moving to play fellow Japanese player Nyankake, who took down two conference winner from India and Japan, being Pokemon E-Maker and Nava Empire. Yakai still going strong, going into winners round 4 now, and Jodianga moving on through the bracket still, as after he beat Rick Flareon just now, and I think we might see the playoff between Yakai and Jodianga up next. We also have the losers bracket ready. So these are the losers bracket. In round 2, DNK
Yeah.
got eliminated. Imakento and Chilena from APAC, while Nava Empire move on and already gone into loser round 4, beating Rick Flareon, who we just saw on stream in the previous games. As
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be. I think. And look at these matches like Mini Coke versus Katanari. Like that's a very intense matchup. And Nava Empire already climbing through the losers rank, despite losing to I think it was Katanari early on.
Yeah. That was Yakai. Yeah.
Uh, so like Indian players definitely not like definitely making sure they give it their best in this run.
We might see Indian players facing off in losers round 4.
Yeah, that's going to be so intense. Yeah, I'm excited for that.
Yeah. I mean, we got Fishy Legs back here right now.
Hello.
How are you doing? What do you feel about the game just now?
Those games were a bit of a masterclass there from Tetsuo. Like he was just putting on a little bit of a clinic, I think. In those last two games, it was pretty impressive to watch. But in sad news, there's no more Aussies left in the tournament.
Oh,
You know, I have to represent for all my Aussie brethren out there. But no, it's like this tournament is unreal, and I'm just so happy that we're able to showcase all these amazing APAC battles. Because not that I'm sick of seeing EU and NA streams, you know, doing well and watching great plays, but it's good to see it come from us as well. You know what I mean? So I'm loving it. Every minute's been great.
yeah. I mean, we don't see some players who from Australia had made a very good run at Worlds, going very deep into day 2. But like some players here that didn't do too well at Worlds, proving themselves now against people who from Australia is just very interesting seeing like
Yeah.
I mean all of us like in APAC, Australia, Japan, India, we just don't have that many representation to be on stream in play Pokemon, and people don't really know what the metas are like and what people are playing in this region, and seeing this is very interesting how completely different it is.
Absolutely. Well, we might have a look into the next team preview of Jodianga versus Yakai 09. And
Yep.
say goodbye to BJ for a little hot minute. And Vroom, this is your final hurrah for the stream today, mate.
Yes, unfortunately, I will have to leave a bit early, but I'm pretty sure like you guys will carry everything with extreme ease. But let's look into this matchup. We are seeing Pelipper again. I think we just saw like Jodianga win a tough matchup versus Rick Flareon,
Yeah.
and we are seeing an interesting team. So I think like already we are seeing a bit of like Aboma Snow creeping into these matchups, like Aboma Snow being good. I haven't seen a lot of Annihilate being very strong, honestly, so far. But Aboma Snow definitely like showing off how good it is. And looking into this matchup, like the reason I mentioned this is like I look at this matchup and I'm like Aboma Snow.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Like, it's a similar scenario with the Rick Flareon matchup, right? Where he had the Pelipper Bomber Snow core, and we're seeing it again here from Yakai. And the Bomber Snow just really has to only worry about Skarmory and can put in a bunch of work against the Charger Bug like we saw in game 3 of Rick versus Jody. So I think there's going to have to be a lot of Skarmory play here. I think Cress is a really good neutral mon in this battle. I think.
Yeah, but what's your opinion about this Pelipper? Like only Charger Bug, only Charger Bug.
Yeah.
Like, do you think Yakai takes like the plunge and like he risks it all like just to align this Pelipper with Charger Bug, or do you think like that Pelipper is going to have some good play here?
I think the Pelipper is safer in this team than it was on Rick's team because you've got two ground types, right? So you've got plenty of coverage against that Charger Bug. So I could definitely see something like that, something like some sort of ABB Pelipper double strong into Charger Bug, something like that to try and shifted up a little bit. I agree. Pelipper is really strong, but the Charger Bug sort of runs through it pretty comfortably. So it's a risk, it's a gamble, but it's I would like to see it. Rick didn't bring it. Love to see it here now, and I think we're going to see a lot of Lickitung as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised like seeing both Shadow Wishcash and Pelipper in the same lineup.
So
We do see
into
Lickitung.
Now, this matchup is
Yeah.
interesting because
I don't really. It's a bit IV dependent, I feel. So like I have seen that Skarmory can reach like whether the Lickitung can reach 3 body slams here. Hi BJ. Lickitung can reach like 3 body slams here is dependent on the Lickitung IVs and Skarmory IVs. We have Fishilex disappearing for a few seconds.
I'm here in spirit. You just can't see me.
Yeah.
But we see now the Lickitung going for the second body slam. Both Pokemon are in the yellow. Oh, I'm back. Hello.
Yeah.
So both Pokemon getting quite low here. We see the next move coming through from the Skarmory. Skytack is going to come through. Yakai with the decision of whether to shield or not. He's going to elect to no shield, letting it go. He's going to try and farm it down with his. You'd have to assume the Abomasnow. Yeah. And it comes and a quick counter swap
Did
into the Whiscash.
wait.
Is Jody cooking something that we don't know the recipe for? Or
I think
this is an interesting play.
I think maybe like a panic swap.
Yeah.
Because or maybe because they have because they have Gligar in the back, so they do have to do something, right? Is that a Gligar in the back? Yeah. I can't see
My
it
eyes
quite
aren't that
clearly.
good, but we see the
Yeah.
energy ball.
I think
unshielded.
I think it's because it's a Gligar in the back, like he has to cook something.
Oh, it is the Gligar. There we go.
Yeah, like
See the
so.
shiny Gligar hanging in the back there, but
Yeah,
it's got a mountain of work to do against.
Yeah,
this
not just to
Abomasnow.
beat this, not just beat this Abomasnow, but also like handle the Wishcash.
Yep.
Yeah, like definitely a bit of work to do for this Gligar.
So I think here what we're seeing is a little bit of a team comp misread from Jody and seeing the Lickitung lead and think, oh, I've got a safe matchup, I can stay in. But then going, oh, hang on, I don't have any, I've just lost my check to the Abomasnow. Now what do I do?
Exactly. And we did say already at the beginning that Abomasnow has been showing off. Like Abomasnow has been popping off. Like I would say it's like one of the highlights maybe for me, like of this tournament so far. Like how good Abomasnow has been. But we are still cooking. We are still cooking. This Wishcash has tons of energy and a shield. Oh, we're not cooking.
I think we're overcooked at this stage. We're hitting on the edge of well done. Yakai just proven that he's got spread Jody's line a little bit better there, and a comfortable win in game number 1. I think we're going to have to see a strong adjustment here from Jody, and probably a bit of a mindset reframing around. Okay, yes, I have one lead, but I'm still running ABB, and if I don't draw out this, it's just going to run through the entire team.
Yes, and this Abomasnow is so difficult to deal with. Like the moment Skarmory goes out, like sure, like Crest can also handle it slightly, but like we saw that Charger Bug really cannot do that, right? Like we saw that Charger Bug is the okayish matchup. Like Abomasnow can shield everything, start doing icy winds, and sort of like power through that matchup. Like yeah, really, this Skarmory has a lot of work to do in game 2 and 3. Abomasnows keep showing up. And
I don't think it's going anywhere fast. I think it's going to come for game 2 and 3 as well.
Yeah.
I think if Yakai can position it well, then it's just going to pop. Absolutely.
Like, yeah, I think like completely depends on like even if we get Skarmory on. I think like even if you get like Skarmory on Abomasnow, Yakai must have some mental gameplay on how to play around it, because Skarmory with interestingly, Jody didn't bring his charger bug. So like Pelipper, do you bring Pelipper now? Do you play like both a Bomosno and Pelipper? And with Steel Wing, interestingly, Pelipper can be very useful versus Camry. Like with Air Slash, those air slashes still add up, but Steel Wing does nothing, right? So Camry is relying on a lot of charge move damage. And if you call a Sky Attack or if you shield a Brave Bird, like Pelipper's in a commanding position even in that matchup. So yeah, I'm interested to see how Yakai thinks through this matchup.
Yeah, I would expect to see Charger Bug come from Jody this game, just as another sort of neutral option for the Abomasnow, and possibly paired with the Cresselia, just to cover it from its weaknesses. But I mean, the way it's playing out here, I think Yakai has a lot of options, and Jody's sort of limited into what he can bring into this team. So that sort of leaves it up for Yakai to be able to predict what he's going to be able to see. We're getting into game number 2.
We're locked in.
So the Abomasnow in the lead versus the Cresselia. Now neutral, very neutral.
And we do see the Pelipper in the back, and the belly's looking really good. Belly's looking really good here.
Yeah, we can see the
Belly's looking really good here.
Has good matchups into the Wizcash, and then up shields. I mean, the Skarmory is no issue.
Yeah.
First Icy Wind is coming through on the Cresselia, gets the attack drop. Future Sight is now coming through, and Yakai is going to elect to no shield.
Yeah, I think like Yakai understands that with like Cresselia in the lead, he's not likely to have his own charger bug in the back because he's counting on that.
Oh, and a catch on the
okay, we catch a Future Sight. Interesting to see this because I thought that I thought the Pelly was so good, but like looks like Pelly is already a bit low, and Skami doesn't mind coming into this matchup. Kamini can easily tank like a couple of weather balls at least.
Yeah, Skarmory is obviously quite bulky and it's resisting the wing attack, so it's just going to sit there and build up energy for a little while. We now see that the first move is coming through. It is just a sky attack, but it still does KO the developer. And now,
yeah.
Continue.
Let's see. This Kamri is looking quite good, like with nothing to farm it down as such.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think this is going to be. You see, both trainers over farming here, waiting for someone to switch, but no one's opting to do it. And now we're finally
look at this gameplay. Look at this gameplay. Like one of the highlights of like very strong gameplay. They can throw right away, like both of them, but like they just decide not to throw. They just both of them already know. They've already planned in their heads that they are going to shield, right?
Yeah.
And they already know that we are going to go for energy. Like we're not gonna play with like just like throw our moves right away, like switch right away, like a bit of an energy gameplay going around here.
Yeah,
and that's very interesting to see.
Lots of patience from these battlers, right? Like as you're saying, there's no need to throw right away, and it gives you time to think as well. And I think that's what a lot of new trainers don't do is provide them game how the game's going to pan out. But we see now catching the Scold onto the cash is super low over taking 2 Scolds and getting debuffed. Abomasnow just hanging on, does get itself dropped, but now has an Icy Wind ready to debuff what comes in, and it is the Skarmory.
Yeah, and plus Skarmory has the move. Interesting that Jody clicked the Sky Attack. And do we reach a look at this Skarmory like going off, and we are reaching very, very close. Like if this Skarmory reaches a final Sky Attack at like 1 HP, this matchup is completely flipped. And just misses out.
But now this
Crest is still alive.
Has energy, but I think Jody's Yakai, is it back-to-back mud bombs here, and I think from this range it's going to be enough to KO. Do we have enough energy? We do, and it's a CMP tie. Oh my god, does this surely must KO the Griselda.
Like I'm just like really happy seeing this energy management like in this game. Like both the opponents just like taking it down to the wire. Like the lead doesn't matter, the backline doesn't matter. Like the only thing that matters is the energy between the two Pokemon. But Yakai comes out on top.
Yakai 2-0 in that set. Very clean battles there from both trainers. Like just unbelievable plays.
And into the winners finals. Like Yakai is looking really strong right now, and like before I leave, I would just say like definitely my favorite to win it all so far. But don't count the Indian players out yet. Like they are rampaging through the losers bracket so far, and I would not be surprised. Nava has so I follow a lot of like Nava Empire, and he has done this before where he
Yeah.
swept through a losers bracket to reach the finals. So I would not be surprised seeing something like that happen again. But for now, the spotlight is on Yakai,
Yeah,
who
Yakai,
masterfully is in control of this tournament so far.
he's only dropped one battle so far today against Rish. Yakai is just on an absolute tear through this tournament, and is really the player to watch in our minds. And I mean, it's going to take some serious gameplay to overcome what he's doing today. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be one of these trainers today. So I'm really excited to see what the tournament brings.
How did you find that matchup, BJ?
Yeah. So that second game was just wow. I'm so impressed. It's just top tier. Like the energy management coming down to like the last CMP tie, and like all the sack swap, like Yakai swapping into Aboma Snow on the scout, and like all the patience they have. That's just insane gameplays.
Yeah.
Very deserved to be into winner finals. While Jodianga also performed like absolutely very impressive. So
A very GBL like game, like because I don't normally see it that much like when I watch play Pokemon, but like
right.
if I'm not often on the leaderboards, like but whenever I'm on the front page, like I notice like all the games, no one throws their moves. Like everyone keeps over farming.
I
Like
know,
people would
right?
just never throw their moves. And I
They
think
just
this
play
is
the game so much until they are so
yeah.
used to all this.
Yeah, and I think this is because like the reason they overfarm is because they already have the entire game mapped out in their head, like how it's gonna go. Like they already know that they're going to shield. Like they already know like this is what the opponent is going to do. So like they're overfarming because they're like seeing way ahead into the game already. Like we are in the lead matchup and they're already looking at the end game. So they know what's going to happen. So very impressive, very interesting gameplay.
I mean, we have Yakai in winner final, and like, bruh, we played Yakai before, like you and me, definitely, right?
Yeah.
Whenever we played him in GBL, whenever I see his name, I'm like, oh no, why am I playing this guy? I don't want to play this guy. I'm losing Elo.
Yeah. I hope I RPS him. I hope I RPS him. Yeah, something. Yeah.
Win the lead, please win the lead. Algorithm. Yeah, very strong battlers. I mean, our APAC conference champion. I played him during the playoff. Well, you want to guess the score?
I'm gonna say it was a neat little 3-0.
Yeah, definitely. I 0-3 against him.
Yeah, too strong,
Just
too good.
really. And adding on, I mean, might be a common knowledge, but in case those that don't know, Yakai is just a high school student.
Wow, that is insane.
Yeah.
It sounds
Yeah,
like he's just got too much time on his hands. That's the problem. That's why I'm not good.
But
I'm busy.
if I was a high school student, I would have too much time on my hands as well. I don't blame them.
I mean,
No, great to see.
I talked to Yakai before while we're competing in this tournament, and he was like, he told me he's trying to step down a little from like the competitive side. He told me he will not try to go to Hawaii to compete this year because of personal like stuff. So even though he stepped down, the performance are still insane, and I think he is still like page 1 in GBL.
It's unreal
Yeah.
for taking a back seat in this season and still just demolishing everyone.
I can't wait
Um,
until the grand finals.
Absolutely, right? Like, there's so much yet to come. We are going to have the winners final on stream next. So that'll be the winner of Tetsuo and Nyankake versus Yakai 0904. So, this is going to be an unreal set of battles from two very strong gamers. Actually, sorry, we're going to see Tetsuo and Nyankake on stream first, and then we'll watch the winners final. My apologies. But, I mean, this is a Japanese playoff, is it not?
Yeah, it's the Japanese playoff. Yep.
That's going to be
We
great
haven't
to see.
seen we have seen Tetsuo on stream before. We have not seen Nyankake in action, but from the bracket, the performance have been very impressive, I should say.
Yes.
Yeah,
Before we move on to the bracket, like with the two of you taking over, like I have to cut short my stay on the stream. So yeah, I'll take my leave. It's been great so far, and I will be following this in the background, but unfortunately I have to leave at the moment.
Thank you so much for
all the
joining
best
us
to
today.
yeah, thank you so much, guys. Like great job so far, great work. All the best to all the competitors, and yeah, I'm over and out.
See you, mate. Have a good one.
See you. Bye bye.
Okay.
So I was just looking through the bracket, and Nyankake has not dropped a single game today. He has beaten Pokemon E-Maker, he's beaten Nava Empire and Avril without dropping a game. This is unreal.
Yeah. We haven't seen, but on the other side, we have seen Tetsuo live on actions, and just the way he adjusted is just very interesting too. A Japanese face off. I think these two players also know each other quite well, being in the same community.
Yeah,
So
I'm sure they've played against each other before.
it will be very interesting because I could see something like adjusting to the playstyle of the other, since they know like what the playstyle of their opponent is, being friends.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. And I think we'll go have a look into the team list now. Well, we're seeing a nice little team here for Nyankake with the Vigoroth and the Skeledirge, two Pokemon that we haven't yet seen today.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Tetsuo's team before, and so the interesting things about Tetsuo is what he did just now is for game 1 he do like GBL strat leading off Dragonair. It didn't went too well. But then the adjustment he made for game 2 and game 3 was also crazy.
Yeah.
And we already saw how Incinerate after the buff this season have been putting in a lot of work on the Talonflame side. On the other hand, we see another Incinerate users, Skeledirge, which have been having a very successful run in other regions and play Pokemon, NA regionals and EU regionals.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually we'd see the reason why Skeledirge has so much success is because even into things like the Azumarill, usually it would resist all of its charge moves with the Ice Beam and the Play Rough, but Tetsuo is running the Hydro Pump variant, if you remember from earlier in the stream. So this Skeledirge actually has a little bit to look out for. The Dragonair is going to resist the Incinerates. The Whiscash is a very strong matchup for the Whiscash, and really only seeing the Reggie and the Cresselia as the two targets for this Skeledirge makes me think that we're probably not going to see it in any of the first two games, and it might be a game 3 sneaky pick.
Yeah, definitely. Tetsuo on Tetsuo's side, having two water really does pressure the Skeledirge and even Gliga quite a bit. But even though Gliga got pressured, it's still very strong, and we already seen Tetsuo failing to bring his Registeel. But Niankake got 2 ground on his team, so even though it would be great into like things like Asu and Cresselia, which is also looking very strong on Niankake's side, it's a very interesting mind game on how this battle will make the game 1 line as safe as they want it to be.
Yeah, and that's right. I think if we're going to play safe, I think knowing Kake is bringing the vigor off, like it's got play into everything here. I think Cresselia is probably the worst matchup just because it is so bulky counts. But we're getting into game number 1. See the Japanese playoff here between Tetsuo and Nyankake, and it's Talonflame into the Shadow Gligar. Now, this is an interesting matchup, right? Because in the 2 shield scenario, those incinerates just add up so quickly.
Yeah,
Flame
and
charge buff just
there might
shreds the
be
HP.
some lag going on. But the thing about the Incinerate is also frame charge, boosting the Incinerate even more, dealing even more damage.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit of a. This one might be a replay, given that we're a bit of a lag behind there from Gligar. But
Yeah.
we did just see like that Incinerate damage just adds up so quickly. So we are going to have a rematch for that game, just given that Nankake was unable to fast moves. So we're going to call that game early and proceed to a match from the. But do you think that the trainers will make any sort of reads on the back lines of their opponents based on what they saw?
I did not pay attention to their back line, so I did not remember what they bring. I was just distracted by the lags.
Yeah.
But
I didn't actually get a look either myself, so we're going in blind. But we may have to proceed on phone just to make sure that Nankake can play without dropping a zillion frames to lag. But I mean, if you're Nankake, I mean, seeing that running the neutral Gligar, like, this is a tough spot to be in game 1.
I mean, just seeing the matchup just now, right, in Zero Shield, although there was some lags, but I mean, we know that Talon would easily leave Aerial Ace from Gligar, but Talon can do one Flame Charge and farm down with 2 Incinerate, which will make Talon leave with like a lot of energy, which would be like something crazy to deal with in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing that wants to take a boosted fly in the back, you know? Like,
I know,
everything's
right?
getting hit pretty hard from that. And we saw that in the EU region with Arceus Aurelius winning with Talonflame. Like, often he would just build up a bunch of energy, and then all of a sudden he's got 2 or 3 flies coming out. It's something like a Whiscash, and actually winning that matchup because he's got so much energy lead, even though what you would normally say a negative matchup.
Yeah. I think we're waiting on the technical solving in the background. I'm quite sure that it was said that the rematch will be teams.
Yep. Rematch with new teams, so no need for the trainers to run back to the same teams they just ran, but also they can elect to run the same team if they think that is strong to what their opponent brought. I mean, personally, if I see that Talonflame lead, I might just switch it up to an Azumarill just to be a little bit safer.
Yeah. But to be fair, we did not see what was in Nian's backline, so he might have already had some game plan against Talonflame with that Gligar lead. So he might just want to play out the team that he likes, being very so-called safe for like game 1. Because we usually run safe things in game 1, kinda, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think you don't get this far into a tournament without losing a battle going into a match with not planning for a lead match. scenario. So
Yeah.
I'm sure that Nyankake was like, "Yep, I know what to do here," but was just unable to execute it in this particular occurrence. But hopefully, we are just waiting on the trainers to lock in their teams, and we'll be able to get back into rematch of game number 1.
Also, another thing is we did not see Shadow Dragon Air lead from Tetsuo side anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, I mean, he's got another chance to do it now, but the Dragonair staying on the off the lead is an interesting play. I think it might be something he leaves for later on in the set if he's under a bit of pressure, because that 2-shield Dragonair lead strat is always going to be effective, but you just don't want to get that matchup.
I mean, it's also like Dragonair do really well with shield, right? So it's strong in the lead because you can just invest shield into it right away and get like the alignment you want. To be fair, like just looking at the team comp, right, Shadow Dragonair is actually quite strong, having insane play into most of the Pokemon on Nyankake team besides Asumaru, being like a very good answer to Dragonair. Oh, okay, we got something locked in. Do we see the Shadow Dragonair lead?
All right, and we see
Vigoroth
into
into Talonflame. This, oh wow.
Okay,
I think
so
the screen is on the different side right now. So
we are flipped a little bit, but that's okay. So we're seeing now that the Vigoroth is reaching for the body slam as it gets to the rock slide. So there's a bait coming
that's he
through.
called it.
Oh,
Tetsuo called it. Oh,
bait. Wow, that was an unreal bait call. Flame charge coming through, and
throwing right
also
away to get
no shielded by Nyankake. Second body slam coming through now.
this will kill. So okay, Tetsuo decided to shield. He could go for from the. Oh, we do see a switch into Skeleturge.
So we see the
He
skeleton
decided to
coming
throw, which makes sense because energy in the back from Azu and Grace just doesn't do. Oh, but it goes shielded. Now this will be
So he
quite a
shields this.
problem.
But the thing is now that the Zoom rule has Hydro Pump. So
Oh yeah, this Asumaru have Hydro Pump.
even if Nyankake gets a couple of these Shadow Balls, it's only going to take one Hydro Pump to put this rock back into its dirt. And we see that the second Shadow Ball is now coming through.
This might go
Keeping his Zoom
unshielded.
rule lives. Oh,
Okay,
he does shield.
shielded.
Shooting
Now
up,
he knows going for the pair-off, and which I don't think will KO, but he can get more energy farming down. Oh, but it goes shielded. They both want the align.
But I think now we actually
This
see that
Charming
this
Voice doesn't KO here.
Yeah, gets the move. I don't think this will KO, but it's going to put the Zoom rule really low. And I think
does he go for the farm down?
He's gonna is he letting the Skeleturge get farmed down? Wow, this is a bad spot if you're Nyankake.
Oh, he banked the energy.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine that Hydro Pump going into Gliga.
Oh, no. But Nyankake has stored the
body
slam. So yeah,
and the thing is, Vigoroth beat Azu to the CMP.
Absolutely right. So if this Gligar can somehow take care of the Cresselia without dying to the second move that's about to come through, then it's going to be a really tight matchup. But I think this Cresselia is bulky enough to hang on to a dig plus the aerial ace if Gligar makes it to the second move.
Throw it right away. Now, Tetsuo kind of forced Nyankake to throw body slam on Cresselia.
That's right, because you can't farm it down, so he's going to have to throw energy. But I think just to concede the matchup here, Tetsuo getting to that final move, and this is going to be a GG. Nyankake's first game loss for the tournament.
Yeah. Wow. Was that a 2-0 or do we count? That was just 1-0, right? But we do have bracket up now, back again.
Yeah, 1-0 confirmed from the production team. So
Yep.
Tetsuo in a good spot here, with a game advantage, and really just had the alignment where he wanted it in that game number one. Uh, what do you think we're going to see from an adjustment perspective from Nankake here?
So I feel like he brought the Nankake brought the Vigorov, and that was quite good. So I could see him giving Vigorov. On the other hand, Scarlet Dirge, although did quite well trying to flip the Asu, but just wasn't really enough. So I could see something like Whiscash coming as a very strong pick. I could definitely see Niankakis bringing Whiscash in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the Whiscash has plenty of play, and especially with shields up. It's got no fast move pressure to fear in this line of 6. So I think the Whiscash is a very safe play. I think the Vigoroth is definitely coming again, and like we saw earlier, it could be the Gligar that is coming from Nyankake, but I honestly think that if you can get rid of the Registeel, that the Cresselia Kake has a lot of play here too. So it's a bit of a mind game as to whether we expect Tetsuo to bring the Registeel, or whether he leaves it on the bench for more of that aggressive play style with the Lamp.
From the line 1, I'm not sure if Tetsuo is confident in bringing Registeel. Maybe being scared by Scarlet Dirge and Vigoroth. But now both battles locked in, so we will see what they are going to bring.
Okay, it's the Shadow Dragon
the classic
lead
Shadow Dragon.
Into the Cresselia, which is obviously a very neutral matchup, as most of Cresselia's matchups are.
Niantic dropped Vigoroth, but kept Scarlet Dirge.
Yeah.
Even with the performance in game 1. The thing here is, Shadow Dragonair on Tetsuo's side, could definitely take switch. Wait. From Cresselia if he goes shield. He went for the shield, calling future sight. Now, he threw right away before Niankakis get to the future sight. And this, I think, it does not.
Okay, so we see that the future sight's going to come through now. Does
he go down? He goes down to shield.
Now, this is big because
Registeel can align on Azumarill.
Yeah, and the Azumarill aligned on Skeledirge, and this game is far from over. And we see now the Azumarill is going to come in, and like this Dragonair is still so healthy. You're going to have to actually throw a move.
Oh, he knows it! It's fish out.
Wow. So he banks so much energy and comes in with his own Azumarill.
That's actually crazy. Because Skeledirge with shield still does quite well into Azumarill. But Tetsuo, knowing that might be the case, just choose to save his Dragonair and just stock all the energy on Azumarill, giving up the Azumarill.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't think Nankake is going to shield this Azumarill now. I think he's just going to let it go and do as much chip damage as he can to get this within some form of Incinerate down range, so he can just win with spamming of disarming voices against this Dragonair and back.
The thing is, Tetsuo, although Registeel kind of don't really have a good play into Skeledirge, but can Skeledirge with 2 shield play off against a Dragonair with that much energy, and Registeel can take a Shadow Ball and get to a Focus Blast. I mean, Zap Cannon, sorry.
Yeah, and Zap Cannon is still neutral into the Skeledirge too, so he's going to have to take a lot of energy. And we see now actually coming back in, and he's throwing Body Slam against this Azumarill to try and get rid of it. This is kind of perfect for Nankake.
2 shielding. Now, with lower energy on Dragonair, Skeledirge might look better now. But the Dragon Breath still add up.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dragon Breath is going to be adding up.
And the problem with that is, it will put him in Stab Cannon range. I think this will be
definitely.
second on range. Yeah. In that case, chill down. Need to go for the overfarm. Yep.
Can he farm it down? He's going to farm it all the way down.
Oh,
Wow, that's a great play. Now he's got just about 100 energy ready to go into the back line from Tetsuo. This match is going to be really close.
comes in Azu.
So Azu is going to
So
collapse his
traditional
energy.
voice.
Good play from Tetsuo, absorbing the draining kiss.
There's still KOs in my. I think. Yep.
Yeah, and
So
now
Dark
the
Rage is
skill
still.
I think
It
it's
will
going to
be.
take
I
2
think it
moves.
will be a CMP tie on the Sap Cannon and Shadow Ball, which Skeletor's win, but will Reggie still be able to hold on, hang on to the 2 more
Oh my
Incinerate plus?
god.
Oh, he
Oh, he
went
gets
for the.
there one turn before. Oh, and
If he went for the Sap Cannon, it would have been a CMP tie. So he chose to
right.
go for this. Does it KO though? It
does.
does. Oh my god.
Wow.
Identifying, that's crazy from Tetsuo. Identifying that if he go for the Sap Cannon, which is 1 turn slower than Focus Blast, will CMP tie, and he probably will not leave the second Shadow Ball. He chose to
Yeah.
go for Focus Blast. That's insane. Wow.
That was an unreal play there from Tetsuo. Continuing his hot streak in the winners bracket and has actually placed himself into the winners final against Yakai.
Yakai.
So this
Wow.
is going to be an unreal matchup to see between these two battlers. Yakai unfortunately takes his first set loss and moves down to the losers bracket, where he will likely be set up towards the end of the bracket there, from making it so deep into the winners bracket. But so yeah, we see now Tetsuo progressing to winners final against Yakai 0904. And if we can scroll down to get a bit of an update on the losers bracket, please, Steve.
Yeah. While we're waiting for the production, I would say the winners final, the two of them in there definitely shows how well they are playing right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So we can see Nava Empire still surviving in this losers bracket, but Mini Coke also making his way through the bracket, has defeated Katanari and is now playing Nak Sabanagan. Winner will be taking on Jodianga in the semi-final, I believe.
Right, in the loser semifinals. Yep. I'm not sure who we got up next, but we will have a surprise for all of you soon. Once everything gets set up, there will be a big surprise with our very interesting guest. We'll save that for later. We're not spoiling anything. So that aside,
I think we
feel
might actually be ready for a hot little surprise very shortly. The
right.
surprise cast and guest. But
Oh,
we will be having the winners final as our next match on stream between
the
Yakai and
winners
Tetsuo.
final.
So
Oh my
this
god,
is going to be a big
that will be such a great game. I mean, I'm so impressed by the two plays today. Like just from how they played out just now. Tetsuo identifying like bro knows everything. Bro has all game plan in his head. He is executing it everything flawlessly today. So that's like
he's
insane to me.
playing 3 steps ahead of his opponent at each turn.
Yeah.
And just managing his energy so well and like making a call like he did in that game too, where he brought in the Azumarill, soaked up a bunch of energy, and then brought his Dragonair back in to start throwing body slams.
Oh yeah.
Like
Identifying that is just insane too.
What kind of player does that? Because I definitely don't.
I mean, that's like you need to recognize it. You need to the skills that to be able to read the lines, to be so familiar with like. I mean, he plays a lot of GBL, so he definitely leads Shadow Dragonair a bunch of time.
Yep.
Identifying how to maximize the use of energy on his Shadow Dragonair, just putting him in the winners finals for today. On the other hand, we got Yakai,
Yeah,
which
and Yakai has obviously putting on an absolute clinic today with taking out some huge names on his way through the bracket.
and really
including-
played up to the standard, up to his name for sure today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we expect from this caliber of battlers, and it's great to see them putting on a bit of a show for us today and showing off to the rest of the world, really, because we don't get to see these battles as much as we'd like on the big screen. Definitely
Yeah.
not from a play Pokemon perspective, but this is the next best thing that we've been able to put together from a grassroots perspective, and it's really good. And you really have to commend the team behind the APC Championship to putting on such an awesome event for us to showcase these.
Yeah, I wouldn't take on that credit. There is like definitely a lot of people representing from each country, pulling up this all together, having representative from like Japan, where it's kind of harder to communicate with them due to like language barrier and like how the community works there. But now that we see how good they are, it's just always so exciting to me. Like seeing all the Japanese players. Oh man, like Tetsuo. Oh, I don't even know what to say. I'm still impressed by going for that focus blast because
Yeah,
identifying the like, I mean, who would go for focus blast when you have Sap Cannon, right? But identifying the CMP tie,
yeah,
man.
unbelievable skill and recognition of the game, and I think he's really showing that he's got a dial on these one-turn fast moves, like with Dragon Breath, the lock-ons. He just knows exactly when to time his moves to make the most of his energy, most damage he can, where he can. But in other news, let's bring in surprise caster number 3.
Or number 4, but yes.
Or number 4.
Hello.
Room doesn't count.
A
Here he
family
is.
affairs. Who is this? Sent straight out from the Japan right now. Are you in Japan? I don't
Yeah.
really hear. I don't really hear him. Bro, unmute.
Rookie, come on, mate. Get it together.
One sec. Okay, one sec. Yep. So that's there you go. That's the surprise. So after room left, we got you the second in line for Draco with CO after
Here we
me.
go. Here we go.
Hey, here he is.
Hey, hello.
Yes,
Hello.
yes. Okay, so
Second in
everything
line.
BJ just told you is a lie.
Hey.
But yeah, I'm honestly, yeah, like BJ was saying, actually, I am here from Japan. And honestly, so far the tournament has been amazing. I was really excited when it got started off, and also I don't think looking at the bracket from the beginning, you could really accurately predict what has happened so far,
I
because
know, right?
some of these matches have been insane. And also, like, okay, so props to like a few little shout outs I wanted to make. From my perspective, and I think from certain perspectives as well, the Indonesian battlers have been probably the less the ones that we've seen the least. One of the Indonesian qualifiers took part in Worlds last year. However, it's not one of the players who's actually playing today. However, the Indonesian players, 3 out of 4 of them are still in. Unfortunately, in the losers bracket, it looks like they're going to be cannibalizing themselves, as we've got Mini Coke versus Anak right now, and then the winner has to play Jodianga. So, we're only going to get maximum 1 Indonesian player coming out of this, but still quite amazing. And then, as Vroom was saying, we've only had 2 Indian participants. They did get dropped to the losers bracket relatively early, but they're still in it at the moment. And Harish and Charming Chinda still playing their battle. Nava Empire still in it. And then we had 8. Okay, so we had 8 Japanese competitors, but 7 of them who were actually able to take part today, and we're only down to 2. which is very interesting. However, one of them is in the winners finals. So honestly, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, and
I mean,
I'm really looking
it
forward to
was
what happens in this loser bracket as well.
a roller coaster, right? Just looking at Nianskake, he haven't dropped a single game before the game just now that we just watched, and Tetsuo just go 2-0 against him. So like,
Honestly,
really,
and the
anything
thing
can
is,
happen.
like, yeah, I think you made an amazing call as well at the end of the last match with the fact that he nearly found that win condition, and Tetsuo was like, "I see your win condition. My win condition
Yeah,
is the focus blast," and winning that match just by one turn, insane, absolutely insane.
right? Yeah.
Alrighty, well, I'll let you
So
guys get into the team preview for the winners
okay,
final. I'll take
Okay, I
my
will leave it on to you.
lead.
So see you again. Good luck, the
Oh,
second in line for CEO. But yep. Cheers.
okay, well, okay, so obviously we've seen both of these trainers battle already, and arguably the two of the top players from their respective regions. What's standing out to you here, BJ, at the moment?
Oh wait, I'm just realized I'm casting. I thought it was fishy. My bad.
Oh right, yeah.
All right.
Yes, BJ.
So
So what do you think about this team? What do you think
yeah,
about
my
these
bad.
teams?
Okay. So the thing is, Yakais have a really good mashup into something that Tetsuo have been utilizing a lot. Being Registeel, having Bug, Mantai, I'm Whiscash, Gaiga to cover the Registeel, and like this is just straight out top like meta, I would say, in other conferences, this three and Likitang. The thing is, on the other hand, Tetsuo team is also very strong into Yakais, having, I believe, Quesselia kind of have with energy can kind of have play into everything. And as we've seen before, the Shadow Whiscash is might be able to do something, although having hard answer of Pelipper and Aboma Snow. While
Yeah.
Yakai is having that Pelipper to save switch into like most of the things besides Registeel. So I think it's very interesting how he got a lot of Registeel answers, but one of his best mon is not good into Registeel. So we'll need to see how that goes.
I think that's a good call. Like the Cresselia, you're right. It does look relatively free. Like there's no, proper hard check like a Registeel on the other side. Whereas, on Yekai's side, like you mentioned, the Pelipper is relatively free outside of the Registeel, but the Pelipper can beat the Registeel in a two-shield scenario if it's like really necessary. So it really does put the Pelipper in a good position. And then you look at Yekai's. So interesting that they're both using Shadow Whiscash, but you look at Yekai's Shadow Whiscash, and actually, obviously, the Cresselia seems to be, I'd say, like the hardest check there, but generally, it's a lot of neutral matchups. Whereas on Tetsuo's side, like you said, it's probably pretty difficult to bring that Shadow Whiscash, knowing that the Pelipper is so free and knowing that the Abomasnow is on the other side. Abomasnow maybe not the easiest thing to bring, but definitely the Pelipper really checking Tetsuo's Shadow Whiscash. So, I mean, I'm expecting potentially a bit more Dragonair usage. Maybe to a degree Talonflame. I think the Dragonair obviously only has really one awful matchup, and even in that sort of situation, like up energy, it can put in some work. So I think we're looking at a matchup where there's a lot of flexibility on both sides, but it does have the potential to, if one player's playing a bit risky, it's them on locked into the wrong thing, it can kind of go downhill from there.
I mean, we kind of see how, like, for example, I mean, the top left, Hemon, I believe, yeah, top left of Yakais and Tetsuo, having both being very well known for being a very good test switch, Shadow Dragonair and Likitang, having very few answers. And as you said, he might be scared of bringing Whiscash because of the Pelipper and Abomasnow pressuring it. the thing is, he needs something to answer Shadowbug.
It's true. But then I think that's where the Talonflame comes in, to be honest. Talonflame and arguably the Dragonair. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's why I was like, you need to monetize Shadow Dragonair a lot in this game, as long and like not locking it into something like he or Abomasnow to make sure he have like the maximum usage of it. And the thing is, we already seen how skillful he is as Shadow Dragonair. Like,
Yeah. I mean, Tetsuo's been so I looked at his teams across the season, and he's been using Shadow Dragonair for a majority of the season. So, I can only assume that he may have been also using it in GBL for a majority of the season as well. So you can really imagine that he knows every matchup of that Shadow Dragonair and really knows it to like perfection.
Yep, definitely. And it actually shows. To shooting the Shadow Dragonair just now, and then switching it out, banking all the energy.
You know that energy is going everywhere. Like there's nothing that's really really comfortable eating the energy. I mean, even something like a Registeel, do you know what I mean? Like, Shadow Dragonair can beat a Registeel. So it's it's really a troublesome kind of mon, and it's like, if you do let it run away or you do let it switch out with a lot of energy, then it's very difficult to deal with in the back.
Yep, definitely. I mean, do we see the 2 shields on it again? Like,
honestly, it's a possibility, because again, like the Shadow Dragonair is looking relatively free. Obviously, there's the Abomasnow to check it, but again, bringing that Abomasnow, it's not an awful bring, but I think it's the Talonflame. I think the Talonflame has a lot of potential to come out. I think when we've seen, okay, we're getting into the matches now, but Talonflame we've seen in recent regionals, it can take out water types, so I wouldn't put it
yeah,
past him. And here's the Talonflame, but up against the Lickitung, and I don't know if this is exactly where Tetsuo particularly wants to use up this Talonflame. What do you think?
the thing is, even though this might not be the best, but he could shield one of the body slam and leave this energy, or leave this matchup with like boosted incinerate and some energy.
Yeah, this is literally what Talonflame does best. I mean, leaving this matchup with energy, looking at Yakai's backline, nothing that really wants to eat the energy at all, And interesting that Yakai didn't actually bring that Pelipper. So, going for, I guess, a few more neutral picks instead.
Right. Oh, he actually doesn't shield his, and okay, this will KO for sure if it goes unshielded, and will grant Tetsuo the switch advantage.
Oh, and getting the
best
switch advantage.
Because Shadowbug is so good into the backline.
It's unchecked. It's actually unchecked. This is wild. I mean, again, the crest doesn't have an awful matchup here if you can land a future sight, but with 2 shields up, it's looking very difficult, man.
I could see him going for like bait, but it also depends whether Yakai is. Yeah, he goes for the bait. Does it go shielded or unshielded?
This is such a
way.
Oh mate. Oh no. Do you know what?
Man.
Yeah, like obviously you got to do something, if you're at this point in the game and this charger bug is going to take out your whole team, you've got to go for some risks, and unfortunately risks just didn't pay off in this situation. And you can see it from Yakai's point of view as well. Like, he doesn't know what that third mon is. He potentially suspects that it's the Azumarill, because if you're bringing the Cresselia into that charger bug, then you're definitely weak to it in the back. But you know that you're living a future sight. You're not really taking damage from the Psycho Cut, so it is a relatively safe shield. So incredible read by Yakai there.
So Yakai is at 2 discharge. And even though Gaiga might not be the best into Azumarill, but Yakai still got a shield while Tetsuo is shield down.
I think here
and
Yakai might want to
think he need Gaiga. He might just want to not reveal his third. I don't know I
I
don't know
agree.
if that might.
If he's able to do that, I think he's definitely gonna. Okay,
Yeah,
so Tetsuo. Oh no, here we go.
yeah, he
Yeah,
actually
so
chose
I think
to take
yeah,
down the
so
Azumarill.
not revealing that third Pokemon.
Yeah,
And I think that's big because, obviously the Gligar has some decent matchups, but I'd say it's not exactly, outside of the Registeel, it's not exactly hard winning matchups, right? So they're all like relatively neutral matchups. So I really feel like that Gligar in the back could be anything, you know? So yeah, Tetsuo is really going to have to decide on what kind of adjustment he makes, not knowing what that final Pokemon was, because I don't think it was an easy read to assume what it was.
right. That's aside, right? I mean, we talked about this before the match. Shadowbug is very good, and it
Yeah.
shows. So
Yeah.
what we were saying is, I guess we were correct that Tetsuo will be kind of scared to bring that Whiscash, seeing the Pelipper scaring it off, and he kind of prepared for a Pelipper, although not bringing Raise Steel, but having the Azumarill and Trace in the back line. The thing is, as I said, his best Shadowbug answers are Dragonair and Whiscash, and I really need. I think Tetsuo really need to monetize on his Dragonair to maximize the usage, which I can definitely see coming this game, in my opinion. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
I completely agree, to be honest. I think that Dragonair is really probably pivotal here. But knowing Yakai, we know he's the top battler. He didn't bring a single counter to the Whiscash, knowing it would be scared off.
Right.
And I mean, I want to think that he might actually bring one in this time, potentially thinking that Tetsuo would feel like it's a bit safer now. Whether you can really feel comfortable bringing that Bomber Snow is likely a no, especially with, Talonflame in the lead. Cress isn't exactly the best kind of matchup, but um, yeah, I think you're right. I think we definitely see the Dragonair coming in next.
Yeah.
As Yakai,
Um,
you've just won that match. What kind of adjustment do you think is appropriate to make in that situation?
in my opinion, one thing to keep for sure is I think Yakai to keep is Liquid Tongue,
Mm,
because just from the line of three just now, we saw how Liquid Tongue kind of have played two of them,
yeah.
being I mean the god of the meta right now.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
really
now
just that
Favorite gets
Registeel
locked
that
in.
it's afraid of. And it's the
Oh,
Abomasnow in the lead. Oh!
Yakai's
Oh! How are the
predicted the
turntables?
Dragonair. He didn't
Oh
even
my!
bring a Dragonair. Oh
He
my
didn't
god.
bring the Dragonair. Oh my days. And this is awful for Yakai because he's ABA weak to this Talonflame. And this Talonflame has the potential to go crazy. And, like we said right at the beginning, Talonflame is known to take out water types. And yes, Yakai has that Pelipper in the back, but if you let this Talonflame ramp up, what's Pelipper gonna do? So this is not a very wild call from Yakai's side, but and it's really not paying off right now.
Right. And the thing is, Shadowbug is so good into Tetsuo backlines too.
But once that's out of the way, this Registeel is eating, this Cresselia is eating, and there's so much energy on this Talonflame as well.
The Registeel looks very, very strong here. But you need to keep in mind too that Tetsuo is 2 shields down. So if for whatever reason Yakai could play this match, he doesn't shield that.
This is
Now
looking.
he needs to shield.
I mean, he
Which I
really
guess
needs to. But you think he just goes? Okay. So
he
he's
go for
deciding
it.
to preserve this. No shields
I mean,
left on the field at all, and really hoping that Abomasnow has a bit more play here.
does he sack the grass knot? He
He
to,
went
but
for it,
did not
but
happen.
unsuccessful. And now, I mean, okay, look. Okay, no, there's no. I was trying to, I was trying to like potentially give Yakai a win condition here, but I don't think it's happening. The Cresselia left with the move. It's way too healthy. Even if Pelipper can get like a reverse farm on this Registeel,
Yeah.
I mean, they don't look like it's getting a reverse farm anytime soon as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, as this match closes out, again, super risky line by Yakai, especially considering that, and like you said, he's reading that Dragonair coming in, right? Because
Yeah,
so
like
needed something to deal with
it
the
just
charge bug.
looks like an obvious pick, right? Because
It
Charger Bug
does.
just dominated you. Why would you not bring it?
But then this is the thing: it's so risky to go ABA weak to Talonflame when he's just led Talonflame, And I think if you can bet on Talonflame being somewhere, it's either in the lead behind two shields or in the back behind two shields, So
Right.
it really was a big risk to make right there. And yeah, we see a dominant win here by Tetsuo. So evens up the score 1-1. Bear in mind, BJ, we're in the winners finals, so this is a best of 3.
Oh, this is
Oh, sorry, my bad. Best of 5. Best of 5.
that's a 5.
So yeah, this is a best of 5. So there's still plenty of opportunity here. Up to 3 more matches. But now we're getting into the part where it's like, again, Yakai was expecting that Dragonair from Tetsuo. Is
Yeah.
he going to double down on that expectation? Because now seems like the perfect time to bring out that Dragonair and
No, but the
just
thing is,
have
wouldn't Tetsuo be scared because Yakai just bought the Abomas? No.
This is true, but look how bad the Abomasnow was there, Like
I
the
know.
the Abomasnow was absolutely had nowhere to go, absolutely core broken by that Talonflame.
And
And I
Regis
think
still.
if there's one thing one thing I think is interesting is Yakai hasn't chosen to bring the Whiscash. And
Right.
obviously it doesn't. I guess it's got like the Registeel as like a sort of half pick, but I think the Whiscash has a lot of neutral play into Tetsuo's team that he could
Right.
potentially bring it in. And maybe something like the Whiscash is like a good sort of middle ground, like you're still
Mhm.
able to out spam the Dragonair and you're still able to do super effective damage to the Talonflame. So it's maybe a bit of a safer pick that he could lean towards. But I don't know. I think we haven't seen the Dragonair 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
I think maybe now we see the Dragonair. 'Cause-
The thing is, talking about how Yakai's with cash, right? Yakai's opts to go to Pelipper. Reason being, I believe he wasn't expecting a Registeel because I mean we saw Azu, we saw Talon, and
Mm.
Pelipper is just so good to that. But like, does he adjust not to Registeel now, or he just confidence in his
Yeah.
Pelipper?
Oh,
Lead the abo again. Now
oh,
getting
you
it
called
lined
it!
up. Oh my!
You called it, BJ. Oh my days, this is okay. Well, okay. Let's say on the plus side, Tetsuo has not gone ABA weak like Yakai did last game. So,
Right.
at least he has some play here. But obviously, Yakai can now get this debuff off and
Go to
go in
Charger
so
Bug.
comfortably with that charger bug.
The
And
thing
now
here
this is
is,
tricky.
Charger Bug is so good into Tetsuo backline, right?
Yeah.
And like once Charger Bug is out, he might want to two shield Reggie, but Yakai's got the Whiscash in the back.
He's got the Whiscash. He made
I
that really
know.
crucial adaptation there, and I think it was the right one because again, it's a neutral one. Obviously, the Lickitung is neutral, but once you start seeing that Registeel coming out comfortably, then you've got to change strategies a bit, and it looks like this Whiscash can potentially do some work. Now, here's the thing: it's Shadow Dragonair, right? Shadow Dragonair
Right.
can pull out win conditions out of nowhere, so I wouldn't count Tetsuo out. He's a top tier
Right.
player,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I think if
Definitely.
anyone can figure out some way of pivoting around this matchup, I think it is Tetsuo. 2 shields
Yeah.
behind that Shadow Dragonair, he's got an opportunity.
Right. For sure. Let it go. No. Calling that.
This makes the opportunity a bit more difficult. I think.
I could see
But
him letting this go, betting it on Registeel. Oh, okay.
hey,
That's
Okay,
big.
going straight with it, getting the farm down. And obviously, you're expecting the. Okay, but going for some chip damage. And I like this. I like this because, even if
It
his
went
Reggie gets
unshielded.
hard counted in the back, he's got the potential to. And here it is. And you know what? As we saw earlier on today, Reggie can take a shield in this matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong if it's the shadow version of the Whiscash, but I feel like Reggie can still take a shield in this matchup. So Whiscash going for the Scold straight away, knowing it takes 2 moves, and actually I think it got the attack drop there, didn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yep. I could see something like Yakai's. Uh, I could see something like. I could see him let this go, come back down with Dragonair, and like somehow farm this down. Then have he went for the shield, so he won the shield.
He wants to take away that last shield, because obviously that's what's stopping him from getting off a body slam against that Abomasnow. So
The thing is,
now he's
Abomasnow have energy, right?
So he really has to like. Oh, and the timers are looking like it's going up as well. So I don't know how successful this will be.
I think Yakai got this
the
because
timers
Abo
are
got
up.
energy.
Oh, and he's just going for the mud bomb. So yeah, that was a close one there. Again, you know what? Tetsuo really looking for every single win con. So even though he got like pretty badly counted in the lead, just trying to like figure out and see if there's any play there. And but Yakai, I think at this level of play, if you've got an advantage, you're not letting it go. And Yakai did not let it go at all. Like through that icy win to secure the matchup. Just identified his win condition at every point of that match. I think it was impressive.
Yep. What we see from Yakai here is he really utilized his charger bug very well, like bringing it every game, and it kind of performed well every game too. Even like in game 2 where it was forced into Talon, but like still, just because of that,
It's still putting some work.
Yeah. So I mean, I could see him running it again, or does he just adjust? I don't know. But the problem here is the problem here is Tetsuo with that Shadow Dragon there. He see the Abomasnow
Do you
twice.
think he leads it again though? Do you think because
I'm
surely it's not a third time.
I'm not
Surely he
calling
won't
this.
bring it a third time, right?
No, but the thing is, Shadow Dragon is so good. Like it's supposed to be so good. It's like one of the best answers for Shadow Bug. Or do we just go for Whiscash? But the thing is, Whiscash is even worse into Abomasnow.
I think the Whiscash is definitely too risky to play here. Like, you've
With
seen
Licky Tongue
at least
too,
one
right?
counter to it.
Yeah.
You've seen at least one counter to it. It's just really difficult to bring. But I think it's honestly, I think it's like he's thinking, do I lead that Shadow Dragonair again? Because are you really going to bring it in a third time? And bear in mind as well, Yakai is just one win away from reaching the grand finals. So I think we have I think from Yekai's perspective as well, he's got a bit more room to take a risk, right? Because even if he loses this next game, he's still got one game available. However, Tetsuo maybe. I mean, you know what? I'd say Tetsuo can't afford to make a risk, but we saw him earlier. When he threw that grass knot bait, thinking the game is over, only a risk is going to bring it back for me. Does he have this same mentality going into this game 4?
That's just like on top of everything, right? Knowing your win con, trying your best to figure out a win con, even when the game shape is like very unfavorable for you. I can't wait to see.
Do we see the Talonflame back again? Because he let the Talonflame go this time, if I'm correct. Yeah, he did.
Yep.
And didn't serve him too well. So I wonder if we see the Talonflame coming back at all.
Seems like both of them locked in.
Okay. Or maybe
if this is not frozen.
Should I adjust my camera? Or was that a bad idea?
There you go.
Okay, well, I think that's a bit better.
Okay.
Okay. Well, while I'm waiting for them to do that, maybe I'll do some more camera adjustments.
I think there might be some freeze here. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Um,
Yeah. True. That actually.
because yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay. Maybe
ingredient.
we'll just send them a. Oh no.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we?
Technical issue.
Technical difficulties. Viewers at home, just letting you know. We're operating this all to the best of our capability, and considering the different
Yeah.
time zones and different environments that we're
I
in.
mean, now that we have
So
like
far,
now that we have technical difficulties, why don't you answer some of the live chat? So
okay. I
it-
wasn't even looking.
some people have been asking, is this live or is this pre-recorded?
This is absolutely live. This is so live. Sometimes a match finishes and I didn't even realize. Yeah,
I
this
know.
is
Yes.
yeah. This is absolutely live. In fact, if you're following along with bracket, you can see that the brackets are being updated. While our competitors do set up, we'll just quickly talk about the bracket because the losers bracket has been going on, and we did see Mini Coke beat Anak in the Indonesian showdown and have to play against Jodianga. Jodianga has now just beaten Mini Coke, so this is Jodianga who came third in the Indonesian qualifier last year. Has beaten Mini Coke, and also one thing. Although Mini Coke was the first seed of this thing with his impressive win record, Jodianga actually got the same win record in this season's tournament. So, Jodianga really looking like a force to reckon with and is advancing to the losers semi-finals. And then here we can see Nava Empire. So Charming Chinda earlier beat Harish, the other Indian battler, 2-1. Went on to battle against Nava Empire, who won 2-0 against Charming Chinda. So this is Charming Chinda, who qualified for Worlds last year.
Yep.
And then Nava Empire going to play Nyankake in the next round of that losers bracket. We're back.
Whiscash into Likita.
Oh,
he actually
you
brought
called
it.
it, BJ. He brought the Whiscash. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. But and you know what? I think this is wild because Yakai didn't really bring a proper answer to the Whiscash. This is his best answer to the Whiscash.
Yeah. But the thing is, this matchup is still not that good for Likitang. Just due to the damage that it will take, and it is kind of bait dependent.
And I think
Yakai is
especially
going for the bait.
Oh, I mean, you can't no shield here, right?
It's
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This guy's insane! This guy is insane! What? What? Wait, is he gonna no shield again? Is he gonna no?
He knows you did it
Bruv,
again. I mean, he knows the count. He knows the count. He knows it's not foul whip, so he just let it go. But wow,
this is like soul reads happening here again. Tetsuo, like I'm on the back foot. I need to take as much advantage of this.
Can
as
he
possible.
farm down?
And
Tetsuo
you know
farm
what?
it down.
Farms all the way down, and you know that energy in the Whiscash is useful everywhere. Honestly, even if you're throwing it into a resisted Pokemon, you still have the opportunity of getting that debuff. So I think this was an incredible play. And as you can see, Tetsuo still has 2 shields, and he's got that Talonflame in the back. And I mean, he let the skull go through. This is prime Talonflame area, right? This is prime Talonflame territory. We saw this at Dortmund, a weekend or two ago, where Talonflame was just taking advantage of farming things down and just letting off flies and flame charges everywhere. And this is Tetsuo's strategy here. Perfect alignment. It's going to take a lot of work for Yakai to get rid of the Cresselia, let alone this Talonflame right now. I'm going for the fly, just to chip it down a bit. I don't know if you're muted, BJ, or not, but
no, I'm not.
This Talonflame is okay. He's just speechless. He's just lost for words.
No, this game was so good. I don't even know how to cast.
Literally, this Talonflame is just going nuts. And this is
I
the
mean,
thing here. So obviously, Yakai playing to all his win conditions, trying to generate as much energy on this Whiscash
on
as
this guy.
possible to see if he can potentially flip that Cresselia matchup. And honestly, BJ, I
He still
think,
got a
you
shield.
know, he's got a shield and he's got the Skull debuff and it's a Shadow Whiscash, so he's doing way more damage. And I think if ever there's a situation where the Whiscash can potentially flip it, it's now. Honestly, I think we might be getting close to it.
Yeah, the thing is, does he
Yes.
get to Scout and Mud Bomb before Tetsuo get to the second Grass Knot?
This is
And
the question, you know.
that just come down to the timing.
It's coming down to a race right now. Is
Do
he
we
going to
have
go
a
for
game
double mud
5?
bomb? No, he's okay. He's going for it. He's gone for the mud bomb.
The
I
thing is,
think he might
yeah,
have the
but the
skull.
thing is, he has the Scout. He has the Scout
Is-
ready to go,
is it
I believe. And
Oh,
he
it
won
might
the
KO
win
it.
the
Might
CMP.
KO. Oh,
Does it
he
KO?
wins CMP. I think it KOs. Does it KO? Does it KO? If it doesn't KO, he's got the grass knot.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, he KO'd. I thought that was unlosable. Oh my days.
bro, Yakai.
Yakai. Bruv, this guy is. You know what?
Holy.
I'm gonna say if any of you watching are from any of the other regions, yeah, just prepare your Yakai counters for Worlds. Yeah, this is all I'm gonna say.
Hey, he's not going
'Cause
to Worlds. He's not going
yeah.
this year. But yeah,
Wait, what? What? He's not going to Worlds?
yeah, he is. He has some personal stuff coming up, so he told me he is not looking to go to. And
That
he
is
already stepped down. But look at the gameplay, bro. Bro, step down.
insane.
He
Insane.
take it easier, but
This
still
is him taking
perfection
it easy. This
everywhere.
is him taking it easy. Players who are competing in 2025, yeah, watch out for Yakai. That was an insane match, and also props to Tetsuo making all the right calls,
Yeah.
playing to his absolute win conditions there. The no shield on that body slam bait was wild, absolutely wild. But you know what? I think I see his thought process there, where it's like, you know what? Even if it is that power whip, I'm just going to go 2 shields in with that Talonflame and just start ramping up and farming down. So, really insane one there. Now, so Yakai has made it to the grand finals, where he'll
Yep.
be chilling for a while we, finish up this losers bracket. And our next match will be the losers semi-finals. We still haven't advanced from the losers bracket, but while we're waiting, as you can see here, Jodianga waiting in that losers semi-finals to face off against either Nyankake or Nava Empire. So it's going to be really interesting there. Yeah, going to be really interesting to see, who manages to come out from Nyankake and Nava Empire. Nava Empire, the last Indian competitor compared to left, and Nyankake, the second last Japanese compared to left. So while we're awaiting on the next scores, let's invite back Fishy Legs. He's here.
Yeah.
Guess who's back?
Incredible.
Back again.
He's back. And Fishy Legs, what was your opinions on that match?
Mate, I'm just glad I'm not playing at this point. Like these guys are.
I know.
Yeah, I'll say one thing to the viewers at home. Funnily enough, both of my co-casters here were
Hey.
super close from qualifying.
Okay.
It came
Thought
down
you were
to
gonna.
with Fishy Legs. I think it came down to just game wins throughout the season, and with BJ, I think it came down to just one matchup. And but I mean, after seeing those matches, I guess they're happy to be on this side of the screen.
Yep. I'm
Yeah.
definitely enjoying this.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
just
unreal.
letting you know, right? I'm like the owner of APC, like Asia Champion League. So
This
like
guy
I
is trying to.
I just want to cast. I just want to produce. I didn't want to qualify. Trust. Copium.
Yeah, see, the BJ's for the community. That's what he is. Okay, so I'm actually going to. So, again, a bit more context for the people in the audience. I'm doing some of the organizing today. I'd fill in the caster role, and so I'm gonna leave you, BJ and Fishy Legs. I'm gonna leave you guys to just take us through anything that might need to, be displayed or ironed out. And I'm gonna just go and do some more organizing, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So I might
All right.
leave my camera on, or if Steve decides to put us onto, just two casters,
Yep.
by all means. But I'm gonna do some quick organizing. I'll be back soon.
Alrighty.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole, for that just now. Guessing that. That was
So-
just an insane in the finals. That
So
just
what I
left me
learned-
speechless for like 10 seconds. Like, I was speechless. I was just watching and I'm like, it's just so close because like, okay,
Yeah.
I feel like Tetsuo with the alignment kind of have some advantage. Like the way Yakai is played out, it's just so like beautiful. It's just
he was.
I'm
he
just
was
like
all over that
I'm just
game.
watching that in shock. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is he doing? Is he going to make this? I'm just doubting myself and him right now.
It makes you wonder if we're
Yeah.
playing the same game at some times. You know, like this guy just makes it look so easy.
Yep.
Turns out Wizcash is a Cresselia counter. Where did that come from? It was unreal.
But still, like even though Tetsuo lost that game or lost that set, he is still in. He is still in the losers.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
might bump back up to the grand finals. We never know. I could definitely see that coming with how Tetsuo have been playing today. And
Look,
there
I think
might be a
I think
revenge.
it's possible that for Tetsuo that he could sweep the losers bracket, come back to the grand final, and then reset the bracket, push it
Yeah.
all the way. Like the quality of battlers that we're seeing here, nothing out of the question. Really.
I know, right? I feel like just because of how we already like have some qualification, as in having all the playoffs to like have all these battles on here, they're already certified to be performing very well.
Yeah.
And it just shows the players today are like top tier. I'm losing my mind from all this play.
No, it's amazing to watch, and it's even more like enjoyable to be able to be here and commentate on these battles. I've said it a couple times already. These guys just don't get enough screen time. There's not enough coverage of this level of gameplay from the APAC region, and I think that this just really shows and gives us a case to say, like, come check us out. We mean business, you know. If Yakai was going to Worlds, he'd be putting a number on a fair few there from the EU, the NA, the LATAM regions.
I mean,
It's
the
just
thing
unreal.
about Worlds is, it's like, okay, at least for last year, everyone who qualified is like a regional winner or like a runner-up or
That's right.
top cut. So like, you cannot expect anything because it's just similar to this. We have like a very high skill players everywhere, and anything can just happen. Like none of like going through the bracket since first round, there is none of the match that I can predict who will win. It will just come down to like that specific moment and those specific plays that those players made that will change all the outcomes. Like there's no one I wouldn't say this. I would say this, that there's no one better than any like each other because
Yeah.
like they're all just so good, top
Yeah,
tier
exactly.
players. So like anything could
any given
happen.
day, they can beat any player in this tournament, and the vice versa. Like they can lose to anyone, they can beat anyone in this tournament. It's just
I mean,
such
we
a
have
game
seen
fun.
the world champion lost early in regionals before, right?
Yeah,
Mr. AXN.
yeah, that's right. I mean, it happens. It happens for sure. And like you look at even at Worlds, and you see someone like Logan Rocket.
Right. Yeah.
They went 0-2 at Worlds in Yokohama. So it's just like when the skill level is this high, the margin of error is so small. Anyone can lose
Right.
to anyone, in my opinion. But
I mean, like, okay, we all know Yakai is like crack. Yeah. Like,
yeah,
yeah. But the thing is, during Worlds, he went 0-2.
yep, same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't even mean he's bad, bro. Like, I went 1-2, but I don't think I'm as good as Yakai.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this next matchup. We'll have Jodianga again, who has made it all the way through the losers bracket to the semi-finals. So he's put on a performance today, and Jodi's someone who I've played before in still factions in that APAC region, and definitely a top quality battler. And these Indonesian battlers are definitely not to be underestimated from that perspective as well. So I'm actually I'm rooting for Jody at this point. He's an old rival.
Just like what Anika mentioned, right? It's just so insane. They are just eliminating each other.
Yeah.
Like they all have like so few losses, and the losses are just to fellows Indonesian battlers too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely a region to watch out for sure. I mean, we have like some well-known players. I know one is in the chat. Hello, Fine Panic. Shout out to Fine Panic, our fellows APAC content creator, who, similar to us, did not qualify for this.
Yeah.
But yeah. Hello, Fine Panic. Yep.
All right, let's bring our good mate Anakor back. Seems like he's done organizing. Doesn't take him very long. He doesn't do a lot, but
hello.
Here he is.
I said doesn't do a lot, you know. Yes, some organizing was done. So as you all know, you know, sitting at home, we are waiting for the matchup between Nava Empire and Nyankake to see who will advance into the loser semis. And so in the meantime, I thought we'd take a moment to thank some of our sponsors.
Ayo.
So, we actually do not have sponsors, but we have friends.
Okay.
And honestly, so you know what? I'm gonna start with the people thanking, right? So you know this project in general was you know not just built off one person. You know, obviously, you know, I had the idea initially, but I knew that it was a project that wouldn't be. It's not something that I can fulfill myself, and I got a lot of help from so many people, members and leaders of communities from Australia, from Indonesia, from Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, India, so many different people. And
you just don't want to mention Thailand, huh?
Did I not mention Thailand? I thought I said Thailand. I'm sorry, but you know the Thailand representative is here, so you know maybe I was letting you do it. But honestly, it's been quite amazing because you know we in the APAC region there's you know obviously not many official circuits, but also previously even when Sylph was up, there wasn't as much grassroots things going on, right?
Right.
And so it felt like an opportunity to really, you know, extend that that grassroots scene into APAC, and you know, seeing some of the performances from a lot of the players who have been taking part, it's really exciting. You know, you're going to see some of these players on the big stage, and you know, going back to the whole organizer thing. Honestly, I think a project like this, probably one of the most important parts was these community leaders, right? Because gathering people together who may speak different languages, who may be a part of different time zones, it's not easy. So I think it really shows how strong the community needs to be, but also how strong the community is just in general in the APAC region.
Definitely.
So okay, I don't know. I just thought you guys
let's
wanted to
talk.
comment
I
on
mean,
that.
let's talk about some success, right? Like, look at Japan. How many players do we have there? Like, I mean, participants.
Yeah, so yeah, if anyone was, I don't know if this was explained earlier, but the reason why there's an uneven amount of qualifiers from each region is due to how many players actually participated in the season. So you know how things are set up is Division 1 is always going to be 20 players. However, Division 2 can consist of as many players as you know the country can provide, and we made a rule where for every 20 players that a country can get competing in Division 2, they can get an extra 2 qualifications. And we had to cap it at 8 because Japan just had so many players competing. I think they had over 100 players competing in Division 2, so absolutely insane amount. And you know, all the other countries did have around like, you know, 40 to 50 players. So overall, so it was really exciting to see that. I'm hoping it's something that will just grow in the future. You know, it's early days. This is only the first season, and looking towards season 2, which will obviously be starting at the start of the next GBL season. This next GBL season will also include all the Asia qualifiers, so the official Play Pokemon Asia qualifiers. So, you know, if there was ever a good time to get involved in this circuit, I think it's then. You know, getting as much practice as you can in this OGL Open T Sheets Show 6 format, I think is quite vital on the road to the World Championships. Other sponsors that apparently CEO BJ has secured us.
Yep. Good job, second in line, CEO. Definitely the CEO.
But actually, I think we'd also like to, you know, thank Dracoviz as well. People at I said the people of Dracoviz. I am a people at Dracoviz.
Oh my god!
but they do so much work.
I mean,
No, honestly, you know what? I've got to say, like, a lot of the true people at Dracoviz, not me. Obviously, I do a bit of work, but like, you know, the developers, Polymers Up, who actually made us all.
hey,
graphics.
confidential information. Confidential. We don't share this.
Do we not? Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Okay.
Well,
The only guy working for Draco is just me. So that's all you need to know. Yep.
So
Confidential
yeah.
information.
Thanking all the BJs that we have in Dracoviz. But
Yep.
honestly, I think you know, they put a lot of work in over the last to be honest, since the conception of Dracoviz, but particularly over the last 2 seasons, getting us information for the getting us information for the Play Pokemon circuit, bringing us Dracoviz tournaments, which you know, is one of the platforms we're using today as well for the team registration, and it may be a platform that a lot of you at home have used, you know, whether it be for local tournaments or other grassroots tournaments. Even right down to, you know, the Play Pokemon Championships, we've recently seen seeding occur. And a lot of the information that's been used to actually determine seeding, you know, has also been taken from the Dracoviz pool. So I think it's been a really exciting project, and I think there's only so much more they can. There's a lot more they can do. You know, I still feel like our scene at a whole is in an infancy. And I think there's a lot of room to grow. You know, we recently saw the announcement of Australia getting locals, meaning that now every region in the world will have access to locals. Obviously, except for, you know, a lot of the Asian regions, but that's TPC. And honestly, I think our hands are tied in that sort of situation. Although, I think, you know, looking at how much development we've seen in the Pokemon Go scene just in general, right? Like, if you think about the fact that we're only in our we're in our like 2.5 season of the Play Pokemon Championships, and we've developed so much since the very first season. So there's maybe a possibility that TPC can see the light and, you know, maybe make things a bit better. Who knows? But I think the 2025 season, not wanting to look too far ahead, but I think the 2025 season is going to be really exciting because it really feels like we're just bringing everything together, you know?
Yeah, definitely. We will look forward to that. And if anyone need practice for the place Pokemon and trying to qualify to Worlds and APAC, be sure to, I don't know, text us for info if you want to participate in like this type of practice tournament, like the one we are hosting.
Oh, I thought you were offering scrims. I
Hey,
was like, where's he going with this?
I retired. Okay, I retired. I don't play this game. I don't play this game.
If you need scrims,
but yeah,
available.
if anyone does want to join in, like BJ said, where, you know, the second season will be starting at the beginning of the GBL season, so there's still a good few weeks, you know, for you to register your interest in that second season.
Excellent.
Yep.
Fishy Legs, you got any particular shout outs, any particular sponsors? If you do, then we're not getting the residuals from them, so maybe you should send them our way, because
Ah, mate, the
that's just
sponsors have been
stingy.
holding back a bit lately. I mean,
Have they?
waiting for my next check to come in the mail. It's been months.
Right.
I don't
Okay. Oh, you let us know when that's arriving. I would like to check on our match that we're waiting for, but it's oh, I'd say that it's really getting on. Let's we're past the 30-minute mark. Okay, I mean the thing is that people familiar to online tournaments will know that sometimes these battles can get super sweaty and can even go up to maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. So it's not unheard of. It's not unheard of, especially if you have issues with like sending battles or whatnot. But hopefully we shouldn't be here for too much longer. We should know who our second semi-finalist is. I guess just having a look at the moment, we have we've got 2 Japanese players technically left. We've got an Indian player left. We've got an Indonesian player left, and we've got a player from APAC left. So unfortunate for Australia.
Yeah.
Was not their day this time. I don't know if maybe you need to campaign for better internet, because
Definitely.
Australian internet. But I mean, obviously, this is not an excuse, but I think it's a good idea to do so anyway. Yeah, was not the day for Australians today, but the other regions really putting their best foot forward and sending out their best players.
I feel like the problem with Australia is we don't have any qualifying.
He can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have any.
Imagine if we have Honeycall, he will like sweep. He would go
this
5-0 against Yakai.
Yeah, see, you know what? I made a conscious decision to just scrape not getting relegated this season, just to push up the competition a bit more, So
That sounds like copium, mate. Come on.
Nah, it sounds like community. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, yeah.
When we were talking about community, I think this is what community means. It's about doing what you can to strengthen your surroundings. In all
If you were
seriousness, I need to
playing-
get it together next season.
There's some question
I'm trying
on.
to.
There's some
What's the
question on when the next match is going on. So just another update on that, I guess, is we're waiting for what was it? Losers round.
Round
What
5.
was
It's
that?
5 or something.
Loser round 5 to go into loser semi-finals and play Jodianga. Then whoever wins that will play losers finals against Tetsuo, and there will be a grand finals where Yakai is waiting.
Don't go away now. If you go away, leave the sound on so you can hear us screaming for you to come back.
Right.
Because we have 3 matches, or we have a best of 3 next, and then we're going into that losers final for a best of 5, and then the grand final for a final best of 5. So there's still a good amount of battles left, and after this point, all the battles will be on stream as well. So we won't have
any wait time
this kind of issues.
on that much wait time.
Obviously, both players, they're in the losers bracket. You can understand them wanting to take just a bit more time to make sure that they're actually not putting themselves at a disadvantage in their matchup. So
Yep.
can't really blame them.
How many millions are on the line today, Anna? Just out of curiosity, the sponsors.
How many millions are on the line? We have several million, about 5 million in friendship points. And those those friendship points will go a long way. Oh, I think we have an update, and we do have an update.
Wow.
Viewers, the results of the battle: Nava Empire versus Nyankake. and Nava Empire has won 2-1 to put himself in losers semi-finals against Jodianga. So that's really exciting. We now have 4 competitors left, and they all hail from different regions. This is insane.
This is
Just
what we're
putting it
here
out
for.
there. This will be the first time we see an Indian batters today, and
Okay,
unfortunately,
that's true. That's true.
unfortunately, Room is not here to witness this.
This
But
is also true.
he
He's
said,
here in spirit.
but
true.
he stated that he could definitely see Now Empire
Yeah.
reverse sweeping this whole
He called
tournament.
it early. He called it
Yeah.
real early in the stream.
Yeah.
Said Nava
I mean,
Empire's
technically, he called Yakai in grand finals, so that's one call correct,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I think
he's
what's
all over it.
interesting to see here as well is so we're just the organizer Aniko is just sorting out some of the little technical things. But I think what's interesting to see here as well is 3 of our 4 competitors were okay. So 2 of our 4 competitors were top of their league this season. Jodianga, who was second, was only second based on game wins and actually got the same record as the player who did get top of the Indonesian league. And, Tetsuo, I think, if I'm not mistaken, one of you guys please check it because, like I said, I'm doing some stuff. But did Tetsuo
Okay.
come second?
Yes.
Tetsuo came second in his league. So
Same.
this is
Yeah.
literally
One
the best
game
of
win
the best.
difference as well. Tetsuo.
Oh, what? So same record as well. This is so these 4 players have not only performed today, but they've performed throughout the entire season, getting possibly one of the best records that they could potentially get, and they've made it down here to like the final 4. So I think this is incredible. Incredible performance by them. Obviously, we've seen today, but also throughout the entire season. And like I said, this next season is the season of the Asia qualifiers. So if ever there's a time where if ever there are players to keep your eyes on, I think these 4 are really good candidates.
Absolutely.
I mean, we already kind of know 3 of them, right? Like Yakai's,
Seen them on stream.
Nava Empire, and Tetsuo. All of them are like well known. They made rank 1 in leaderboards in GBL. So like
Yeah.
it's already proven how good they are. So yeah,
They've shown it in multiple formats, which is the impressive thing, right? Like they've shown they can do it in GBL, and they've shown that they can do it in the Show 6 format as well against their fellow countrymen, and then on the greater APAC stage, So obviously these players don't just run RPS to rank 1, and they actually have got some skill behind them, and they're showing that today, and it's really awesome to see.
Yeah, agreed. I think in the other regions sometimes we do see certain players who either particularly just do GBL or only do Show 6, and I think it's due to the fact that they have that luxury to do so, right? They have these live events, they have these grassroots events where they can just do Show 6 and not really bother with GBL, whereas in the APAC region with such a lack of grassroots tournaments and live tournaments and things like that, sometimes your only way of battling is going to be GBL. And so if you're going to get good at something, if you're only going to play GBL, then you may as well get really good at it. We're now loading up our next match, which is going to be that winners semi-final. So a bit of a caveat here. So Nava Empire has informed us that his internet's slightly unstable, so we've opted to only show the perspective of Jodianga for this match. However, this is going to be a best of 3, and the winner will be facing off against Tetsuo in the losers finals.
Oh yeah. Let's take a look at the team preview. So,
oh, it's me.
Hey, it's you.
It's me.
This is
interesting.
This is the only regular Gligar in the entire tournament.
Yeah, the only regular Gligar, but opting for the Shadow Whiscash instead. So I think
Yeah.
that's a really interesting choice. He's definitely got his reasons for it. I think so. Here we see the like classic core of Gligar, Charger Bug, and Whiscash on both sides. But like you mentioned, and also Skarmory as well. So very, very similar teams. Just some shadow differences there. But obviously we have the Cresselia and Azumarill on Jodianga's side. Whereas Nava Empire's opted for the Lickitung, but also the Poliwrath. And this is the first time we've seen Poliwrath today, and I'm going to say in a while. Obviously with Annihilate coming through, Poliwrath has seen a lot less usage. What's your thoughts on Poliwrath at the moment, Fishy?
Look, I think Poliwrath has an interesting spot in the meta at the moment, where it has a really strong play into a select few models. But I mean, looking into Jody's team, it's hard to find where's a spot for it to land. Like obviously the Whiscash is good, and the Skarmory with shields up and threaten the Gligar with Icy Winds and Scalds. But aside from that, like you're really struggling to place that Poliwrath so useful. But we are seeing lots of Pokemon such as Lickitung and Registeel's in appearance. So Poliwrath has a play, but I'm not sure if we're going to see much of it in this set.
Yeah. I'm wondering how much Nava has used that Poliwrath just throughout the tournament, because it is a very interesting pick. In terms of what do you reckon looks good here? Because I think, on Nava's side, it's like I guess the Skarmory is probably looking relatively safe alongside that Lickitung. The Lickitung doesn't really have any hard walls in this sort of situation. Like even the Skarmory isn't too bad of a matchup. The Skarmory obviously really just fearing that Charger Bug. But even then, like with some energy you're hitting for neutral with the charge moves, do you feel like Jody can actually bring that Charger Bug in this kind of matchup?
Yeah, I think the Charger Bug has a lot of value. I think given that you can still chip the Whiscash quite significantly with the X, and the only hard wall here is the Gligar, I think the Charger Bug has definitely a lot of play. Can flip the Lickitung matchup with energy, and obviously really hard wall the Skarmory and the Poliwrath. So I can definitely see Jody bringing the Charger Bug. He's been bringing it a lot today. He's making good mileage out of it. And I think he's going to probably have to protect it with something like the Azumarill or the Whiscash. So these.
Right, yeah, I think that Azumarill, like you mentioned, does look really good here. A lot of neutral play just across the board, and I think it's in a similar spot to Nava's Lickitung, where it's like it's got some matches that maybe it doesn't really want to be in, but it's not exactly hard losing those matches. So you can really use it to just like soak up damage. You can use it to as a bit of a pivot. So I like that call as well. What do you reckon about the I was going to say the Cresselia, but it's just not looking really good. That said, the Whiscash on both sides, the Whiscash on both sides, there's not really a like a grass type to answer it. And I think we've seen this throughout this season so far.
Yeah,
What's
definitely.
your thoughts on that Whiscash?
I think, Yakai showed us that Shadow Whiscash is a Cresselia counter, so I think it's free reign into Jody's team.
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see a lot of that Shadow Whiscash. It just has so much damage potential, and it's always a pain to deal with those debuffs.
Yeah, we could see the Whiscash just coming in all 3 games if they make it that far, because it does look pretty safe. That Skull debuff is, I mean, if people are going to remember this season for something, it's that Whiscash Skull debuff, Yeah, I think today so far we have seen a few of the debuffs on stream, but I don't feel like they've been super crucial in those particular matchups, because one thing that doesn't feel too good to see is obviously when that 50-50 chance really changes the direction of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something that these battlers would be good at by now, given they have so much Show 6 experience, is actually bringing teams where you're not so dependent on that 50-50 chance, and you've actually got capacity to win matchups without the debuff, and the debuff just was a nice little benefit along the way when you did. So that's where like the
Yeah,
skill of team building really gets undervalued, I think. Certainly something
yeah,
that
I completely agree there. I think we saw this from Doombug, interestingly, where Doombug was also playing that Shadow Whiscash, but you would see Doombug opt to use Mud Bomb way more frequently than other competitors. And obviously it makes sense because if the Mud Bomb is doing enough damage, if the Mud Bomb is what you need, then why go for the Scald, right? Whereas you do see some competitors kind of like slip into that that sort of habit of feeling like, oh, well, I want to get the debuff, and then just going for that chance when maybe it just wasn't necessary to advance your game state. I think that's another thing as well, just recognizing when the debuff is absolutely necessary to, maybe it's a Hail Mary, whether it's, just a bonus and you don't lose anything from not getting it. I think those are really important things to recognize because, like you said, if you're playing solely based on getting that debuff and you don't get it, then it can all fall apart for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll see the same playstyle with we have a lot of success with Dugong as well. Knowing when to Icy Wind, knowing when to Drill Run, all those sorts of things that just make subtle differences that really turn around a game run high level. But we see
in that
the locking in of teams here. Hopefully, we're not too far off from the lock in from Nava and his too many technical.
Yeah.
But,
obviously, it's it's really late stages of the tournament now, so you really want to think about it. But we've got the teams in. It's a Shadow Gligar against Lickitung, so relatively neutral leads here, but maybe slightly more favored toward Nava.
Yeah, the Lickitung just has capacity to outbulk the Shadow Gligar. And we see now the first move coming through. Jody electing not to shield it has built up over the dig. And Body Slam does connect. It's just under 50%. And now the dig is being queued up.
And I think it's interesting because okay, I was going to say the zoomer on the back doesn't necessarily want to see this. The Charger Bug doesn't necessarily want to see this, but I feel like obviously we don't know what Nava has in the back, but I have a feeling the Charger Bug's not going to be in a comfortable position because if it is that Whiscash in the back, we know that Shadow Whiscash can take on an Azumarill. We know that Shadow Whiscash can also take on the Charger Bug as well. So it could be a case of trying to win alignment here. And Jody has one alignment as well, expending one shield though.
Yeah, so at the cost of a shield, he has brought himself alignment. He has a little bit of energy, and we see the Poliwrath now coming in. So he's gonna have to eat some aerial aces and some wing attacks from this Shadow Gligar. Where is this Poliwrath actually going to land?
Interesting. Yeah, that's so interesting that we see this Poliwrath. Okay, now I think that's an interesting pivot because I guess at this point you kind of know that that last one is that Whiscash. Maybe the Azumarill pivot would have been a bit more comfortable, but regardless, like you're going to get enough chip damage on this, and the Azumarill is now looking like it's in a really good position.
Yeah, I mean this matchup is fairly one-sided for the Whiscash. Oh jeez, that skull does a lot of damage with the shadow.
That was a lot.
We see the attack drop, so this X is just not going to do as much as you'd normally expect it to. But I think the play here from Jody would be to soak up a bit of energy on his Gligar and then just save shields for that who's got a great matchup into that Poliwrath and back, especially after it took the aerial ace already.
Agreed, yeah. I think it's a really interesting bring, that Poliwrath, because like we discussed before the battle, it doesn't really feel like it has too many places to go. And I mean, thinking of where, what would be the reason that you'd bring that Poliwrath is most likely for the opposing Whiscash or the opposing Skarmory. And actually, we have neither on Jodianga's team.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, it was a bold call by Nava, and clearly in this match, it's yet to pay off. And also know something that we don't about these matchups, given that he is a high school fellow, it's possible. But now this Whiscash is getting super low. Oh, and a catch!
Oh, what a catch! Yeah. What a catch! I mean, do you know what the thing is Shadow Whiscash, sorry, just generates energy so fast and hits so hard that a catch like that may have been necessary. And I think this puts Jodianga into a really, really good position. The Azumarill still a decent amount of health, still one shield, and pretty much near a second move.
We see the CMP tie. So, Jody, is he going to call the move here? He's let it go through? And it's just the icy wind, and it doesn't do anywhere near as
my days.
damage. Wow!
Yeah,
that was an incredible call, because if he shields that, the Whiscash now has capacity to outpace him. But as it is now, he's just tanked it, and he can farm down this Whiscash to guarantee the win.
Just bubble it down, you know. So that was actually a really important call, because I think I'm wondering if, you know, I wasn't counting, but if it was a Scold, if it would have gotten low enough for the Whiscash to then mud shot down. But honestly, the fact that it was that close, the Poliwrath having absolutely nowhere to go, I mean, shows the strength of these players, but also shows the strength of that Shadow Whiscash.
Oh yeah, that Whiscash put in so much work in that end game there, and as I mentioned earlier on in the piece, that the matchup into Azumarill is so much better. Like, you're actually doing considerable damage with those mud bombs into the Azumarill, and it's not just there all day taking moves. It actually has to start throwing. The thing with Azumarill, right? Like, it's so slow to those moves in this meta. Like, the meta that we're seeing at the moment is a lot of fast charging attacks with things like Aerial Ace, Dig, Mud Bomb, Scald, all flying out every which way. And there's less of that high energy attacks that we've seen in the past. So Azu, while having a good play into some of his mod, also struggles against things that outplay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we saw it there with you know, the Azu has to land 2 moves onto that Whiscash regardless. So you know, the reduced bulk of the Whiscash being Shadow doesn't really affect it too much. But like you said, Azu just really slow to get to those moves. And honestly, I mean, I was even going to say at a certain point, I realized that Nava had actually gone down 1 shield at this point, but there was potential for the Poliwrath to even 2 shield through the Azu, which is, you know, a testament to how slowly Azu charges up. But this is an amazing lead for Jodianga. You know, absolutely where you want that Cresselia. And interesting here, going for a bit of a chip. And do you think he can swap out, though? His team seems relatively like neutral to this Lickitung.
Yeah, I think if he wants to win switch here, he's going to have to invest a shield into this Flagger. You see he's letting the first one go, but it's a good safe swap there from Nava, reading that he wasn't bringing Skarmory. He's really quite safe to bring that in, and it has capacity to flip switch against pretty much every other his team. So what Jody had planned to do there was either do some damage or take a shield to give himself some sort of artificial advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, now he's at that point where, you know, they're at shield parity again, but Jody just has a lot more energy and could potentially deal with this Lickitung. But I mean, I would say that the Lickitung getting another body slam is now the ball's in the Lickitung's court, because this is going to leave the Gligar on super low health. Lickitung can choose to shield up if it wants to and take switch here, or it can just let it go and go for maybe an aggressive mud shot down with the Whiscash.
And he's going to go for switch here, which is probably a great play given how polarizing the lead matchup was. The Charger Bug coming in to try and farm down this Lickitung and get ahead on energy.
This Charge Bug is going to get a lot of energy.
This is dangerous because the Shadow Whiscash doesn't take those X's anywhere near as well as the regular.
Exactly.
With shield advantage, you know. Way.
Yeah, this Charger Bug can pop off. I mean, unless there's a Gligar in the back to kind of put it in check, this Charger Bug's energy is going everywhere. You know? But then I guess it feels bad to like swap out and the give up switch there.
The thing is, the Charger Bug is super low, and is this range for a mud shot down? No, you're not going to find out. Going for the switch.
Goes for the swap out, and it's a Skarmory in the back, so absolutely hard counter in this sort of situation. But I think there may be a play for Jodianga here, because you know you can fire off these future sites, and you still have that 1 shield. You know, no doubt he's going to save that 1 shield for the Charger Bug. Do you think the Charger Bug can pull off some sort of reverse farm and get enough X scissors onto that Whiscash to seal out the game?
That's a big ask for a small
It's a,
bug.
it's a bold ask, but I mean, he's at this point. He's got to be looking for all his win cons, and that might just be it. But I mean, with how many charge moves that are being fired in this particular matchup, the timers are running out soon. And Skarmory actually throwing a move here, so not even going for doubling up. It's getting really interesting now.
So
Because
the
I
thing is,
don't think it's as clear cut.
I don't think we get the farm down here. And he's gonna, he pushed for it, but unfortunately, not able to bring it back. But Nava Empire winning that game when he led Whiscash into Cresselia, and then he would have had alignment went against his favor. The charge bug on the Skarmory, like that Lickitung safe swap just really showed its value there. It's just can't deny Lickitung this meta.
And I think they're obviously recognizing that getting that Skarmory onto the Cresselia matchup is just so dominating that it's worth going 2 shields down. He's not going to need those shields when it comes to that matchup, and that was really the key difference maker here, because I think it was potentially a valid play to kind of go for. It was a valid play to kind of go for potentially keeping that shield and going for like an aggressive mud shot down on the Shadow Gligar, but obviously Nava making the right call in that situation. And now it's 1-1.
Yep.
We're on the last match of this set, and the winner is going into the losers finals to play against Tetsuo.
And
equally, the loser's going home, and that's their region eliminated. India or Indonesia are the last players from those respective regions. So it's really all coming down to it now. Now, Fishy Legs, what do you reckon each player is thinking at this point in terms of the kind of adjustments that they might make for this game 3?
Yeah, look, if you're Jody, you're looking at Nava's Whiscash and Lickitung, and you're just going, I need some way of breaking these two mon. They're just stuck at the moment. And if I'm Jody, I'm bringing Azu, bringing Cresselia, and possibly going wild and running triple weak to the charger bus, and running Skarmory just to, like, at this point in the tournament, if you don't do something drastic, try and change up the game, then it's too late. So I'm always a fan of throwing caution to the wind and going, all right, let's just try and make a call. If it doesn't go my way, so be it. But if it does, staying alive.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, I think I think the team that Jodianga bought in that last set was, it felt really strong and robust, but that Skarmory kind of like core breaked him, and the Skarmory did put in a lot of work, and so it's like now it seems like he's in a situation where he's going to really have to consider that Skarmory as a legitimate threat and actually build for it when deciding his next team. And then it kind of, I want to say, like, cancels out some safe mons. Maybe like you said, you have to go for the Azumarill, acting as like a bit of a neutral Skarmory answer while playing decently into that Lickitung Whiscash core. I think Cresselia did look pretty good, and generally looks pretty decent across the board. But I mean, obviously, with in the Skarmory matchup, you just don't really want to be there. And then seeing Skarmory and Chargebug on the opposing team, maybe Cresselia is just not the play.
Yeah, I find that with this meta, Cresselia isn't the best safe swap because there's so many Skarmories, Chargebug, etc. running around. I think I like what Jody did running it in the lead game 2. Try and catch that Whiscash, to try and catch whatever it might be. Alternatively, you could run it in the back, Skarmory, but it's really either you lead it or you don't bring it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that leaves a few less options there for Jody to consider, and gives Nava a bit of leeway to say, I don't think he's going to lead it again, so I don't think he'll bring it again. Let's run something a little bit dangerous like he did game 1. And
yeah, I think I agree. Like, I think it's it doesn't seem as safe to lead again, but you know that Shadow Whiscash is coming. So potentially looking for alternative checks in that situation. It just like again, it makes it so difficult because it's like you want to check the Whiscash, but you don't want to be too vulnerable to the Skarmory as well. And it feels like you can't have your cake and eat it in that situation. So yeah, really has to kind of assess what they're going to do there. Just a little information for the viewers. There's some we're having some battle sending issues. You know, not not out of the ordinary in Pokemon Go, unfortunately. Maybe one day we can send battles with a bit of freedom. I will also take this opportunity to actually turn the light on because I'm giving a bit of a Batman villain sort of vibe here, you know.
I kind of like it, you know,
Just
a
like,
little bit moody, a little bit
yeah,
dark.
it's kind of cool. Yeah. As maybe this is not the aesthetic we're looking for, so we'll correct that.
My question for you is, if we're seeing two Whiscash on opposing sides, how do you ever bring? If you have a Whiscash with low attack, are you bringing it into a team that has a Whiscash? Because then if you lose this mirror, the CMP mirror, then you get debuffed. The Skull's just it's become so one-sided in that sort of scenario.
Yeah, and I think also sometimes it's almost safe to assume that if you have a normal Whiscash and your opponent has a Shadow Whiscash, that you're probably losing CMP. But we have Charge Bug into the Whiscash, and this is not where Jody wants to see going for that Gygar safe swap, and now it's difficult, Fishy Legs, because okay, not going for the skull, just
So I actually like that play from Nava, right? So he's built up a little bit of residual energy and then switched out to a hard counter matchup because he doesn't need to throw a skull there to win this matchup. He can just start chipping away with Steel Wings.
Here's the question. I mean, Nava definitely knows this matchup enough that he knows how much he can let through without the Gligar, the Shadow Gligar, flipping this matchup. But let's bear in mind that the Shadow Gligar can flip this matchup in certain scenarios. So, you know, did he give it too much room?
Well, I think now, obviously, we can see that it does take that, just doesn't get to the dig. But Jody did actually bring the Cresselia in the back, like we discussed earlier. So he has drawn that Skarmory out, and he has dodged it with the Cresselia. So this is actually a nice little spot now for Jody, where he's going to be able to clear the back line with his Cresselia, hopefully.
That was a big Brave Bird, and and going straight for the skull. So couldn't really call it a catch, I guess, innit? But this Cresselia is going to find it tough. I think even if it's a favorable matchup with this attack drop, and it's the Lickitung.
Yeah, obviously we see another Lickitung coming in to counter this Cresselia. I mean, it's taken a skull, its attacks drops. It has a 1 Psycho Cut head start, I think. So this matchup is looking really tight here for the Cresselia, and I think Nava Empire has made a really good team composition. And he's
because like you said, like the play to potentially bait out the Skarmory was obviously something he was expecting, and he was like, I don't mind sending my Skarmory out there because I've got a whole Whiscash and then a Lickitung to deal with that Cresselia in the back, and it's just going to be too much.
And I think Jody's reading the writing on the wall here. He's not shooting these body slams, just throwing the grass knot, and it is looking like a successful win here for Nava Empire, going 2-1 in this round 6.
Yeah, so our co-caster Vroom calling it, saying that if anyone has the potential to reverse sweep, and I know sometimes there can be some country bias, but in this situation, he's he wasn't wrong, Nava Empire advancing to the losers finals with just a few more mud shots in dominating faction. Absolutely read Jodianga's team, in that last battle right there. And yeah, I mean, that was pretty clear cut. I know sometimes it can feel like, that was a bit of a an RPS matchup, but it's like you need to put yourself in a position where you're reading your opponent, you know, to a T to be able to RPS them. You know, it's not by chance. So, congratulations to Nava Empire there, advancing to the losers finals, which we will
And
have
also
coming up
a
soon.
shout out to Jodianga for putting Indonesia on the map today. Like he had an
Yeah,
amazing run. He went a long way into the tournament, and at the end of the day, he
actually,
lost to one of the best, and you can't be upset with that.
yeah. I mean, again, like, you know, we spoke about how Jodianga came second in the Indonesian bracket only by game difference. Came third in the Indonesian qualifiers last season. But then also, you know, if we look at this bracket, unfortunately, Jodianga had the tough job of eliminating two of his fellow countrymen in the journey to fourth place. So, you know, it was an incredible showing by Indonesia overall, but also just an incredible showing by Jodianga. So, yeah, big congratulations to him today. EJ,
BJ.
bruv,
Hello.
what do you think of those battles, man? Because do you know what? In fact, I'm gonna ask you what you think of those battles. Yeah, while I go and set up the next match.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Is it, what a transition, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, since Anika will be gone, so probably back to two camps. I don't know. Whatever that is. Regarding the battles just now, right? I really like how Jody Younger played the first game. That was just very well managed. Having like ABA then switch out to like, was it Charger Bug? I think it was Charger Bug, and having Asu in the back. Although now our Empire still played it like really well, making it so close. Then go back. I think something interesting from the chat, right? Now Empire, for whatever reason, according to some people, is known to run leaky upstairs backline, classic Now Empire, which he did in game 2. Wow, on game 3. On game 3. Johnny Younger, I believe, ran GVL line too. Wow, he ran into an ABA ground from Now Empire. So we're in ABA territory, man. ABA meta. Holy. People getting cooked up. Yep.
Yeah,
But that's also show something, no? Because just because they played GBL with those Pokemon, they're just so comfortable. Because they played that team so many times, they're just so comfortable with all those Pokemon they are using and just play it perfectly, which is really cool to see being seen shown here. Right.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And like people underestimate how hard it actually is to run an ABA team. It's it's not an easy feat to pull off a win when you're running up against something that counters your team in the lead and in the
I mean,
crazy win.
I have seen people saying ABA, or it was first when ABA was like a new thing. People were like, "Bro, why are you not running ABB? ABA is so bad. Just lose the lead and lose the game." Then once people start learning how it actually works, it becomes a thing. It becomes a real strategy. It becomes a very good strategy that even surpassed ABB.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just very insane. Although it has success in GBL, people still say it's not the best idea to do it in Show 6. But there have been battlers who used ABA, ran it very well. For example, just a random example, Onion Frank from North America. He is a very ABA type person.
Yes.
Varoom, Pum Pum Pow Pow, our co-caster just now, representative from India. Also certified himself as an ABA expert. I don't know who certified that for him, but he called himself that.
Self-certified,
So,
I think.
but the cool thing here we're seeing is, even though these players run ABA, which people used to like say that it's bad because you just lose the lead and lose the game, having those things in the lead that they chose in the ABA line to weaken or get shield, does, even though you lost the alignment, it doesn't cost you the whole game. So it actually have been proven with the way people are adapting and playing this strategy out. It have shown that how good they are to utilize this strategy to like is best. Cause like what? For
Yeah.
example, game 3. Now Empire led with cash and have guy in the back. Although it's double ground, yes. The cool thing about with cash is you get you can debuff, you can ship down whatever guy is weak to. You can get shields after like so many debuff and tanking all those. So like, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, very
Yeah, I
interesting
think in
how we
some
see it play out.
situations, there's obviously a safer way to, pull off these ABA lines where potentially you're sending out something, let's say, for example, a Lickitung where, you don't want to see a Skarmory in the back, but you're kind of fine seeing the Skarmory in the lead because the Lickitung Skarmory matchup isn't that awful. You're going to get it low enough where the Skarmory isn't going to be able to pivot out and save a lot of energy or anything like that. So there are definitely safer ways to utilize it. So I agree with you, BJ, there, where it's like, it's definitely a very legit strategy. And I think also in some cases, you do have players who complain about the fact that, it's ABA or the team doesn't make sense, but this is a part of the game, like you need to read, you need to read what your opponent's going to do. But if your opponent isn't doing predictable things, then if you're reading them to do predictable things, that's on you, they're doing unpredictable things. You have to expect that if you start to notice it. So I think it brings a whole element to the game where it's focused on you need to start reading your opponent. Reading the team is fine, but you need to really take note of your opponent's tendencies and the kind of things that they seem to be doing.
Speaking of reading the team, we now have the team preview ready for Nava Empire versus Tetsuo in the losers final. So here we have it. What is standing out, BJ? What are we seeing?
Oh wow! So well, we see both teams before, right? Similar things. I feel like Tetsuo, just how now our Empire team is shaped, is very similar to Yakai's team,
Yeah.
which Tetsuo have had problem with the charger bug. Right. But the thing is, Tetsuo also kind of learned from playing Yakai that what he kind of need to play around and do to like get around it, which he kind of did not too bad. Like he got a match and like some of the games that Yakai won were very close. So I mean, anything can happen here. Again, I would say that something Tetsuo need to really do again is utilizing the Shadow Dragonair really, really well.
Yep.
Because it's one of his strongest Pokemon.
One thing I am seeing is I don't think Registeel's coming. We've got Poliwrath, Gligar,
yeah.
Chargebug, and Shadow Whiscash.
Yep.
It seems like a really hard team to run Registeel. Which kind of
One thing
up.
I could see having a lot of play again is Talonflame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Talonflame is really strong here because obviously while Poliwrath is a water type, it's using counter. So it takes a long time for it to build up to those super effective sculpts, and you can quite comfortably stay in that matchup for a little while, throw some fly charge attacks and really put a lot of work into that Poliwrath. So I think you're right.
I could see Tetsuo doing something similar to like before, running the Talonflame Cresselia core, which makes a lot of sense, and putting in like another thing. For example, maybe Azu or Shadow Dragonair. I'm not sure which one he would want to use. And could just run it back. And yeah.
And as a reminder to the chat as well, this is a best of 5 in the losers final here. So these players have time to sort of scout and adjust and make reads on what their opponents are doing before the game feels like it's over in
this
2 sets.
Will be the match that determines who is facing Yakai in grand finals. Yep.
And we see that Tetsuo, confident in what his strategy is, he's locked his team in. Nava Empire still just scratching his head over the finer details of the team, waiting to lock it in until he's 100% confident that he knows what to run. And look, yeah, I think you did right. I think there's definitely play for some Talonflame action, some neutral team options with the Shadow
You
Dragon.
mentioned how counter doesn't affect Talonflame, right? On the other side, on the other hand, Whiscash also have Mud Shot, which doesn't really do much to Talonflame
Right.
either. Yeah, but Charger Bug, as we've seen, Yakai use it. It's not that bad into Talonflame.
It's not that bad, but it's also not good. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't really matter who you are. If you Talonflame or Charger Bug, you just don't want to be in that matchup. It's just not fun for anyone, I don't think. And
Yep.
it's
Just from the
interesting
fast
to
move.
see how these players actually make that adjustment. It is so uncomfortable. Water in a 5-turn fast move, both of them which do a lot of damage. It's a tough matchup to play.
Right. Just waiting for Nava Empire to lock in, unless this is a technical error again. I hope not.
Yeah,
But-
hopefully not. I think Nava's going to be relying on this liquor time. Okay, we see that the Talonflame is in the lead against the Shadow Whiscash. So this is a great lead for the Nava Empire. And we do see that an immediate switch out into the Azumarill, met by the Charger Bug.
Okay, here's the thing. As long as it's not Scammer in the back, Chris has a lot of play.
Yeah, and
But-
you've baited out the Charger Bug so that the Chris doesn't have to see it.
But on the other hand, Whiscash don't want to see the Cresselia. So just by how this specific matchup
That was a good shield there by Nava Empire as well, reading the Hydro Cannon. Hydro Pump would have done a lot of damage, commanding the switch advantage.
does he go for it? I don't think so.
So we're getting a little bit of delay here on the screen, but I'm sure production are all over it.
Seems like he shielded and
Okay.
Well,
so it's gone. We have the Cresselia has come into the Charger Bug now. So this is an unusual play here. And you expect that it's going to have to start shielding some of its X's. They add up really quite quickly. First one, no shielded. And we're seeing, I think, due to lag, we're going to probably have to replay that matchup. But I don't know. It was looking like a tough match there for Tetsuo. Just given that he lost that switch advantage and he had the Charger Bug lined up without really any solid checks. So it'd be interesting to see what the review board has to say about the lag on that match and where we go to from here as far as rematches are concerned.
Right. I mean, that was a interesting way just from what that plays out, right? I mean, we don't see what is in Nava Empire's bag. Like, we only have seen 2 Pokemons. But just the way Tetsuo played that out, I think he valued Cresselia a lot just now. After he drew out the Charger Bug, we usually see them coming into Talonflame.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think Tetsuo recognized that with Charger Bug gone, nothing really fast move pressure Talonflame. So he could just switch in Talonflame later on and just dump a lot of energy onto shipping down a lot of Nava Empire's Pokemon and getting shields. And with the energy Cresselia had farm on that Charger Bug, that is a very interesting play. Another interesting thing to notice, although I really was like, Dragonair is very good. He doesn't bring it again.
Yeah. That is an interesting point. Like, what is he seeing on Nava's team that makes him go, "Oh, I don't think I can bring the Dragonair game 1 at the quite viable," because I think just about everything except the Skarmory you can win the various shielding scenarios that can occur with the Dragonair. But yeah, I think the play that he was going for was he was going to sack the Cresselia and then do the old 2 shields Talonflame
Talonflame,
sweep.
right?
So,
Yeah. Which is definitely a possible because like we talk about how Whiscash doesn't fast move pressure the Talonflame. On the
Sure.
other hand, Whiscash is very fast. So and being Shadow somehow, a scout definitely KOs the Talonflame.
Oh, that Scald would do so much damage. And that sort of gives you free reign to start baiting because they kind of have to respect it. Then it becomes a really fast-paced match to see who can get to the moves quick. And usually Whiscash wins that sort of scenario. So I think the players are just trying to arrange for a rematch. Tetsuo was experiencing lag that affecting his gameplay. So hopefully they quickly and move on to our losers finals. If we go for a rematch, BJ, and players can adjust their team lineups, what would you expect to see come?
So you know how I mentioned before we started that I see Tetsuo bringing Talon and Flareon core,
Yep.
which he actually did. And what's wrong on the Azu and Dragonair? Or like I kind of said that could be both way, but I was favoring Dragonair for whatever reason. We don't know what Nava Empires had in the bag, but I'm like 90% sure he is bringing Chargeback again, just because of how good Chargeback is.
Yeah, I think that Charger Bug has so many places to go to Tetsuo's team, and there's nothing in that team line that resists moves, right? So it's always going to have somewhere to put its energy, which makes it really effective and play around. So I think that in that respect, Tetsuo kind of has to bring either Dragonair or the Whiscash. Something to really just hard check it from a fast move perspective. Otherwise, it's leaving yourself open to be overrun and overwhelmed by boss running through with mad volt switches coming at you. But it's interesting with Nava Empire's team, right? Because you've got the regular Gligar. That actually makes some of these matchups a little bit different, right? So we usually see the Shadow Gligar in this format, especially of late. It's been a lot. Lantern has to usage. The regular Gligar can withstand those skulls better and has a bit more of a favorable matchup into his cash. And even in the Shadow Dragonair, it doesn't have to worry about shielding as quickly. Still chip
I
in
think
a
this
lot of.
is I'm not sure about this, but I think this is one of the matchup where you want regular Gligar because if it's a Shadow Gligar versus what he have, which is a Shadow Whiscash, I believe that I believe that you could potentially scout do around 90% if both of them are Shadow.
Yeah.
And it will be very close matchup. But with Gligar being regular, you don't get much shot down that easily.
No, and they actually have to throw two Scalds, where I think in the Shadow you have to throw a Scald
and
you can just throw
down.
a Mud Bomb.
Oh
or Mud Shot down. So if you're a regular, you can actually have to force them to throw a second Scald, which gives you a little bit more time to put up energy.
Yep. So this is like one of the only few matchup in my opinion that Gligar regular one, not Shadow, is better. But besides this specific one, I think Shadow Gligar is just better. But that's just my opinion though.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Shadow Gligar does work better, but I think it's a smart call from Nava to say, I'm expecting to see a lot of Shadow Whiscash today. And he's right, he's seeing a fair few hanging around, so bringing the regular Gligar just for the shop, quite a good play, I think.
Yep.
So we're just trying to determine best way to proceed with Tetsuo versus Nava Empire. given that there is lag. So we're going to try it again for stream footage. But worst case, if it doesn't work, the battlers will play off stream and tournament. You don't want lag to be affecting battles, right? We want games and players to be prioritized in that respect.
Yep. And I mean, we don't have like the best technology here. Like, we're not like running live tournaments or anything. I mean, like in person. So we hope for the best. I believe the ruling was that Nava Empire is now leading 1-0. So that was a game win for Nava Empire. Wow.
So Tetsuo has forfeit the game 1 there, based on how the matchup went, and we are continuing on with game 7.
But now, I think we will have it back up very soon for the stream, and hopefully this time there's no any technical issues.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
We really want to see some more of these top quality battles, so let's all hang tight and hope for the best. And
we have, like what Boom said, Nava Empire, one of the best in Indian battlers. Tetsuo also known to be one of the best battler, like not even in Japan, but like I mean both of them.
Oh, both of them are known to be some of the best in the world, right? Like we know that these guys have what it takes to compete at the top, and they're showing that today. And it does, let alone their respective regions, but in the world, these guys have a lot of respect as top tier battlers. Okay, so we're just waiting for the battle invite to come before we get underway. We are only showing the one side of the screen as per game 1, just because the strain on Nava's Wi-Fi. So hopefully he's not sitting in a Macca's cafe somewhere, just running off the free Wi-Fi, and that's why we're having technical issues. But we will be underway very soon. See some chat. Chatters are talking about some Azu cash calls going on. Try and counter the cash scam. If you've got any suggestions in chat and what players are going to run, throw them in there, get them up. Have a chat with us. We're here to integrate with you guys.
I mean, I could see how some people think it's scam in the back for Nava Empires, which makes sense because that's like a very common call that people have been running with cash. I mean, we'll never know.
But we saw Nava Empire beat Jody with a Wiz Cash Katang Skarmory team, so you know he's not afraid to use it.
Yep. Is it going to be the same Talon Quest call, or is Tetsuo going to do what some people in the chat suggested, running Azu and Whiscash for the scam Whiscash call on Nava Empire side?
I think Tetsuo brings the Talonflame for sure. I don't think there's a reason not to. Unless he's making a strong, he's going to be face up against a bubble Polyrath or something like that. And but I mean, aside from that, I don't think there's any reason for flame. It is just so strong, especially with shields. Shield pressure, fast move pressure on everything Nava's team.
Also another interesting thing is Nava Empire, yes, he's now in the lead of 1-0, but this is like best of 5. So it's not like Nava Empire win another game by like, I don't know, for example, being lucky and then he just win it all. Just because of there is still actions to go. Both of them still have chance making grand finals to play Yakai. Does Nava Empire do it? We were sweeping everything, just like what Vroom said. Is Vroom going to predict the finals?
Vroom, I think maybe Vroom set the whole bracket up. I think he just pre-planned it all.
I know. I was saying I could not have predicted anything in this bracket. I feel like anything can happen just because of how great these battlers are. But Vroom Mr. World Champ Dev, I guess.
That's the
Just
world champ.
just predicted it. Okay, we got it locked in from both sides.
So,
It's with cash into
oh.
Likitang. Oh,
Oh.
wait, what?
Whoops.
Unfought, but well.
Psych, you guys thought you all got tricked. We knew that was going to happen. Yeah, okay. Hopefully, fingers crossed, third time lucky, battles underway. But, yes, it did not seem to. The request didn't seem to go through correctly for that battle. But we did see the leads. Shadow was cash, so that was for Nava. But hopefully they get a second, and
I believe we did not see what the backline was because the battle was cut even before like the countdown, so we couldn't even see what is in Now Empires and Tetsuo backline.
yeah.
So yeah.
Sorry, everyone in chat, for tech difficulties. We are doing our best to resolve them as soon as we can, get these battles back on the big screen. Worst case, we have to bring back Anna Call for a chat with you. I don't think that's a bad second option, but preferably we have some battles for everybody. My question for you, BJ, is if you had qualified to play today, what team of 6 would you be running?
Okay. One call that I have not seen appear today is Annihilate Yoga, right?
Yeah.
Which have been proven very successful in like NA and EU's regionals by like Nighttime Crasher bringing it, and then many people who top cut I think it was Knoxville regional after the Liverpool.
Yep.
Also top cut, a lot of top cut were Annihilate Yoga. I am personally a fan of Shutterbug. So I will probably be playing Shutterbug a lot. But I am sad to admit this, but I'm also a meta slave, so I will bring the Licky. Yeah.
Nice.
I could see myself bringing like Licky, Gaiga, Dugong, and something around there. Maybe
how do you build around Chargerbug's weakness ground types? What do you prefer to run something like a flyer, or would you go?
The thing here, right, is that's why I was saying Dugong is very interesting. It's also something to break cat, like you might think just like Nikitang and Dugong to play around the ground type. Oh, did we lost officially?
What's going on?
I got no idea. Is stream going okay? Oh no.
We're having a good time. Hang on.
Oh my.
Where's my camera?
Oh
Steve,
no.
help. Steve, help.
Help production. Oh no, it's been too long. It's been like 4-5 hours now.
Yes, we're still up, Steve, for sure.
I mean, this is our first time streaming too, so there might be some unexpected errors, but thank you for sticking it with us. It's also like.
Can you still hear me, BJ? Or is it just
I do hear you.
Yeah, okay.
I do hear you, but I cannot see you. Yeah.
Call me John Cena because
you can't see. Oh my god.
Yeah. We can't see the battles. Can't see me. Let's get the show on the road.
This is depressing, but it is what it is. Our production crew will figure something out. Okay. We're getting Fishy Lake scam fixed. I'm not sure if we will need to restart the stream but seems like the battle is getting started, and we can still hear fishy legs, so we can still cast, and you will just see me. Hopefully, you enjoy seeing me. Yep. Yeah. Debbie Fedor say, welcome to Australian internet.
Yeah,
think-
this
I
is
think
an
you guys-
Australian internet issue. Sorry, guys. Need a VPN or something. It is.
Okay,
It is
what-
not.
what-
it's
what-
not
Someone
having-
say VPN?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh.
NordVPN, today's sponsor.
No. Okay, whatever that is, we are locked in. Okay. It's Cresselia into Lickitung. Another favorable lead for Now Empire. Is this another Lickitung and then RPS backline? Is a Poliwrath with counter? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
No.
So the Polaris is
Hmm.
now counter swap this Registeel, and we're seeing the Scald come through. Does get the debuff. This Zap Cannon is going to do a lot of damage, so it's almost worth respecting the shield here for Tetsuo, but no, he's letting it go. So I think there might be
Hmm.
a bit of a play
That's a
against
very
energy.
interesting play. I'm not sure why he did not throw. Cannot maybe he have some plays in his mind. Oh,
All
was just lags.
right.
Yeah. Just to explain it, I guess. Poliwrath, I mean, switching in later than Registeel should not get to Scout that early, like when Registeel is only at like around 50 energy, which should be 5 counter for Poliwrath, and that should not be enough for Scout. So technical issues. We will figure something out.
So I think the plan is. Oh, look, I'm back. Hello.
Hello.
The plan is for our battlers to continue the battles off stream so that they can get them done without hopefully any more interruption.
Mhm.
And in the meantime, we cut chase with a little bit of a conversation about how this tournament's been panning out. I think our mate Aniko's free. We can bring.
Hello. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good thing you said my name because it was looking like I wasn't doing anything there, but I was. So unfortunately, like really unfortunately, because obviously those are two amazing players, and we would love to see the matches. But give me a moment. I'm just gonna sort out a solution for the players.
Okay. I have seen a question regarding brackets. So now, Tetsuo and Now Empires are in loser finals, and Yakai is waiting in the grand finals, and that's all we have. The thing is, we're not sure what is going to happen in this loser finals because of some technical issues, as you guys seen, which is really unfortunate. We would really want to see this being played out. So, hoping for the best.
Yeah, we're just gonna work our way through as we deal with the technical difficulties, and we're just gonna hopefully get to a stage where get everything set back up, ready for the grand final. If we can't get the losers final underway, but that's sort of where we're at, chat. So apologies, please bear with us. Production team are doing the best they can. Looks like Anakor's just sitting on his phone, but he's actually up.
Yeah, imagine. Just chilling. Yeah, so unfortunately, why we
He's a busy man. We'll let him do his work. But,
I feel the power to broadcast and settle production. So
it's a tough gig. He's doing well, but
Yeah. we're trying our best to put this up to the best quality we can, but this is also our first stream, so we're sorry for any inconvenience. We will keep improving. I don't know. We have some plans. We're not spoiling any plans regarding next season content, but with this YouTube channels, something might be going on weekly. I don't know. But yeah, we look forward to more of this, and we will try to improve to our best performance. So yeah,
it's obviously it's a hard logistical thing, right? Because we don't have that in-person setup. We have to rely on the competitors themselves having stable connections and capable of sharing their screens for the stream to happen. So unfortunately, it doesn't always go the way we planned, and that is so. We're trying the best we can, and we're grateful that players are willing to help out and share screens. So we have been for a couple of hours today, and it's been a real roller coaster so far. Like, so many close games. It's just an awesome spectacle to be able to get a hold of. Yeah.
Bringing me back. So,
hey yo, back with the man of the hour.
Yeah, we're okay. So obviously, like we've discussed, it's unfortunate because they're two amazing players, and we really would like to see just see all the battles pan out. Especially because it was going to be a best of 5. But at this time, we've given Tetsuo the option. Apparently, Tetsuo hasn't had any issues with the stream so far today, as we saw. But we're giving him the option of if he wants to play offline and just finish that match off before we go to the grand finals, or okay. So we've just received news from Tetsuo that he wishes to drop from the tournament. Unfortunately, what can we say? It's an unfortunate state. Like you said, we're relying on everyone's individual connections. What Tetsuo has said is that he frequently has the lag issues whenever he plays against Nava, unfortunately. So, I don't know how technology. I don't know how technology works, but I don't know how that technology works in it. But he said he doesn't want to continue with that. So we will now be advancing to the grand finals. Slightly anticlimactic. However, that said, Nava Empire, with that match almost like ignored, he has climbed his way all the way through the losers bracket and into the grand finals. So, guys, I'm gonna do the. Oh, actually, wait. I need to do the preparation. I already did it.
Awesome.
So yeah, so we're going into the grand finals here. We're just gonna set up Yakai and we're just gonna set up Yakai and Nava Empire there. So grand finals, we'll put the previous match behind us. Maybe one day in the future we'll be able to see this matchup play out. Maybe at Worlds even. Who knows, right?
Mhm.
So, hopefully one day. But yeah, so we're setting up Yakai and Nava. So far, we haven't seen. Okay, so let's just take a little look at the bracket while we are setting them up, right?
Just saying,
So-
right? Shout out to Room, or I call him Room, Boom, Boom, Pow, Pow. Bro predicted it. Bro predicted it all. Mad call.
Mad prediction,
Yeah.
And I think Yakai, one thing to note is that at the start of this season, so when we had the preseason tournament, we had the preseason Swiss tournament. Yakai actually swept that entire tournament. If anyone's interested in seeing that sweep, I believe Rise to Occasion
Yep.
did actually cover it on his channel, so you will be able to find that there. However, coming into season 1, it wasn't looking that great. Oh, sorry, one moment. I thingied on my duties. Yeah, coming into season 1, it wasn't looking that great for Yakai. He was hanging around the sort of relegation zone for the first month worth of battles. However, it's this whole season long. There's 19 matches, and the first few matches doesn't necessarily um, doesn't necessarily determine your course for the season. Yakai managed to come back from being in the relegation zone for the first month to winning the entire season. So, that's insane resilience and an insane
Real.
performance. And I think we can only expect something amazing in this last matchup.
It was actually very close between very good battles from Malaysia, Shin Lena and Yakai. I think Shin Lena was only one match short from being the champion. But
Yeah.
you wanna guess?
Yeah.
You wanna guess who that match was against?
I don't know. Only GBL?
Yeah. No, it was me.
Okay.
So yeah,
Gate
if I lost that match, that match was also very close between me and Shinlena. If I lost that match, Shinlena would have won the whole thing.
Wow.
But still, a big comeback from Yakai.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
And I think this is what's nice about this kind of format. Obviously, see we don't see this. So just a quick thing for the audience where yeah, like I said, taking a few minutes to get them set up, and we'll have the team set up shortly. But we don't see this kind of format very often in Pokemon Go, where it's a very sort of consistent round robin kind of format. And I like to relate it to, for example, some sports leagues, particularly the European Football League, right? And if you're playing in a tournament where you have to play every single person, whoever wins that tournament, whoever ends up top of that tournament, it's no accident. You don't have the same thing as in Swiss, where maybe if you start off a bit slow, you end up having easier seeds later on or something like that. It's no accident because you have to play every single person and you have to be consistent throughout the entire season. And that's what we've seen from both of these battlers, and obviously a lot of the other battlers that we've seen today as well. So yeah, really, really impressive stuff.
I completely agree with that.
So
As
while
we're
we're
going,
waiting,
yep,
should we go into the teams?
yeah,
Oh, actually, yeah. Should we go into the
I
teams?
believe the team are also very similar, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
Yep,
so what we got here? We got both players running nearly the exact same. So they're running the exact same 4. Obviously, we've seen the difference with Gligar and Nova Empire's Gligar not being a Shadow Gligar. However,
yep.
Yakai running that Pelipper Abomasnow. And little fun fact, is this the same team that we saw from Jakobovic to win Melbourne?
Mm.
Is the same team that Yakai is using. And, Nava Empire here, instead of that Pelipper and Abomasnow, opting for Poliwrath, which we saw one time, and also that Skarmory. So really interesting choices on both sides.
Yeah,
What's your thoughts here, BJ?
okay. My call is Telifers on Yakai's side. Wow, looks
I've been saying this all
very
day,
strong.
but you, but you're
No,
right. You're right.
like look at it. Like
Yeah.
only Shadowbug is a real answer. And the thing is,
Yeah.
this is like standard UNA meta. You see 2 grounds, you see Shadowbug. Are you comfortable bringing Shadowbug? Or is now Empire got
There's
a
even a okay. Obviously, the Abomasnow matchup is more neutral, but it's like, if you're down energy in that Abomasnow matchup, it's not good for the Charger Bug either. You got that Lickitung, like you said, so I think you got a good point there.
yeah. And with the Abomasnow, although it's like a very good call breaker, of like most of the things, but here in my opinion, I feel like Pelipper just seemed better, not dropping hard against Poliwrath.
Mhm.
The
I
problem
think
with
the Abomasnow has decent play here as well, because obviously it can hit back against the Poliwrath.
yeah, the problem here with Yakai is I don't think his Liquid Tongue is as dominant as Nava Empire's, with the fact that Nava Empire have a Poliwrath on his team. So that is something very interesting how Yakai would play around that disadvantage of not having
true.
neutral. Yeah. Not having some hard answer, like Nava Empire has some hard answer to Licky, Yakai doesn't. So
I think this is the thing, like how safe do you feel as Nava Empire to bring that Poliwrath when you've obviously got, you know, two bad matchups, but one just awful matchup, right? Like that Pelipper matchup is not where you want to be with, you know, as the Poliwrath. So, you know, how comfortable do you really feel bringing that? Or do you go risky? Is it best out of 5? You know, as the winners and losers finals were. So there is a lot of space for trying things out as well if necessary.
yeah, and another very interesting thing is we have seen Yakai utilizing a very unique core of Pelipper Abomasnow, which I don't think we have really seen in any other places. I have seen some Talonflame Abomasnow, for example, that Rise to Vacation ran in Knoxville. But Pelipper Abomasnow is,
Yeah.
I mean, we all know it works because back in like what season 3 and 4, that was like one when Weather Ball was OP. These two were like really good. But
Yeah.
with the
Well, I mean, this is the Jakobovic team, and it's proven itself already on
to win.
on you know, the official stage. So I guess there's a lot of merit with it. And we're going into game 1.
Licky into
It's a
Poliwrath.
Poliwrath. So he brings the Poliwrath, and I guess
He
you know what?
doesn't bring the
If you're
Pelipper.
that is wild.
Oh,
What?
oh,
Oh,
that's
okay.
interesting. That's very interesting.
EJ, would you wait? Did oh, there's no way Nava can be triple weak to Charger Bug.
No, having two ground.
What's going on here, BJ? I feel like you know those football commentators, Chris
I could see
Kamara.
something like a charger bug in the back, and I'm not sure.
What's going on, BJ? I don't know, Jeff. So
Okay.
we see the Whiscash coming out. So I mean, do you think Nava sent out that Skarmory just because he knew that the Whiscash was trying to be baited out? Or do you think it was just a mistake?
The thing is, Skarmory is still very good into Gligar.
Yeah.
So I think that was just a mistake.
Yeah, that's true. So unfortunate to be Nava here, but I mean now he's got to try and like make it back. Now here's the thing: Poliwrath with Ice Punch also had a few counters advantage, has the potential to flip this match. Whether it's going to do it in the 2-shield scenario though, I don't know.
I don't really think you need to flip it here with the debuff, right? And you get chills from the second Ice Wind. You can just let it go, come back in with Whiscash, farm up energy after the 2 debuff, and just.
I mean, are you gonna? How much? I guess that's true. Right? You throw the Scald, and it's definitely within Scald range right now.
Yeah.
But it's honestly, considering the almost severity of the mistake earlier on,
The undercharge.
Nava's really playing to his outs. Oh,
perfection play by
and leaves
Yakai.
it on 1 HP. Gets that extra wing attack in, and now. And here's the thing, EJ. The Shadow Whiscash will die to 2 aerial aces. So even though Nava's got a shield on his side, Yakai doesn't need to mess around with baits or anything those lines. We're experiencing a bit of weird glitches here, but it looks like Yakai was able to win that match. And yeah, what a start. So bringing out that Poliwrath when, like you said, the Pelipper looked so safe was an insane read. But then Yakai not even bringing the Pelipper.
That was an ABA water line and a scarf from Now Empire side, which is triple weak to Pelipper. Oh my god.
That's mad. That's what a call. But I mean, I want to say you've seen it in other places, right? Where if you're you could just like if you're triple weak to something, you can sort of slowly chip it down across time, and eventually your final Pokemon just won't have to deal with it. But I don't know if that was the case here, because it's like you're pretty much hard losing to the Pelipper with the Poliwrath and with the Whiscash. I guess you can throw loads of Scalds, but there's only so far that's going to go. So I think that was a really wild call by Nava to not bring any sort of Pelipper check, but also insane by Yakai to just not even bring a Pelipper.
Like I have already been impressed. Amazed by Yakai is not bringing Pelipper. The other thing is now I didn't even bring Licky. Like Licky is also so good here.
Yeah. I think this is one of the things that Jakubowicz was saying. He was like, I know my team is very soft to Licky, but it just means that I know I'm gonna face it every time, and I've got a plan every single time I face it. So definitely piloting this team, you need to be aware of that. But you're right, very interesting that Nava just didn't rely on the Licky, especially since, like they said in the chat, Nava seems to be a fan of Licky lead LPS backline, but maybe saving that for a different game.
Do we see it now?
Do we see it now?
Pelipper into
Skarmory into the Pelipper. Okay.
Here we go. As I said,
identifying that the Pelipper was good. But now here's the thing. I don't know if you really want to see this Pelipper in the Skarmory on the lead, because obviously your wing attacks are not doing enough damage. But banking all that energy, I think is insane. That Pelipper energy is going to be so useful later on.
That's a breath bird, and then they're into
the Licky meta. Now, obviously, as Yakai, you're going to lose this mirror. Do you have the ability to capitalize on the fact that you're going to lose it? And I mean, I guess we see a Whiscash in the back, so likely if he's losing this matchup, he's going to go into his Pelipper. And I think that's where the banked energy on the Pelipper comes in handy, not letting the Lickitung just really, run away with things and putting too much pressure on the Pelipper, and potentially also leaving that matchup with a bit more energy to, throw on the Skarmory or whatever ends up coming in. But
my
I think the
impression
worry
here
here
is my impression here is actually even though Yakai lost this switch, right? We don't win switch after the Wefford and Licky Mirror. The thing is, Pelipper and Whiscash, you see, is very interesting because look at Nava's team. We already seen Skarmory. Most of this thing beats Skarmory. And besides Lickitung, either Pelipper beat like the two ground type and the Poliwrath, or Whiscash beat like the Shadowbug. So
right.
This is still
it's looking decent for Yakai still, and I think the fact that he brought back the thing, it implies the Whiscash being in the back, and there we see it.
Yep.
But now the Whiscash is back in, down energy, and this is something that we talked about earlier, going for that mud bomb, knowing when it's necessary to just go for the mud bomb and when it's necessary to go for the Scald. And I think that's insane, because now he's advanced in pacing. But here you really have to make a decision, like, are you investing shields into this Whiscash, or are you just going to leave it all on the back?
No debuff?
No debuff. Man. This is huge now. This is huge.
And with that, Pelipper still here for the Skarm.
Yeah. Yakai is
this is looking good
ahead on energy. So ahead on energy. No debuff again. So, so far, no debuffs. But again, Yakai is just going to outpace to this next Scald. Actually letting it go. Wow.
I think he want to save shield for Pelipper to shield whatever Skarmory have to throw on it. Yeah.
I mean, again, like you said before, right? The Steel Wings are not doing the bulk of the damage. Getting rid of it straight away is big. Do you reckon the Pelipper can survive all these Steel Wings? Because I think at this point Nava
I'm
just goes and hopes
quite
for a
sure,
Steel Wing
but
down.
the thing is,
It's really
does
chunky.
Pelipper get? Yeah.
I don't know if Pelipper gets to 2
Oh,
moves, right? I feel like Pelipper has to just commit to the farm down. Are 2 weather
it
balls enough to
definitely
KO?
does
I
get
don't
to
think.
2 ball, but it does not. I
I
don't
don't
think it's
think it's
enough to
enough.
kill.
Yeah, he's thrown the move instead. I wonder
Go
if
shielded.
if getting rid of if like foregoing that one fast move is really going to affect things here, because can the Pelipper potentially pace?
Hmm.
It's really dwindling on energy. It might just be fast moves. Oh, he's just going straight for the second move.
I'm not sure if he get to mud bomb because both with Cash being Shadow, the Scout does a lot.
Yeah.
I
Oh, and
don't
he's
think he
so
gets there.
low. He's so low. Oh
Wow,
my days. Brought
that's
it back. And
insane.
honestly, that was well, because again, in that end game, Yakai was up on energy in that Whiskash mirror.
Yeah,
You would expect him to just win that, and I think, I mean, there's arguments that, maybe if he didn't leave it all onto the Pelipper, then he would have been less susceptible to just getting like fully farmed down. But at the same time, it seemed like that Skarmory had a decent amount of energy that it might have threatened the Whiskash regardless.
I mean, let's talk about it, right? I think both players played very well. Now Empire utilized the Skarmory lead that you can Brave Bird and then switch out to not get debuff, kinda, which works really well as we've seen on Yakai's. Wow, Yakai's also choose to bank energy then just leave, as he
Yeah.
knows that he doesn't really need the switch. Having both things in the like Pelipper and Whiscash strong to Skarmory. It feels like that come down a bit to the Scout debuff. That
Yeah, in a sense, but
really plays some role.
yeah, I'm wondering if, I guess what we were saying about like, throwing the mud bomb at certain times. He was already ahead on energy, so it's possible that maybe it just wasn't necessary for him to go for the mud bomb in that situation, and maybe it would have been more beneficial to just kind of fish for that debuff. But yeah, I think, finally bringing the Pelipper into this game, it brings like another layer of what kind of adjustments that Nava Empire is going to make, because he was kind of ABA weak to the Pelipper in that situation as well. Although, like we talked earlier, it was a bit of a soft ABA where the Skarmory can actually, put in a bit of work. Does he
Right.
decide to do the same, or is he going to risk it and try and bring that charger bug in instead?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just I don't know why, but I just wanna say that this feels more like a EU and NA meta being adapted into APAC. It's seeing like the more common picks. And I feel like we
Yeah.
have seen like this type of team playing out each other a lot. Like, you know, we
Yeah,
have
it's
watched
true.
like
I mean, the thing is, I think, like, especially now that players are, this feels like the first, not the first full season, but the second full season for a lot of players, right? And after
right.
seeing Worlds at Japan, you can imagine that players are a lot more inspired to, work during the year to
Mm-hmm.
try and, get a world championship invite, right? And as a
Right.
result, they're then paying attention more to all the foreign tournaments that are happening.
Yeah.
And I think when that happens, then sometimes it can make the meta a bit more centralized. That
Mm-hmm.
said, I think another argument is this season there were no Asia qualifiers, there were no official circuits for any of the Asia players. So maybe there's just less motivation to innovate in this particular season. Whereas perhaps next GBL season, once the Asia qualifiers start up, maybe that's the time where a lot of these players are thinking, okay, well, how can I stay ahead of the curve? I know what teams most people are looking at because they're showing them in EU and NA. How can I get a one up above that?
But one thing very interesting that I should say is even though teams are similar, the approach are completely different. Okay. We see the
We have
run back from Yakai.
okay,
Do we
and
also
you know
see the
what?
run back on Now Empires?
Hey, do you know what? I think again, like where you see a Skarmory, you see a Whiskash, right? And I think this is really
Hmm.
all
Okay.
catching the move,
Oh,
potential sky attack here. I think Yakai
oh,
knows that
oh,
there's that Whiscash in the back. And he's banked up so much energy, this puts him in a way better position, right?
okay.
And we see a bit of a, mirror scenario from the last match. However, this time we have so much more energy on the Pelipper. We have a lot more energy on the, or
Skarmory.
like a decent amount of energy on the Skarmory as well.
Yeah.
However, we also have a lot more health on this Lickitung. And I think Yakai is thinking here, he's thinking, well, okay, obviously I'm going to lose Switch here again, but how can I really maximize my advantage when I come back in with a different Pokemon?
Okay, hear me out, right? I think this
Oh.
is very interesting because Yakai losing Switch, right, isn't bad for him because he will just do what he did. Basically, he will come in Pelipper. He will come in Pelipper. But the thing is, it depends on our umpires. If he come in Skarmory again, we know that it's not Charger Bug in the back. And he can just two shield
and then it's
Pelipper.
definitely
He can just two shield Pelipper. On the other hand, if it's actually the Charger Bug, I think our umpire should opt to come in Charger Bug against the Pelipper, and Yakai can two shield Whiscash. So this is very interesting.
Yakai still has options here, going right up to near 100 energy and then throwing the Weather Ball. The Weather Ball's definitely going to KO. He knows that that Skarmory has some energy, has a move. And the Skarmory is the one
Okay.
that comes in. So I think at this point, we can almost assume that it's that Whiscash in the back. And Yakai opts to put a shield up because now he knows it's that Whiscash in the back.
I wouldn't say that it's confirmed with Cash. It could be Gliga. It could be Poliwrath.
Could be.
Which if it's,
It could be.
yeah. But I think it's kind of confirmed that it's not Charger Bug in the back.
Yeah, that's true. And I think regardless of which one it is from all of those, like you said, Yakai's Whiscash has a lot of play right now. And this Pelipper is looking at Menace, gotten it really, really low. And on the charge move priority, throwing the Weather Ball.
Yep. Forcing a shield or KO. We love
he goes for the shield. He goes for the shield. So he's trying to take both shields away, and Yakai is happy to invest both shields.
Thing is, now Yakai
I think here he sees. But he knows that whatever's in the back, it's the Poliwrath, like you said. And I don't know, BJ. This
the catch.
Catch is the Icy Wind. Oh my days! And here's the thing, right? Poliwrath. Is the Poliwrath the last mon? The Poliwrath is not the last mon. So any debuffs that happen here won't necessarily stick. Yakai can put so much pressure on with these mud bombs and has so much energy on that Pelipper. The Poliwrath really needs to hope that it can maintain a shield and come out with a move. I don't know how likely that is, BJ.
This is very interesting. I believe Yakai is one away from 2 Weather Ball. And I think he could just he's 2 away.
Oof, this is getting close now. But I mean, the
Oh,
Skarmory
man.
just didn't have enough. The Skarmory didn't have enough health, right? Poliwrath is losing CMP. I don't know if there's any win. Oh, he went for the catch. Yakai read that he was gonna go for the catch. He knew that was only
as long as the button shows up. Let's go. Oh my god.
Bruv, this is why these two are in the finals. Yakai read that end game. He knew what his only condition there was. He was like, nah, I'm not letting it happen. Oh my days, man.
Wow. Very oh my god.
Yakai has been
well played by
dominant.
two.
He's been dominant, and I gotta say he's been taking your advice on bringing that Pelipper, and it's been paying off. I think we saw mirror leads and mirror safe swaps from from game 2, sorry. But Yakai knew, he was like, well, I'm not gonna play this the exact same way because it didn't go in his favor in that game 1, choosing to play it a bit differently, making a load of really crucial catches, and it seemed like he had Nava's number in that game.
Just saying, right? One crucial play that won him, that is completely different, is he chose to shield Pelipper, not Whiscash. And as I said, Caliper is cracked, bro.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right. Literally, it's like you said. As soon as the Skarmory comes into the Pelipper, he knows the Charger Bug is it's unlikely to be there. And then at that point, it's just safe that he can decide what to invest his resources into. And at that point, he invested him into the Pelipper, and it paid off. Paid off.
Also, just to cast the last two match, right? We got a special case of Caleb Peng here.
Oh, do we?
No, I'm joking.
Okay. I was like, that's kind of mad. um, okay,
But
so
you
okay.
miss him.
Yakai is now 2-1 up. He's one match, away from being the first APC champion. Right now, what do you do? What do you do if you're Nava? You're on the back ropes. Yeah, you're really like you're getting core broken by this Pella. Do you finally decide to bring that
Keep
charger
in
bug?
mind,
Have you had enough, or do you
keep in
still
mind
go
too
for
that
something a bit safe?
if even though Yakai lost this, there will be a bracket reset. So
That's true. True.
a lot of things can happen.
So I mean, Nava still has a lot more to play for.
Okay, both options.
We're going into this game
Charger bug
4,
into Polygraph.
and it's Charger Bug into the Poliwrath. Yakai is absolutely reading Nava.
Okay.
And he comes into the Lickitung, and I mean, Nava's not going to win switch here at all, because classic little snack of chip and dip, yeah? Boom, throwing the X-Scissor, making sure that he comes into the Licky and the opposing Licky has a health deficit. And, now Nava's got to be praying that he's strong to this Pelipper in the back, because we can see the Pelipper on Yakai's side. But like I said, BJ, do you think he bought that Charger Bug? Because I think the Charger Bug is the only thing that can save him,
I do see something interesting. So
Go on.
you see, right?
Bless us.
Okay, you see how the fact that I have said Yakai Sekitam is not that good into Nawa's team, because as much as Nawa's Licky is so good into Yakai's team, it's because of the poly. But the thing is now, Yakai kinda avoid the poly. So the thing is, with Licky gone, you ship down that Licky, that best mon. Do you just let all this Licky go?
That's true. That's true. 'Cause again, I mean, here's the thing, right? He is
Dude,
he's 2 times strong into the poly. He can very safely switch out, but he is going for alignment here. He's going for alignment, and I mean, at this point, do you come in with the Charger Bug,
or do you
or
come
do you
in?
come in with the Pelipper?
Yeah, this is just
Because
like
if you
based
come
on
in with the
call.
Pelipper, you avoid. Yeah, you really have to make a team read here now. And you have to really decide what that last Pokemon is, because that could be the game changer. If that last Pokemon is a Whiscash, you obviously want to come in with a Charger Bug. If that last Pokemon is a Charger Bug, that Pelipper is getting absolutely fried.
Right. Okay, going
Going
for
for
the
the Scald. What is this last Pokemon? Oh, and Nava's not even switching out. Does this mean that it's Skarmory in the back? Is this his best answer to the Charger Bug right now?
okay, you let it go. It's the Charger
It's his
Bug!
own Charger Bug.
Oh!
He's got 2 shields on his own Charger Bug. What's Yakai gonna do? Because,
The
bruv,
thing is,
this,
you can
Pelipper's gonna get fried.
potentially cash. You can potentially cash with your Yakai.
He can catch an X-Scissor. He can catch an X-Scissor. Is Nava gonna let him catch though? You're trying to catch with a 2-turn
Oh!
move. He caught it. He caught it. He caught it. Nava had no
Oh!
patience. But I guess he had to throw, right? And he caught the X-Scissor. He caught the X-Scissor. Oh my god. He's gonna outpace.
The
Is he
thing
gonna
is,
outpace the next X-Scissor? He outpaces. Oh my god. And he goes
oh,
right on the edge of it. He goes right
the
on the
thing is,
edge, throwing that weather ball.
now he's also in a very good shape because he has so much energy. But
Oh,
on the other hand, you also clear debuff on Yakai's and you get a sneak.
yeah.
Does one X-Sister KOs Yakai?
I don't know. I mean, Nava's definitely in an X-Scissor range. Is
Is
this going to
Yakai
come to
exits
CMP?
a list?
Okay,
No,
is he going to
no.
live this? I don't know.
If he lives this,
I don't know.
Yakai is win. But if he don't,
I don't know if he
then
lives
on
this.
to
Does he
game
live
5.
this?
Oh,
Oh, he doesn't live!
I
Ow!
thought-
I hit my head on the wall. He didn't live.
Okay, we're on to game
Good.
5.
2-2. On to game 5. Oh my days. And you know what? Here it was, right? That was the exact call that we were saying Yakai had to make. He had to
Yeah.
really read what was in the back there, because I mean, if he came in with the Pelipper against the Poliwrath, it may have been a different story. But yeah, that Charger bug, Nava had enough. He had enough of that Pelipper. He was not happy, man. And who can blame him? The Pelipper was
Yeah,
putting in work.
I could see why Yakai do that, like for sure. I mean, like besides Charger Bug, the other 3 that could have potentially be in the bag are all weak to Pelipper.
Right.
Yeah,
So it does make sense, but yeah, I think that was just came down to a team call, and even then, it was super close, right? Like that X's are just KOing. I mean, I think after the team call, I don't know if Yakai had anywhere to go, but now looking into this game 5, right? So if Nava can get this game 5, the brackets reset, and they'll go to another best of 5. If Yakai can close it out
Yeah.
here, he'll become the champion. Now,
The
Yakai has
thing is-
seen this charger bug.
yeah.
What do you reckon
Nava
he does?
Empire did a great adjustment last game. Yeah, like Pelipper have been cooking for Yakai. Yes, it's very good.
Yeah.
Yes, did Nava adjust to it? Yes. Like, what are we seeing this game? Both show like both of them adjusted to each other, running like things that are good against what they expect the opponents to run. What are we expecting this game? What are we calling? This is
That's
just
the thing.
so
Well,
hard.
okay. So look, Nava went like he went ABA week to Pelly 3 games in a row, right? I guess the Skarmory was a bit of a soft ABA, but he was still ABA week to Pelly 3 games in a row. And as Yakai, maybe you have to think like, surely he's not going to do it for a 4th game, right? Surely he's had enough. And obviously at this point he didn't. But I think as Yakai, you kind of have to expect the charger bug now. I put in so much work. What's the kind of adaptation do you make here? Developer's still really good, but you just don't want to lock it into that charger bug. So, I'm wondering does he drop it? Does he potentially bring in something else, like bringing in his Whiscash? Let's see what happens here.
Also, that was like quite a long decision taking for like both Yakai and Now Empire,
Yeah,
which is like
yeah,
which completely makes sense. Like, what are you thinking? What is going on?
exactly. I think we've seen a lot of long decision making from Nava Empire quite frequently.
I mean, I have been
but
making like a lot
we
of
can tell
calls
he
on like
just
I have been
he
making a
really
lot of
thinks
calls.
about his teams.
Like from playing all these players, I kind of know how they play. I have made calls on like what Yakai might bring, what Nawas or what Tetsuo might bring. This is just insane. I don't know what they're going to bring.
It's up in the air, man. It's like it's literally
Yeah.
it could be anything, And I think this is where it comes down to like playing the opponent, right? And maybe the longer the bracket drags on, it's like you see this in some brackets where they go on for like 10 matches, and
Mhm.
as it gets later and later on in the bracket, some players are just throwing stuff to the wall and hoping it sticks, Especially once they've got that bracket reset, it's like, okay, well now I've got a bit of room to maneuver again. Might try out some mad stuff. So,
Yeah.
again, waiting for Nava to decide which direction he wants to take this match. Yakai has already decided what he's going to go for, and yeah, I think this is going to be very pivotal.
Feels like we got a lot of players in the chat sharing on Now Empires or the Indian battlers, fellow Indian battlers. I remember some of them by name. Yes. Wow. Yeah. Oh my God, this is so.
Yeah, this is mad. India versus Hong Kong. And again, Nava Empire with the insane losers bracket run. Yakai just going straight through the winners bracket, with hardly any issues. I mean, dropped like just checking how many matches he dropped. I think he dropped like 2 games throughout the whole thing. Aside from these games to Nava, and it's Whiscash into the Skarmory now. I think this favors the Whiscash, especially while shields are up. What are you thinking, BJ? And again, when you see a Skarmory, a lot of the time it's likely that there's the Whiscash in the back, right?
Oh, he
You can
shielded
definitely
the.
safely assume that there's that Lickitung there as well. It seems like Yakai is really comfortable to be in this matchup.
I mean, you don't take that much from Steel Wings. The thing is, you get the debuff.
Oh, is that the attack drop? I don't
Yep,
read Chinese.
yep, it was the attack drop. Yep.
So attack drop as well. And I mean, I don't know, like Nava Empire is staying in this matchup, implying
Another
that he
attack
doesn't
drop. Does the guy want to shield this? Or
double
is the attack drop
debuff.
enough?
How much is a Brave Bird gonna do? It doesn't even KO.
Does. Okay, just farming up.
Yakai just farming up.
Oh, he went for the mud bomb. That's very interesting.
Which I think would KO with the double defense drop, right? Especially
No, it was attack drop, but it does still KO. That's just Shadow.
Oh yeah, no, the double defense drop from the Brave Bird.
Oh right, I forgot about that. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So parting Mud Bomb at the Poliwrath, and I think Yakai's in a good position here, but again, he has to really call what's going to be in the back. And it's a Lickitung, and I think Yakai's so fine to be here, right? His Gligar is in the back, ready to match up against that Poliwrath. Can just put on a lot of pressure onto this Lickitung. And he decides to make the switch out.
The thing here is, one deck will put Lickitung in a farm down range for either Gligar or Charjabug.
And I don't think Yakai even needs to spend a shield here. Because, again, you're just putting on damage, and that Charjabug is still super healthy. Hiding behind a shield, like the Poliwrath can't really do too much. The counters are not doing too much damage to it. So I think Yakai's in a really good spot.
Yeah.
Going for the aerial ace, possibly either thinking, well, I take a shield or I just go for double aerial ace. So,
got the shield.
Unlikely to get the move. Got the shield and just going for straight damage here. He's not even going to bother trying to go for the dig.
Okay.
Now, do you see any win con for Nava here? Because it's looking really, really sticky. Is he even going to get the farm down? Okay, I thought he was. I thought Yakai was going to get the farm down there, but a parting body slam, and I don't know, BJ. I think this might be it. I think Yakai has this flag. I don't want to call anything prematurely because these battlers are so good, but he's just a discharge away. Nava needs to get to 2 moves. He needs to hope that he gets a debuff here or something, and then somehow lives this discharge.
And this is an icy win. This is an icy win,
man. Icy wind. Is it gonna save him, BJ? Is it gonna save him?
So I don't think so. I don't think Poliwrath is.
I don't know, Jeff,
energy.
but
Think this is over. There we go.
Oh. Yakai is the first APC champion, and honestly, bruv, that was insane. That was an insane match. He literally, didn't let it get to the bracket reset. Took it all the way throughout the winners' finals. Didn't lose a single matchup for the entire thing. Honestly, I'm hoping what you said about Yakai not turning up to Worlds is wrong, because I feel like it's a disservice for him to not show up,
I'm just saying, right? I said that last year. I still went to Worlds, so maybe that happens to him too. Maybe he pulled out of BJ.
I think he's gonna pull a BJ because honestly, that was an insane performance. And I'd like to quickly let me see. I'm gonna see if we can pull Yakai up on stream briefly. Yeah.
Hello, we got him back.
And we have Fishy Legs back. Rav, what did you think of that set?
Oh my god, those guys, they're cracked, eh? That was just unreal.
I think especially game 4,
battles.
You're thinking it's over at this point, right? But that Charjabug making an insane sweep.
I I didn't know who was going to win that game. Honestly,
Yeah.
it was going both ways, and yeah, it was unreal.
Yeah,
Just
honestly,
like, Yakai is just dominated all day long. It's just
yeah. This is why we need to see him. We need to see him performing. Okay, we're gonna invite Yakai up.
Go.
One moment.
Yep.
We're gonna invite Yakai up for a quick chat, just to see what he has to say about his his performance today and just I guess overall this season. So Yakai, do you wanna unmute yourself? You don't need to come on a video if you don't want. Yakai, congratulations!
Thank you, thank you.
Amazing. Now, Yakai, I want to start with obviously amazing performance. Yeah, we saw a decent amount of your matches all day, completely through the winners bracket as well, and just showing like real dominance with the team you chose today. So I want to start with what were your thoughts with the team that you did choose? Like when you were team building or when you were considering what team to use, what were your thoughts going into this tournament?
Yeah, actually, I haven't decided what to run until last night. And last night, I originally want to build a team that consists with Mandibus, but after that, I talked with Yakovovich, our Melbourne champion, and in the previous days, he gave me a lot of advices that I think his champs team really it show its flexibility that even and it's really weak to Lucky on paper, you can still overcome it with those flexibility on most of the amounts on the team.
Yeah.
That is insane because honestly, that sounds like a partnership that's quite dangerous for anyone who's choosing to
I
compete.
know.
I think Yakai and Jakobovic should not be a thing. It's a bit too strong.
I
Makes
know,
me a
right?
bit nervous, that's for sure.
Yeah, he also told me a lot of strategy against Lekitang. He said that if whenever you face Leki's team, you just need to bring the breed that you think is the most safest.
Yeah.
And just play around it. Make sure you keep energy for dealing with it. This team is so flexible that as long as you keep energy or shield advantage for any of the mon, it have the ability to swap opponent's team.
Yeah. Talking about flexibility, one play that really impressed me was how you play your Likitang. I feel like most of the time, you just bank energy and like switch to Likitang and take some damage from the opposing lead Pokemon getting shipped down. But you know that they will come in Likitang on your Likitang because they are guaranteed to win Switch based on that. But with the flexibility you have been showing with like running Pelipper and Whiscash to or something that is both strong to their leads.
Oh yeah, the Licky Say switch was really working in for me. I think the toughest matchup that I faced against when I used Licky Say sword was against Nava, as he really know all this strategy really well and just keep and come in his own Licky to make sure he preserves switch.
Right.
But like even he chipped my Licky with his Scarm, I can still chip down his Licky to put it in order to put it into farm KO range of my moves on my Pepper.
Wow. Very
So
well
you see
calculated.
the game 4, right? Where you had the Pelipper in the back and you decided to like maintain swap and come in with the charge bug. at that point, were you
Yeah.
expecting that there could potentially be a charger bug in the back, or did you really think that it would have been like something like the Whiscash?
I was thinking both of them, but I figured that it's pretty, like, the chance is pretty low that he brought charger bug in the back, and if I brought out my pally against the polygraph, it will have been getting shifted, and I'm not sure that my pally can handle the last month if it's what with cash in the back after the chip down of poly.
Definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but
and I guess
definitely
also being, sorry.
definitely well called by Nava. That
Yeah.
charger bug in the back really shocked me.
Are you
Yeah.
happy with your own performance today? Are you satisfied?
Yeah, I feeling pretty comfortable with my plays today.
Mm.
I just like play around it, and whenever I face an opponent, I just pick the free that I think has the safest play, and then it works out.
Nice.
Ishi, do
The
you have
golden. We need to ask the golden question, the one everyone is anticipating for to know from the man himself. Yakai, are you
Yeah.
bringing this to Hawaii?
Come on, man.
Come
Come on. And I know
see you there.
know you're still in school, yeah. You know, school, you could do it anytime. You know? Becoming
Hey,
a Pokemon Master and World
don't convince
Champion.
him that way. Don't do this, Anika. This is wrong. I mean, what are the chances you are going to Hawaii? Because it feels like you personally told me you are not really looking to attend, but have anything changed?
I think the chances is pretty low though, as during that time, I will be high school secondary 6. I have to participate in the university exam at that moment, and during the summer holiday in August, I need to have not only have tutorial class provided by the school, which I must attend, and
Yeah.
but I also need to like attend the first term test of secondary 6 during the summer holiday, like during mid-August.
It's
Yeah,
quite
that's
sad for the scene, I'll be honest, but I'm hoping that you get into whatever university that you're really trying to get to, so that it doesn't become a problem next season, and you know,
Yeah.
maybe
you can come back.
yeah, maybe you can come back
Yeah.
next season and perform
We can
well.
meet again,
Fishless, do you
Yakai.
have anything
Yeah,
in particular you want to
Yakai,
ask? Okay.
Yeah, I'll surely make a comeback next season,
yeah.
and I really enjoy in this community. It's really fun.
You mentioned that Jakobovic was a big inspiration for your team. Did you have anyone else that you wanted to thank or give a shout out to for making it this far throughout the tournament?
I would like to thanks for my Hong Kong friends Kai Feng BG. He is pretty helpful. Oh, he like practiced with me many times last night, because I told in the group that I need to participate in a huge tournament like this is today. He has helped me many with my like 06 thinking.
Yeah.
Is it
Great.
just Kaifeng that you want to thank?
Yeah. And also really thanks thank you, my Taiwanese friend, and for all the support they have been supporting me even today in many groups.
I did see some of them in the chat, like Willy 323B.
Yeah. And also Sausage 487, Yoda 30,
Yoda.
Henry 110066.
Yeah, these are all I recognize. These are all very strong players, so you have a very strong group around you. Yakai,
Yeah.
again, congratulations so much. You put on an amazing performance, and it was really great to see you. Like I said to the audience earlier, the fact that you started off the season really on the back foot and then managed to make it not only to the top of the league but also to win this tournament as well, I think is amazing. So although you're not going to Worlds, I hope we see a lot more of you just on the scene in general, and obviously I hope you take part in the next season of APC, and I don't know, maybe make a showing in the next Champions tournament for next season as well. But yeah, thank you very much, Yakai.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you guys very much for the showcase and the hosting the APAC League. It's been really fun an experience to participate in that.
I would say the only thing not fun about the whole APAC League is when someone need to play you, but that's just what I felt,
season.
maybe.
Next season. It was funny because I think the first time Yakai lost the match this season, he reported his score, and just underneath it was like about 7 eye emojis.
Yeah,
I was one of them.
That was quite funny. Okay,
I felt really uncomfortable with the debuff meta at the first starting of this season.
But yeah, you bounced back really well, so it was really amazing to see. But yeah, thank you very much, Yakai, and everyone. I think we've come to the closing time of this tournament. Again, big congratulations to Yakai, the champion. Congratulations to Nava Empire for coming second. Congratulations to Tetsuo for coming third, and Jodianga for coming fourth. And everyone in general who got the opportunity to participate today, they didn't participate out of just random or just they participated out of merit because they were the best of their regions. So I think it was amazing to see them all battle today. And I hope to see everyone again next season. Not only will we obviously have a stream for the Champions Tournament and make it amazing, and make it so that I don't organize and stream at the same time, and that like Fishy Legs is actually there while he's talking, and maybe BJ will upgrade his background. But like also we're hoping to do some weekly streams as well, just showcasing a lot of the battles that have happened that week. And obviously after watching this, what kind of standard you're looking at when it comes to those weekly ones, and I think it'll be quite an enjoyable way to spend the season. You guys want to say any final things?
Just thanks to yourself, Aniko. Thanks to Steve for production and background.
Big man up there.
Big man himself.
Yeah.
It's been a great afternoon of battles. Without you guys, wouldn't have happened. So kudos to the both of you, and of course you too.
BJ, do you have anything to say before we sign off?
Hello.
Okay, so BJ wants to sign on. And again, big thank you to Steve. I don't know if Steve wants to. He's probably really tired, but if you want to, Steve, you can think. But no, he's tired. Huge